What? overcast Saturday morning. My name's Xander Clemens, alongside me Mike Smith. Qualifying concluded yesterday here, and a major upset in the class that we're watching on the screen wrap up their morning warm-up. X30 Pro, local kid, done good. Elio Meza, who has been a national superstar in the making over the last couple of seasons. Your 2022 KA Junior, US Pro Kart Series national champ, Texas Sprint Series state champion as well. Moved up this year. This is only, I believe, his second or third X30 Pro start, period. And he puts it on the pole here on hometown turf.
I don't think that Meza was the name that everybody was thinking was going to go to the top of the charts. I mean, quick, he'd been towards the front the entire time in the final practice and throughout the day, but to put it on pole this weekend, that's a big one for Meza.
It's super impressive here for Elio Meza. But, again, a little bit of an advantage as he knew coming in, as he's one of the few drivers that's not only driven this racetrack but raced here multiple times before. For many drivers coming up from all around the globe, it's their first ever trip to SpeedSportz Racing Park here in Houston, Texas. So let's send it to our good buddy Dave Serra with Kart Class for a little bit of a course preview of what you can expect for the first pro national event to be held here in Houston.
Hey guys, and welcome to SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston, Texas. The circuit here offers both tight and technical section, but also fast and flowing sweepers that lead into long straights. We're here to show you guys the fastest way around the racetrack. Key takeaways for SpeedSportz Racing Park are: the 180-degree hairpins require a later apex. Although this might present more opportunity for drivers behind you to overtake, if you're attempting to drive your fastest laps, then opening up the entry and parrying earlier will enhance your exit speeds. Drivers need to be aggressive over the opening turn curbs. They're not overly abrasive, so even the smaller cadets can drive over them. This helps shorten the racetrack, but also open up the following sequence of corners so that drivers can carry more momentum through these turns. I'm Dave Serra from Kart Class. We've shown you the fastest way to drive SpeedSportz Racing Park. I hope you guys have enjoyed the video.
Welcome back here to SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston as we get set for the first of two heats for KA 100 Junior. As previously ran at Orlando, both of the 100cc classes have exceeded the main event grid capacity, each one pushing just about 60 total entries, which means we'll have about 15 to 16 drivers coming up short, more or less, on Sunday morning. Right now we got problems, though, for one of our front row starters, Austin Olds, here waiting to go. A last-second tire pressure check there, now going to get released, and that's going to be a little bit interesting here for the number 850 MPG Motorsports Kart Republic as he tries to catch up to the field. They'll make their way out for the outlap here, and we get set for what should be a very entertaining first heat race of the weekend. We've been here quite a bit for 100cc action at SpeedSportz Racing Park for our longtime kart chaser viewers, with the Texas Sprint Racing Series coming here 3 times now, fully live stream, with the opener of the championship here earlier this year and twice throughout last season. We've seen plenty of switchbacks through this hairpin section. They'll head out at turn 10 and over to turn 11, a big dive bomb passing opportunity. And then the long back straightaway and that long run down the front stretch as well can open up some doors to go for it. But a short out lap here to get set for the green flag and the first heat race here. This is, again, Groups A and B, the top overall qualifiers. Ernesto Rivera and Austin Olds trying to catch up as we wait for the last couple in the grid to line. Peyton Westcott had a very impressive qualifying effort on that Nash Motorsports EOS kart here. She's been making some serious strides out west with the Challenge of the Americas Championship and a pretty active winter schedule East Coast side as well. She'll join Rivera on the front row. Olds is going to get into his 4th place spot, it looks like, alongside Justin Music, and we should be just about set here for a start, Mike.
Coming around that 90 degree here onto the lanes. They're going to try to get this this first section clean instead of S's before you get 4 and 5 and onto the back straightaway. Green flag out, we're racing.
So here we go, green flag through the S's on the opening lap. Can everybody safely navigate through the first couple corners? And Stephen Miller's going to get turned around right in front of the field. And 1 or 2, 3 more collected there on the start. But the big loser on that one is championship contender Stephen Miller. Gets taken out here right off the bat. As we go down the backstretch, it's Rivera leading Justin Music, and a nice pass by Austin Olds on Peyton Westcott. He'll take over the 3rd position.
Up to 3rd position for them, and we were talking about having a full body of work yesterday during qualifying on the ECAN broadcast, and one of the things about this is even if you have that issue, Stephen Miller, he's going to start back up to the front for all of his heat races. When you do have the qualifying, it sets the grid for each heat race. You have a problem, you start back up front, but now you're already trying to dig it out of a hole for Miller.
Yeah, so work to be done for Miller, and now talk about work to be done. Justin Music's given up a little time to Ernesto Rivera. It's put Austin Olds on his bumper and starting to pressure away. We'll put one lap in the books and bring that ticker up on the left-hand side of your screen so you can keep an eye on where your favorite driver runs. But if you are rooting for the Mexico-based pilot Ernesto Rivera, well, your day's starting off nicely as the Rawls Performance Group Cosmic leads by about 3 car lengths down the backstretch here on lap number 2.
Rivera with the lead. You've got Justin Music, Austin Olds, Diego Guillot, and Peyton Westcott, your top 5. As they go through the hairpin right there and then back through the rest of the course. Another move for the position there. It's going to be on Westcott. I believe that is Skinner moving on up to 817. Yeah, Skinner moving up past Westcott.
Yeah, Landon Skinner getting by. One of the many drivers that's grown up around this racetrack. Diego Guillot is in the mix a little bit as well there. Or Diego Guillot, excuse me. There, he corrected me just a few weeks ago at the TSRS event. I said he's been running nationals that we've called for about 4 years now, and he finally let me know the proper way to pronounce his name. But he's on a burner. He'll probably go purple this time by. The driver in 4th on that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony kart as they climb the curbs through the S's once again and head towards turns 4 and 5. Austin Olds has gotten to Justin Music. He has stayed there for the last lap and a half. And it looks like, really to me, watching this, Mike, so far, Ernesto Rivera is really good in that final sector as we see a challenge for 2nd and clear. And Guillot trying to get through. He will as well. So 2 both go by on Justin Music's Arcade Motorsports Tony kart. And now they'll go side by side. And this is where we've seen this all the time through this racetrack, that you can hang it around the outside because the corners are banked enough or off camber enough, but still a fast enough corner that you fight, and then now we've got him lost 6 spots as he drops all the way back behind Enzo Vidmontiez Motaz Sport Parolin.
Yeah, think about that. Justin Music going across the line 2nd, and now is going to go past 7th just in 1 lap. So sometimes letting things go and trying to get back in line is the better way to go. Already only 7 to go. These are 10-lap heat races. They're going to go by fast, especially with these drivers now hitting the 56 mark. To your point, Guillot was fastest 2 laps ago, last time by Enzo Vidmontiez, driver on the move.
Yeah, so I think Justin Music there, unfortunately, he doesn't have as much speed as the couple of drivers that shuffled him back. It'll be a little bit tougher for the Arcane Tony kart to roll back up to the leaders. The pressure is on right now for Austin Olds and Diego Guillot to see, okay, you guys have clear racetrack in front of you now. Can you hunt down Ernesto Rivera, who has been the standout junior star through the first 3.5 months of the calendar year? Everywhere we've gone, he has been the benchmark, the kid that rolls off the trailer on Thursday and everybody's stopwatches immediately go to. So we'll get a good idea of where they stack up this time by lap time-wise as we come to put 6 laps remaining on the board. Across the start-finish line, Rivera will clock in a 56.59. Austin Olds a 56.43, a tenth and a quarter better for second and third, and they should make up some big-time ground down the backstretch this time as he'll inch within that drafting window of 7 or 8 tenths. He was 7 tenths back at the line, so they'll close the gap as we head through turn number 6.
And you can see the driver in third place, that is Guillot. He's actually being very, very patient. Look over the shoulder. Yep, no pressure just yet, able to push and try to get back up there. We talk about Rivera being the driver everybody's chasing. That started back last year in Vegas where I got that big dub. And being up front for Rivera, he's showing he's the one to beat. Going to start on pole through all the heats. So if anybody wants to take the fight to him, you got to make it happen here quick.
Yeah, here we go into the final corner. Landon Skinner now closing in on Diego Guillot. Two drivers with a lot of laps racing against each other, specifically here at this racetrack. Most of the time they end up under the same camp, but this weekend Guillot with the Iron Rock Motorsports Group, Landon Skinner with the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Tony Kart. As they head through 4 and 5, that was the halfway signal. 5 down, 5 to go. And down the back straightaway, Austin Olds did chip away a little bit more, about another half-tenth. But it's not enough. Guillot wants more than that. He'll take over second and bring Landon Skinner with him through turn number 6.
See, the big difference there was actually they backing off and trying to jump back in line there for, I believe that was Olds, trying to just kind of slot right in, try to push. That way I don't fall even further back. He was already the benefit of some of that action before, didn't want to lose out on his own.
Yeah, that was, again, a really smart move by Austin Olds to do that, as we saw, and he saw firsthand what happened to Justin Music, who fought the second driver going through in turn 6 and ended up losing an additional 3 more positions. So good point there, Mike. As we come down the front stretch, it's now 4 laps to go, and 2 Texan kids, Diego Guillot and Landon Skinner, going to try and work together and see what times they can make up. They both picked up 2 tenths on Rivera that time by. The gap is still 6 tenths overall. Since they were 3rd and 4th, they got around Austin Olds. That's where the gain really was. Let's see down the backstretch if it closes. I think that was a big-time run for them into turn 6. It's down to maybe a car length here as they head through 7.
Yeah, it was 55.9s out of 2nd and 3rd there. It's a 56.1, as you say, out of Rivera. The gap is closing. Really where the difference is you saw that draft, that kind of pull up to only about a kart length, but now Rivera starting to get things done in the twisty bits, pulling things back out again.
Yeah, he's so good coming out of both of the slower hairpin corners. That infield turn number 11, and then you go through the kink here at turn 13, and then this final hairpin turn 14. Ernesto Rivera, so smooth. You can see everybody behind him. Little extra counter correction from center off. Rivera's wheel is dead center, and that power getting put down a little bit earlier without the wheels kind of scrubbing speed. He pulls a car length to 2 car lengths out of all those slow speed corners.
We're going to watch going down the 750-foot back straightaway. 4 drivers in line here from second on back. Fastest drivers on the course last time by, Austin Olds and Enzo Vidmontien. 55.9s both. That's 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, again, we are focused right now on the top 5. This total heat race still a lot bigger as we see a move by Diego Guillot kind of staying low on Landon Skinner. It looked like he maybe even tried to nose the inside of Rivera but thought better of it. So no position change. But it's starting to get a little bit more dicey up at the front as this time Skinner inside. Olds trying to go through as well. Contact with Vidmontien, who gives a big hip check, and Guillot's around out of turn number 11.
You saw the big splash of water there. It was actually pretty nice all day yesterday, but it rained overnight fairly heavily. So anytime you're going to go off, you're going to see all the issues of the mud and the water, etc. Things going astray for Guillot there. Was going for maybe a win. Now all the way back. Could be into the teens.
Yeah, he's going to go way back, and you can see there the blue suit on that Kart Republic. That was Stephen Miller. Remember, we watched him get turned around at the start of this heat race down at turns 2 and 3. He's already worked his way back up to the 11th position, so a great recovery for the championship contender Stephen Miller here so far as he works with Jackson Young to pick off another one, try to crack the top 10 as they go to work on Jackson Wolney. And, again, Diego Guillot now outside the top 10, and that's the danger zone because the ultimate transfer spot when you got when you got a total of 52 drivers is at least staying above the top 20 at minimum. Really, you'd want to ideally average better than a 15th result to not have to go to that last chance qualifier. The top 40 will automatically lock in. Then it will be the final 6 out of the LCQ to make up the grid for Sunday. White flag in the air here with all the carnage that just happened. It spread the lead pack out a little bit. So Ernesto Rivera, Landon Skinner in that bright white helmet in second. Austin Olds in third. Vidmontien's fallen a little bit further back and forth. Here goes just a touch of defending. Rivera's got to be careful, though. He moved back up the racetrack right in the braking zone there, Mike. That could draw a penalty.
Especially when you didn't need to be defensive at all. He had it handedly covered. But now, again, this is where Rivera's been strong. Maybe they don't have as much at the end of the straightaway, but we've seen him be able to stretch things back out, look over the shoulder. The pressure is there, and Skinner is close enough. Again, defense. Here's where the racing starts.
Yeah, it'll be a one final run down to the last corner of the racetrack. Rivera trying to block to the center into the kink. He'll go all the way to the middle and low side in the final turn. Skinner's been here before, knows the racetrack well enough, and he'll cross him over easily across the line. Landon Skinner gets his first US Pro Kart Series heat race win here in Houston. And the Air Academy Tony Kart puts one over on the championship points leader Ernesto Rivera. Austin Olds ends third. Enzo Vidmonti in fourth. Justin Music fifth. Peyton Westcott. Alex Mercado, we talked about Stephen Miller's charge forward. It ends in eighth. Very impressive drive for Stephen Miller in the 873. David Ibarra and Jackson Young, your top 10. And Gio ends up in 14th, which is at least a decent recovery for a full spin and a run through the wave pool there coming out of turn number 11, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been way worse, right? Maybe the engine could have died, wouldn't be able to get going at all. So getting a chance to, like you see, salvage a 14th, still got more heat races to go where you start back up front. But that's your one drop, if you will, in these heat races. You don't want to have another bad one.
We go from one half of the class to another. The second of the two K100 junior groups here getting set to go, presented by BBS Race Engines. We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we've got the whole roster of US Pro Kart Series classes still to come. That was just a taste of 3 full rounds of heat racing here headed your way today from Houston. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org. Welcome back here to SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston as we get set for heat number 1, Groups C and D from K100 Juniors division. We saw the first half of the class go on the racetrack. The first, second, fifth, sixth, and ninth and 10th qualifiers were the first 3 rows there. For these 2 rows and 3 rows, Group C and D, that starts pole, or the front runner in Group C was 3rd overall in qualifying. That was the 868 of Turner Brown. And then on your screen is the 872 Kart Republic of Salvador de la Vecchia in the top of Group D, 4th overall in qualifying. We're still a few moments away before the engines fire. Let's go down trackside here. Alexander Searle has caught up with a little bit of the action so far. Lots of storylines coming out of yesterday, and one really cool one, of course. Superstar hometown hero Elio Meza will line up on the pole in both headline senior classes here this weekend in KA Senior and, of course, the X30 Pro Division. The first time in nearly 2 years a rookie has scored the pole. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Elio. What a lot yesterday. I mean, there's got nerves, right, going into today, but just to see the support and cheers that you received from yesterday's pole position lap, how good does that feel to see so many people in your corner rooting for you?
I mean, it felt really good. We got an awesome lap down yesterday, but I didn't want to celebrate too much because it was just qualifying. We still have a whole lot of racing these next 2 days, so I'm going to work hard and see what I can do today.
Yeah, and I mean, the hometown kid, you know, you have a lot of laps around here. You were testing last week, testing Thursday and Friday. Today seems to be the coldest it's been for you guys in the past few weeks. What is this track like, you know, with the cold temperatures?
It's definitely a little bit more slick, but it grips up pretty fast. So I'm assuming by the time we go out for the KA, I'm pretty sure it'll be nice and gripped up.
All right, thanks, Elio. Good luck.
All right, there you have it from Elio Meza, a superstar qualifying effort yesterday. And I was talking with a couple buddies of mine, and it's very rare you get a standing ovation from your competitors, period, in the scale line when someone comes on in. It's almost, nearly never that it happens in qualifying, Mike. But there was a whole cheering section for this kid when he put it on the pole at the end in X30 Pro from everyone around the Texas area that was rooting for Elio. And that's got to feel super cool for him and his family. And there's a reason for that. Those hardworking kid, class act group, real nice guy. And it's just cool to see a story like that for this weekend.
Yeah, anytime you have a scenario where you come in there and there's nothing but cheers, it's like you're doing something right. And for Meza to have that big moment there, be able to carry that momentum and have that little bit of a feather in his cap going here with 2 full days of racing. As he said, it's cool, it's awesome, I like it, but I got work to do.
He does. And as the sun's starting to come on out now for KA100 Juniors' second of 2 groups in the opening round of heat races, I think he's probably right with his prediction for the track conditions that we will start to see more grip go down. Granted, again, everybody went out on the racetrack already for an hour worth of morning warm-up session, so that's going to give us plenty of base rubber laid down, at least the dirt from overnight cleaned off. We got a lot of heavy storms here last night throughout the racetrack, and that's why you still see the dips in the grass and runoff still pretty muddy and puddles. I was walking around the racetrack to check our cameras earlier this morning, and I mean, you go off probably more than 10 to 20 feet any given corner, any side of the straightaway, and you are absolutely going to be taking a bit of a dirty bath.
Yeah, and if you are one of those drivers doing the dirty bath program, you come back to the pits going, sorry about that, mechanic. Maybe I'll grab a rag and give you a hand.
Yeah, not too fun to be a part of that. So still sorting a few things here on the timing and scoring side before this heat gets underway. But once everything is all sorted and ready to go, and as well, of course, we had a little bit of track cleanup to get underway with a couple of karts that were not able to finish that opening heat race. It gives us time here, though, to take you through the rest of the starting lineup for this Group CD heat race. Again, we talked Turner Brown and Salvador de la Vecchia, P1 in their groups. They'll start on the front row for all their heat races. This will be the only one that Turner Brown gets the inside lane. De la Vecchia is going to have to go from the outside every time. You go back to row 2, it's Emma Kate Scarborough's Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic alongside Sebastian Garzone and the Orsolone Racing Tony Kart. Moving on back there to row number 3, it'll be Tyler Roberts and the Iron Rock Motorsports OTK machine. Anthony Martella's Speed Concepts Racing entry completes the 3rd row in 6th. 7th will be Fernando Luque on the Super Tune USA Tony Kart alongside the AR Academy driver Preston Pico. Then rounding your top 10 off, Santiago Duran and Jose Martinez. Alexander Jacoby, Quentin Macpherson, William Rasmussen, Reagan Seville, Beckett Friesen, You go further back, Chase Buscalia, Pato Cadena, Braden Zerv, Giovanni Santora, and Oliver Trejo, your top 20. It's 26 on the first group, 25 in this one. The last 5 to line up, Bristol Bornman, Ty Fisher, Gavin Wardle, Alvin Cooper, as well as Amador Martinez. So that makes up your 25-driver group. Again, you just got to stay out of that back group of 5 to 10 to make sure you log solid points in and stay well above that cut line of having to go to the last chance qualifier tomorrow morning, Mike.
Yeah, and we were talking about the issues that Miller had right out of the gate, right? Didn't even make it through the first few corners unscathed, but rebound, hit the reset button, got a top 10, solid finish. Going to start back up there at the next one, have another shot. All these drivers right here, if they were watching on the sidelines, they saw a couple different ways to do it. Stay out front or work your way back there.
Well, here we go into the tram lines, down the front straightaway for the first time for these drivers. Green flag in the air, and Heat 1 is underway. We got 1 or 2 off wide, but so far the opening couple are clean and green over to turns 2, 3, 4, and 5. We'll keep them all on the racetrack for now and rock it down the back straightaway. Turner Brown's black and white and red, Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed will take them down to the inside on that dirty part of the circuit. And let's see any big dive bombs. Sebastian Garzone wants third. He'll take it away from the off-pole kid, Salvador de la Vecchia, and they are 2 abreast, about 5th on back. But the front couple, so far, so good and clean for Turner Brown.
You were talking about the dirty side of the track there as it went down the straightaway, and you can actually see the marble still on that outside. There's another move here for the lead. Move them up right there. That's the 81. I believe they're of Emma K. Scarborough.
And the same thing for Diego Guillo. Turner Brown getting bumped off the side as the lead pass gets made through the dirt, through the puddle, and the cart spins around, and he is frustrated and is all the way at the tail end of the field.
The only plus side is it happened early, so everybody's still tight. Hit the reset button, go to work, try to get back up there, and also remember, you're going to start back up front at the very, very end.
Another driver collected. That's one of the HRI Mexico entries, the 804 machine. He'll be all the way at the tail. Oliver Trejo going around. Battle for the lead down to turn number 6. Sebastian Garzone for the second lap in a row makes a move in that backstretch hairpin, and he'll take over the top spot early here on that Orsolone Tony kart. So nice start to Saturday for Sebastian Garzone. He pulls that lead just open a little bit. It's still Emma Kate Scarborough and De La Vecchia behind, and we'll keep you posted on the progress for Turner Brown. His last lap right here coming out of turn number 11, got bumped wide, went through the dirt, through the grass, and as soon as they hit that puddle, that's what spins that car around, as soon as they hit the water, really, Mike.
Yeah, you're on the throttle right coming out of the corner, and as soon as your tires hit the green stuff, around you go. You start wheel spinning, it's game over. At this point, too, start looking at our leaders here. The front four starting to pull away. This is where I know I get some crap. We were actually talking about it off air, looking behind you, at least knowing what's going on. If you know what's going on, push. Right, you have no pressure right now. Just get away from everybody, especially if you're that lead group of 4.
Yeah, I mean, the more they battle, the more it'll open the door for this second pack here to catch on up. Fernando Luque, then right behind Luque, you've got Tyler Roberts, Preston Pico, Santiago Duran, and Duran, I believe, making a move there around Pico through turn number 6. So nicely done by Santiago Duran to pick up a spot. Luckily, it was behind the lead of that group. That's where it's okay to pass a little bit if it's second or third. As long as you're still getting towed around the racetrack by the leader, you don't lose a ton of time to the rest of the field. But we're about to see that probably happen here in a moment, it looks like, for second and third, as De La Vecchia was kind of going back and forth to try and find a way around Emma Kate Scarborough. For now, the gaps are separated enough no one can do anything, and we'll put another lap in the books. 7 laps to go, 3 complete here for Group C and D in heat number 1. Scarborough still riding right behind that Orsolone Tony car to Sebastian Garzone, and lap time-wise, they did give up a little bit to that group behind, only about a 10th and a half, though. They're still safe for the moment.
You were talking about that move that happened right here in the same corner at the end of the straightaway. That's going to be a spot where you can make a move and not lose a lot of time doing it. Everybody's on the brakes anyway. It's here in the middle of the circuit. If you start making those moves, or even worse, you start going wheel to wheel, side by side, through, like we talked about, that turn number 11, already been calamity corner for 2 heats.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen plenty of drivers go off now at this point. It wasn't just Turner Brown that got pushed off and spun through that puddle. Another driver went along with him a little bit further back in the pack. I think that could definitely be a trouble spot because chatting with some of the X30 and shifter guys, again, all of them expecting a lot of the same issues here that we're seeing in KA Junior with the way this track races, that unless you really get out of the throttle, you can end up still nose to nose with a guy coming out of the corner, and it's whether or not he wants to give you space, because he doesn't have to. And early in the race, you're worried about with everyone being packed up that if you back off, you're going to lose 4, 5, 6 positions. And so when you fight that one spot, sometimes you end up losing 20. Unfortunately, that's what happened there to Turner Brown somewhat. I mean, he kind of got pushed off a little later on. The same for Diego Guillo. I mean, he was getting passed for the lead, and then as he let everybody go, the last guy in the line was the one that hip-checked him off the racetrack. So just hard to gauge. That's why you look back. You try to, manage and make the best guess, I could say. Talking with Vinny Mescal, one of the K's senior drivers yesterday, he's like, we're going to be a 20-car lead pack there. All I can do is just hope that I make the right decisions, but it's a lot more gambling than it is strategy. As we see this change again here, Santiago Duran has gone around Fernando Luque on your screen. No changes in the lead pack, but Duran went purple that time. He picked up, half a second on the leaders.
Duran's actually been the fastest driver on course for the last 3 laps, steadily making their way up to the front of that group and now trying to pull Luque up there with him. And there's the move right there. That is the first move for the lead, and there it is. We saw it, the fighting for the spot, and now look, side by side, that second group of 4 is going to be on them. Yeah,
they're going to get closer, and it also broke the momentum for Garzón. He loses a spot to Martella, gains it back, but still has a net loss of 2 and a lot of time lost as well. We're coming to 4 to go, and we're going to go side by side here for the moment while the leaders continue to battle. Down the chute to turn number 13, Emma Scarborough leads over Salvador de la Vecchia. And let's go down to hear from our off-pole man in Pro Shifter, which is up next. A.J. Myers is standing by with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander, here with A.J. Myers. A.J., you've been pretty competitive all weekend long. Going into qualifying, you had a good lap going there in the final lap. You kind of botched it. Walk me through what happened.
Yeah, no, the car was the best that first push lap I did, and I was on a really good lap and took a little too much curb in the last sector and kind of cost me that lap. Next lap wasn't as good. But new day, it's cold, 20 degrees colder, and we'll see what we got today.
Yeah, compared to most tracks on the national circuit, it's a pretty flowing racetrack, a lot of passing opportunities. How do you think it's going to fare in Shifter?
I think you'll see some opportunities. Orlando might have been easier to pass at, but I think you'll get some opportunities here.
All right, thanks, AJ. Good luck.
There you go from A.J. Myers, the captain of the Magic Kart USA squad, saying, hey, it's a new day. We're still on the pole. We got a shot to fight, and if it's anything like the pack racing we're seeing here at K8 Junior, everybody's got a chance. Garzón on De La Vecchia for second. 3 to go at the line, and we've got one more round. One of the AR Academy drivers has spun at the exit of turn 11. Another one. That is one of the Arcane. Is that one of the Arcane Motorsports drivers? No, I think that's an Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart that's gone around out of turn number 12. Neither one out of the lead group, though, which is still racing hard down to turn number 6 as they head down the backstretch, side by side for the lead. Garzón back to the point.
Garzón getting the pass done there, and it has been very, very hard racing. As soon as the racing started, the back group came through. Fastest driver on the course was Luque last time by, and things are going to get even more hot and heavy as we close in on 2 to go.
Here we go into the infield hairpin. Luque all the way up to the bumper of Scarborough coming out. Maybe, no, went a little narrow in, didn't get the best exit. He's been chopping wood all race long, just chipping away through the pack. Started in the 7th spot. Didn't really gain a lot on the start as we see Duran getting by on De La Vecchia. But Fernando Luque, Santiago Duran, the 2 fastest drivers so far in this session. 2 laps to go. How high can they get up there? I think Luque's definitely got a shot at the win. Duran needs about 1 or 2 more passes up in that front group of 3 to give him an opportunity. A lap and a half to go. Garzón right there. That was a look over the shoulder, Mike. He's not going to block because he knows he's got the space. They'll fight for second.
The best thing happened right there. Luque's getting the job done, and just letting them on go is going to be Emma Kate right there. Go, now it's push. Let's get up to the front when we still have a shot at this and make sure it's only 3 of us fighting and not 4th or 5th joining the party.
Yeah, Luque there pulls a car length on Scarborough, though. He at least was able to minimize the damage with the pass, and Scarborough, credit to her as well. She didn't really fight it too hard where they were going to lose a lot of time. Kept Garzón within reach. And he's only a car length out as they go through turns 13 and 14. White flag coming in the air this time by Sebastian Garzón is gonna have to deal with one of the fastest 2 drivers the entire session. Fernando Luque hunting him down through the S's at turns 1, 2, and 3.
We saw it in the last heat race. It was Ernesto Rivera leading the entire time and then went defensive when they didn't need to and ended up losing that spot and losing the win. Will we see the same thing here at a Garzón with Luque coming up there? Not going to be close enough. Again, no defense there. A little bit of an early turn in, though. That's going to cost him.
Yeah, just a touch of defense from Garzón. Still kept it as wide as he could, but again, like you said, an early turn-in, and now Luque's going to make him pay, but he forced him way too wide, and Emma Scarborough, big opportunity as they go to turn number 11. Let's see if Luque tries to dive bomb it here. He's too far away. He's going to try and set up for the final corner. They watched that first heat race with Ernesto Rivera being too defensive. How defensive does Emma Kate go? She leaves the door open in the kink. Luque's on the outside. Scarborough still bottom side. Here comes Santiago Duran on the bottom. Garzone will get through as well. Contact onto the front straightaway. De La Vecchia's around. Oh, man.
Scarborough was the other driver linked up there with De La Vecchia. It's somehow Scarborough able to keep it going the right direction and still salvaged fourth out of that whole thing.
And De La Vecchia is stuck and beached on the far side of the racetrack, and he is animated at how that one played out for the kid that started on the front row. Both of our front row starters with terrible runs through heat number 1. Turner Brown rebounds back to 19th, so he at least gets enough points to move himself above the zone to go to the LCQ, but it'll be a 24th place result for Salvador De La Vecchia, the 4th place overall qualifier, not what he would have liked to see, and that was hard racing coming out of the final corner. We saw them bang wheels for second, and again, I think, you know, Luque might have still been second if he wouldn't have fought Scarborough as hard into the corner. Scarborough didn't back down, to her credit, but it also really hurt her momentum coming down the front straightaway. So gives the win to Duran and gives second back to Sebastian Garzone.
Yeah, Luque committed to holding the outside with Scarborough going in deep, stuck. Couldn't make the over-under happen, and that was the Garzone and Duran getting down to the inside and able to scoop up the first 2 spots.
Yeah, so credit to Santiago Duran. It's an Allen Rudolph Racing Academy sweep of the opening round of heat races in KA Junior, presented by BBS Race Engines, with Landon Skinner getting the first one, Duran the second. Couple of hometown local heroes here kicking the day off. However, it's going to be someone that has some of the local guys going up against the big 3 here when it comes to the KZ Pro class, as Danny Formal, A.J. Myers, and Marion Kremers headlining the weekend, headlining North American shifter karting for the last 2 seasons. Once again, top of the charts. Credit to Giorgio Carrara. He was close, about a half-tenth off in qualifying. You can see him lined up there in that chrome and red Lenzo kart for International Motorsport. Then a couple tenths off for the rest of the field. We'll give you the full lineup when we come back. Pro Shifters opening heat race here from Houston.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Welcome back here to SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston. Danny Formal, the big guy, picks up where he left off in Orlando at the SCUSA Pro Tour as a big-time win on Saturday, and one of the fastest drivers, the only one that could really hold a candle to Billy Musgrave on that Sunday. The engine let go before the final session of the weekend, but here we are in Houston, and after not really being the guy throughout practice day, he ends up being the guy in qualifying. Puts a 10th and a quarter on A.J. Myers. You heard in his interview, he banged the steering wheel. You caught it, Mike, as well at the end of qualifying on the radio chatter. He felt like he missed the tire pressure a little bit, so the second lap wasn't any faster than the first. And the first lap, he completely beached the kart over the curb going into turn number 13, the final 2 corners, and it really knocked him off onto the side. So with all that said here, Mike, you can take us through our starting lineup as we get set for the Gearbox, boys and girls.
Indeed, here in Pro Shifter is going to be Danny Formal and A.J. Myers, your front row. Marian Kremers, Giorgio Emiliano Carrera, then Hunter Pickett and Talon Yockel. Jordan Musser, Augusto Soto Sherpa, and then Andy Cantu, Vincent Cassard, Luis Mendez, Victor Jimenez, Ayrton Hernandez, Jared Ramnarian, Tim DeBeloy, and Max Hewitt. 16 in total here in Pro Shifter. Drivers getting lined up and into their starting blocks. We're going to get rolling here in Pro Shifter in just a moment.
Yeah, it's about that time. So they are lined in the boxes to go from 0 to 60 in less than 2.5 seconds. They got a short run through the S's. We're green, and A.J. Myers with a phenomenal hole shot from the second place starting spot. He'll take the lead through the S's as Formal slots to second, Kremers third, Carrara fourth, Pickett fifth. And here we go down the backstretch for the very first time. It's the white, blue, and orange Magic Kart leading the way to turn 6 and under heavy fire from Danny Formal.
Formal going to slot right in there. Those guys going a little bit of a shallow line, as it is Kremers and Carrera right there with them going into the middle part of the circuit for the first time. One driver off there. I didn't quite see him as we came around. Actually, maybe even stationary there on the first hairpin.
Yeah, we got one that's parked it over there. That is going to be the 268. Got driven over, it looked like. The Bureau Art machine of Luis Mendez goes for a ride in the opening hairpin, so it looks like he's probably done. We're going to put one lap in the books, though. A.J. Myers leading the charge down the front straightaway with a great start. And Danny Formal starting to apply the pressure. Let's see what kind of passing opportunities the boys with gearboxes and front brakes can do. Formal's got a great run through 4 and 5. He's got a decent launch down the backstretch. How much power in that vortex? RPG Cosmic, he's close. Here he comes inside. New leader, Danny Formal, through turn number 6.
Keen eyes will see those drives throwing the hand over the airbox a little bit. They're throwing a little bit of richness, trying to help out that ride as we go down to the end of that 750-foot straightaway. Danny Formal, new leader. A.J. Myers knew he had something underneath him, just didn't like the way quali went. Now we get to see what he can do chasing.
So there you go. The 237 Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic driver won the opening round of the season in Orlando, but when he won it there, Mike, it was because A.J. Myers, after leading the way, had a brake failure and slammed the outside wall in turn number 1 and then slammed it again and fully ended his day in the hardest hairpin in North American karting, turn number 9 at Orlando Kart Center, the tightest hairpin, I should say. So a mechanical failure has taken A.J. Myers out of leading and winning races. He's been in a crash, obviously, at St. Petersburg with Martin Kremers out of the lead, and right now he's still feeling the pressure from the number 2 plate holder here headed through turns 7 and 8 as Kremers is on him, Carrara's on him, but Myers has had kind of the 2023 start from hell, if you will. I mean, it seems like the bad luck and the cartoon anvil from Las Vegas is carried over. Luckily, he's able to get a little breathing room as Giorgio Carrara gets by on Kremers for third.
Carrara making that move is going to give him, as you said, a little bit of breathing room, but I was just kind of watching how the corners are happening here with A.J. Myers, and with Formal getting away right away like that and automatically stretching things out, maybe a reset button for Myers going, hey, maybe I can get it done on the second half of the race. If he takes a look over his shoulder on the straightaway here and sees he's got a gap, he can try and go as fast as possible instead of having that little early turn-in, which you can really pull off with their front brakes.
And the question, as always, for the KZ Pro guys as well as X30 Pro Senior, they do use the softer of the 2 MG tire compounds here this weekend with the MG Yellow, and they run the most amount of sessions that they do almost anywhere else on a single set of tires, with qualifying at about 5 to 6 laps, plus these 10-lap heat races, 3 of them in total, and all 3 count as an aggregate towards your starting spot on tomorrow's main event. So just as much as you want to try and make up ground, you're trying to conserve your equipment and conserve your rubber. We heard from a handful of X30 drivers yesterday about tire degradation being pretty key. I'd imagine the same would go for the pro shifter guys, but for the moment, still fast laps being laid down this far into the session. 300's better for A.J. Myers to Danny Formal. He knows Carrara is bringing some pressure. And credit to Giorgio Carrara on that International Motorsport Factory Lenzo kart. Like we said, the big three, Marin Kremers, A.J. Myers, and Danny Formal have been class of the field for the last 18 months. Carrara's first American season here this year with the Lenzo kart team, gearing up to try and take on the best when we get to Vegas season at the end of the year. And every weekend it seems like they've been getting closer. This is a great start to a track that's finally kind of a level playing field and a blank slate for everybody. It's been the first time to any track every single weekend for Giorgio Carrara, whereas A.J. Myers, Danny Formal, they grew up in Florida. So the Winter Tour, the SCUSA Winter Series, the Orlando Kart Center round, they've known that racetrack. Marian's run that the last couple of years. Carrara, finally, a track nobody's raced at before. He gets himself an opportunity to even close that gap further to the top three.
Well, and there's nothing between. The last time by was a 50-0 for our leader, 49-8 for Myers. Fastest on track, it is Carrara, 49.690. Fastest driver is the P3 man.
So we'll see if Giorgio Carrara is using that rubber up a little bit. We saw that big four-wheel slide right there, that corner they just came out of, turns 8 and 9. We've heard quite a few drivers say that the aero wash is pretty bad there in the high-speed classes, running right behind someone in that double right-hander. And the same a little bit through the S's in turns 4 and 5. So we saw that there with Carrara, have a four-wheel slide going through the corner. You just go in, hit your normal marks, your normal input on the wheel, and the front end just completely skates off the racetrack. So hopefully he's able to get another run close to AJ, keep the run towards Danny, but they both lost ground to Formal that time. He picked the pace back up, and it stays at about half a second here with 4 laps to go. Danny Formal, 6 in the books, and he's led about 4 of them after getting around A.J. Myers early on.
Yeah, and actually one of the things I was keeping an eye on is you watch through the first part of the S's, you talked about tire degradation. Formal kind of goes in there, and the back end just barely hangs out a little bit. Kind of rotates the car through there. Well, Myers is a little bit more tidy on the entry portion. However, as they get on the power, it looks like the back end of Myers starts to kick out a little bit. So there's a little bit of a difference of opinion on where those throttle points are. I'll be curious how much rear tire they have at the end of these things.
That's one of the most fun things when you look at the top 3 guys here. And again, I want to say top 4 here this weekend with Giorgio Carrara making his name known is all 4 of them really do have significantly different styles. AJ versus Marian especially very different. Danny's the guy that normally will like to use the extra curbs to kind of take the load off the tire and the chassis. AJ's a big roll speed guy. Marin Kremers, coming from that high grip European track background, is big on diving it in really, really deep into the corner, parking it, rotating it, and then launching out almost like a drag car. So you have 3 different styles from them. Carrara is still a little bit of that kind of deep into the corner, not as deep maybe as Marin Kremers, but coming from a higher grip background as well for him, is used to driving like that. But they've all got different styles. They tune the karts that way, and they're able to still all run identical lap times, and it offers at certain places good passing opportunities.
Well, and it's actually a different story with these drivers here, too. Again, you're coming from a standing start, so a whole shot still possibility here in the front group. I mean, again, A.J. Myers hit from off pole to take the lead going into the first corner. But these drivers are starting to pull away from everybody else. It's not the same kind of racing or the same kind of mentality that we'll see from the clutch karts, because these guys, there's only that front group here that they're really having to worry about. The heat races don't matter. I mean, okay, you got points and things like that. But right now you're doing research. You're trying to figure out where do we need to find a little something to try to get it going on Sunday in those main events.
It's just so difficult to handle these machines. I mean, this is really like a bull in a china shop, even on a fully spec'd out national level kart track like here in Houston. So as they come out of the final turn, they're not only just gauging against each other because they know they're really only racing, again, this group of 4 to 5. Hunter Pickett at the end of the group there, just kind of keeping himself within the window. But like you said, it's not that important. These are really practice races for these guys more than they are heat races to line them up. There's no last chance qualifier they got to worry about. There's not a bunch of guys gunning for them at every turn. They're really just seeing if they have the speed to get close enough to a guy and where he may be better or worse than them by following around each other for the first time all weekend. Because most of the time in practice, you see these guys running at different parts of the racetrack and just doing their own thing. Now they're getting to get a good gauge of who's better, who's worse. And right now, the big guy, Danny Formal, is going to win the first battle. And it looks like they've all kind of just dialed that pace back as well. A couple of tenths, saved the tires, saved the equipment, realized they're going to ride where they do. Out of the final turn, Danny Formal, Heat 1 winner in KZ Pro, presented by SRP Engines.
AJ Myers going to bring it home P2 there. Again, had the whole shot at the start. Going to settle for second in the end. Giorgio Carrera, we talked about being right in the conversation and fastest of the race in third. Marion Kremers fourth. Hunter Pickett rounding out the top 5. Talon Yockel, Jordan Musser, 7th. Vincent Cassard up 2 spots to 8th. And actually, one of the bigger movers, 4 spots up, Ayrton Hernandez in 9th. And rounding our top 10, Augusto Soto Sharipa. So that's Pro Shifter in the books. Next up, we're going to have Micro Swift after this break.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
I'm Alessandro Etulio, driver for Moto.
It looked like it also collected Miguel Enrique Manzano Suarez, and Byron Bornman and Cameron Johnson in the number 10. Franklin Motorsports Merlin collected. An update on Parker Ives. He's climbed his way back to the top 20. Yellow flags waving down the backstretch, so no passing this time by. That's okay for Colton Schniegenberg. He is continuing to dig. He's closed now down at 2 car lengths back with a big-time gain, that time of 0.2 of a second. He's only half a second back from Tanner Barsh, and it's maybe 3 or 4 car lengths as they head through turns 8 and 9. So great run in the works here for Colton Schniegenberg. He should arrive on the scene with about maybe 4 laps to go as they head down the long back straightaway. Yeah,
I was able to get almost 2/10 there. Casper and Barsh at a 1:1:1 and a 1 minute .9 there for Colton, making those inroads, moving towards the front. And as you say, as we get closer here to the end of this race, in fact, closer to that, cross the line now, in the conversation now. 3 drivers at the front. Casper Barsh, purple lap, fastest driver on course is Schniegenberg there, having grabbed that draft. You can see opening up the corner there. Probably going to make a move straight away. If you're going to open up the corner like that, there it is. Move to the inside. That's going to be for second. Schniegenberg on the move.
Yeah, down the inside there. Barsh sees him, going to give way through turn 6. Not going to fight it too hard, so Colton Schniegenberg arriving right when it starts to matter here. 3 to go this time by. 7 laps to be completed. Cade Casper, Schniegenberg, Tanner Barsh, Mikey Collins, and Aston Wyatt still lay back about 1.25 seconds from this group of 3. And that pass didn't really cost them much of any time. Wyatt's gone around actually Mikey Collins. So Aston Wyatt's now gotten himself to 4th, defending just a little bit. Collins still pressuring him into the final turn. Going to give way there on the U-Race Paralyn. Maxwell Macha's picked up a handful of spots. He's up 4 from 10th on the grid. and is just kind of lurking in that second group of 3 down the front straightaway. So 7 down, 3 laps to go there. We'll update the ticker for you in just a moment. But nonetheless, the leaders continue to roll with Cade Kasper out in front down the backstretch.
Talking about that move that happened in the final corner, that hairpin before the 90 and onto the straightaway, and that might have been the most heads-up I've seen out of anybody going through there, actually opening things up and getting the run coming off. There's been a lot of fighting in that hairpin that's gone poorly for them, but instead, heads-up maneuver there, slotting right in. Kasper actually losing, as we talk about that, Kasper now back to second. New leader, Schneegenberg, was the fastest driver, actually caught them, bridged that gap, and you're going to carry a lot of confidence when you do that. When you're back that far and you're just closing in, you catch them, you know you got something for them, and already to the lead. Colton going to have 2 to go this time.
Yeah, this time by here, double sticks in the air for Colton Schneegenberg. Perfectly timed run through the pack, and he's got himself a little bit of a gap, but he will probably still have to fight for it with how long that back straightaway is. He could be a tenth to 2 tenths better by his lonesome. The big slipstream effect is going to bring Cade Kasper to his bumper, and he'll have Tanner Barsh, his teammate, wanting to push him on by. Here we go, looking low. Kasper goes. Barsh goes with him, and back to the inside to turn 6 as Schneegenberg will fall back to third. He tries to hang tough on the outside. He does through 6 and 7, but they'll battle even more so over to 8 and 9. Finally gets clear, and Kasper gets a 3-car length cushion coming out of it here with a lap and a quarter to go.
Now you got to wonder, is Barsh going to take the fight to him right away or push for another half a lap or so to try to have that conversation for the lead side by side as it come out of 11? Still single file down to the final hairpin. Move this time, or do we wait one and try to make it happen later? Right on that back bumper. No move this time.
Yeah, not sure what happened to Cade Kasper to really hurt his momentum coming out of turn number 11. He got a terrible run. Schneegenberg's right there again down the front stretch. Kasper blocks a little bit low. Schneegenberg's going to try the outside lane. He'll get clear through turn number 2. Nicely done, Colton Schneegenberg. And this time by, I don't think you'll see him leave that door open down the backstretch here, Mike.
Well, and there's the question, did he do it too early, right? He makes the move there going on the outside, but do they have enough of a run to make it happen in the hairpin? No move. Oh, there it is. It's late. It's to the inside. Will he get it clear?
Oh, a little hip check there as Schneegenberg tried to crowd him down low. All good there. Clean racing from Cade Kasper. Surprised to see Schneegenberg. I guess he just, like you said, Mike, didn't think that Cade was close enough. Kudos to Cade Kasper. He caught him off guard. And he's still got room headed to 11. I don't think Schneegenberg could get him here. It'll be another one of those classic SpeedSportz crossover attempts. We'll see if it's successful here as they head to the final 2 turns. Kasper goes to the center track at the kink. Into the final corner. Does he go low? Schneegenberg looks low. Side pod. Contact. They're going to drag race down to the start-finish line. Kasper's got the momentum on the high side. Schneegenberg shorter line across the line. 200ths. Give it to Cade Kasper on the Trackside Karting Services GFC.
Awesome finish there. Kasper just holding off, and actually kudos to both kids there, giving each other enough room through the 90, that final corner, corner 15, as well as the hairpin. We've already seen with the juniors, things got a little bit argy-bargy, but the micros doing it cleanly. Kasper with the win. Schneegenberg, great race, strong run, second place. Tanner Barsh, Aston Wyatt, Mikey Collins, your top 5.
You go back from the top 5 again. Maxwell Macha was still solid there with a 6th place result. Alex Chandler hit his best lap of the session on the final lap. Rebounded after kind of getting collected a little bit on the start in the 26. Iron Rock Tony Cardi ends 7th. Juan Diego Garcia's 8th. Enzo De Janeiro 9th. Liam Nachawati fell back down to the 10th position. Then you look further back, lots of big movers there taking advantage of the carnage. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez up 15 spots. Isaac Payne up 15. Luca Barrel up 16 for 12th, 13th, and 14th. And the big rebound there for your pole man, Parker Ives, ends up 22nd, all things said and done. And worse, of course, for a handful of others that were collected on that first lap incident. Zane Burgess, Paxton Romero, Liam Van Beek, Kimo Ahmad, all failing to finish. Luke Giglio, Emerson Lane as well, unable to do anything for drivers that started inside the top 10. So as we get set for more here, KA Seniors, what we're going to switch over to now while the cleanup begins for the Micro Swift class. We'll take a commercial break. Once again, your KA Seniors, groups A and B, are coming your way here with Elio Meza and John Burke on the front row for the next heat race.
Hey guys, and welcome to SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston, Texas. The circuit here offers both tight and technical section, but also fast and flowing sweepers that lead into long straights. We're here to show you guys the fastest way around the racetrack.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
My name is Austin Garrison. I race for Speed Concepts Racing, and you're watching Kart Chaser.
Welcome back here to the SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston. K100 Senior getting set to come to the green here for the first of two groups, presented by Mike Doty Racing. We'll get one full warm pace lap for the field, and it gives us time to run you through the starting lineup here, back and forth for the rows with, again, myself in the booth, Xander Clements, alongside me, Mike Smith filling in for US PKS Series official announcer Randy Kugler, who could not make it here this weekend, our super sub, if you will, here in the booth. So we got, our first row, John Burke on the outside of row number one. Elio Meza lines up on the inside. The second row features Alex Stanfield, the reigning series champion, who was a last-second addition to the grid on the Team GWR Gillard. The number one plate holder is joined by Peyton Phillips in that high-five performance Tony Kart, the 958. Row number three has Henry Wheeler with one of another solid starting efforts here for the MDR BJR Lando Norris Kart team, and he's got his teammate Adam Rylance on the outside of that row as well. You go back, there's Ben Cooper, the veteran, on the RPG Cosmic, joined by Nick Terlecki's Hotes DD OTK, and race winner from this year, Aiden Levy, Jose Daniel Fernandez, your top 10. As we get set once again, this time it looks good enough for the green. Will it get it? Porter Wiesensetzel gives it to us, and we're green to the S's. Can everybody survive? Great start for that inside lane. They'll pick up 2, maybe 3 full spots on John Burke, but everybody survives the S's opening couple turns out of turns 4 and 5. Elio Meza leads them down the back straightaway. Oh, we got a couple there in the back. Ethan Arndt, maybe Tyler Stevens. Another one turned over in turn 5.
Look at how defensive Meza was and actually still going to lose out that Stanfield that has already made up to P1.
How about that? Alex Stanfield gets you some. The 2022 Texas Sprint Series KA Senior Champion, as well as the US Pro Kart Series National Champ, Alex Stanfield around the outside, giving a little lesson to the rookie Elio Meza as they head out of turn number 6, that if you go low enough, you go slow enough, I can go topside around you and take over the lead. Stanfield will lead lap number 1 here as they come out of the final corner.
What the action's really going on is just back behind him in the 5th spot. Ben Cooper has had his hands full with a push, and John Burke. Burke able to get around and gives him like the let's go. We've got a train behind us to get back to the front 3.
Yeah, John Burke's just trying to stop the bleeding here. Again, he started second on that Tesoro Raceworks CRG, trying to make up more time. Here's a challenge for the lead. Meza wants it back. He'll take it back. And Henry Wheeler's going to try and follow suit. He almost does. Still side by side. Stanfield going to force his way through there. And that was, again, a little bit of a difference of opinion of who deserves to hang on to P2. Aiden Levy as well, able to get around Ben Cooper. So charging forward is the kid who won multiple times throughout this year. Won at the SCUSA Pro Tour and the SCUSA Winter Series, getting his first wins on the board. And the Team Tarp, Alonzo Kart, is charging forward. He's already up 4 positions now as he challenges the off-pole man, John Burke, here for that 4th spot. Across the line, 2 complete. Elio Meza leads over Stanfield, Henry Wheeler, Burke, and then Levy there, your top 5.
We saw it on screen, that fight in the top 3, and I was very, very surprised at how hard they were fighting. Instead of just letting them go, Stanfield fought back. Immediately, they lose almost a half a second to Meza. But while that's going on, we are going to go side by side for another interview there on the grid.
Yeah, let's send it on down. Brandon Lemke is standing here with our Alexander Sturl. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Brandon, we're used to seeing you kind of up front here in the KA Senior class. You're in Group C, qualified P19 overall, P9 here for the heat coming up shortly. Talking about your qualifying, you told me the kart really didn't come in. Is that what it was?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the mechanic was watching on the sidelines too, and I felt it too. It was just getting better and better and better. And it was like until the last turn is when it really got better. So, no, I think we just needed like 2 or 3 more laps. Probably would have laid down like 2 to 3 more tenths, would have got better. And 1/10 is worth like 10 spots. So, no, the kart's fast. We were P3 this morning, so just gotta drive it and stay out of trouble and hopefully get to the front.
Yeah, like you said, stay out of trouble for sure. Brandon Lemke starting P9 here in the heat coming up. Back to you boys in the booth.
Thanks, Alex. There you hear it from Brandon Lemke, and that's surprising to see because it wasn't a green-white checker quality session. They missed it by a big bit at 5 to 7 total laps.
Yeah, I was talking about that in the qualifying session. Is that they only had 5 laps in all the previous practice sessions. Most of those fast times are coming 7 and 8. So it sounds like they just didn't get those pressures right, and they're paying the price for it now. Like you said, 1/10, 10 spots.
Talk about one guy that I think's got pressures pretty good is John Burke. He just made that move around Henry Wheeler for 3rd, and while it was a slow start for that CRG driver, he's starting to really carve up this grid. Elio Meza's pulled it well away from Alex Stanfield, but Burke, fastest on the racetrack that time by 55.468, a 1/10 of a second better than the current race leader. Stanfield was a 1/10 of a second slower, so John Burke, driver on the move. He's half a car length back from Stanfield as they rocket down the backstretch here with about a second up the road to find race leader Elio Meza.
Yeah, Burke has been doing work. I talked about in that first lap, he was really elbows up with Ben Cooper. He knows that he had something at that point, so you want to make sure he was in front of that group and he didn't get bogged down with the rest of them. Instead, able to make tracks, now up to second, got clean air, and he should be starting to head up to the front with going to be about 5 to go here in just a couple of corners.
Yeah, he should have a really good opportunity on the last turn maybe to make a move here on the number 1 plate holder. There he goes inside and clear. John Burke going to take over the 2nd position and lead this group of 3 forward. So another spot gained, halfway in and halfway home. He's made it back to neutral. John Burke, the 2nd overall qualifier, the closest one to Meza in the time charts. No surprise to that he is the fastest one on the circuit and the only one close to him speed-wise. Unfortunately, with not the best jump off the line, he fell back and now has to climb up a 2nd and 3/10 to just have a chance to battle for the race lead and the race win with 4.5 laps to go. For Stanfield, on the other hand, aggressive start and a great move around the outside to take over the lead. But Henry Wheeler is still quick, and that group behind him is still decently quick as well. Aiden Levy was a little quicker than Stanfield the last time around. So was the rest of that pack. Granted, the lap time showing, of course, with the pass, but even then, you could see them coming into frame here. Henry Wheeler's Lando Norris kart, Levy on the Alonso, Peyton Phillips on that High Five Tony kart, and Ben Cooper, the wily veteran there, just kind of riding at the end of that train on that RPG Cosmic.
Well, and their job got a little bit easier because Stanfield didn't give anything up. If the move was made, Stanfield immediately fought back and lost a little bit to Mesa, and then again, had to fight to try to make sure that didn't lose too much there with the pass from Burke. And now here's the rest of the group. You've got second on back to seventh, all in a row there coming out of the hairpin.
Well, John Burke that time was the first time in clean air. He was only able to match Elio Meza. Could not make up any ground on him. Really good this time, at least compared to Stanfield out of turn 7, 8, and 9. He'll pull a couple car lengths on him there, but Stanfield was pushing him down the backstretch. So what looked like for a moment that Burke might have been significantly quicker than this pack. Either he's stabilizing or, again, that's just the classic getting fooled by the slipstream effect. As big dive bomb from Peyton Phillips there. He'll crack the top 5 as he gets around Aiden Levy, and Ben Cooper nearly able to get around either one of them coming out of the final corner. But a nice dive move from the 958. Peyton Phillips sporting a brand new lid here. The yellow's off the helmet. It's blue, pink, and purple colors to match the Cosmic he normally drives in that High Five Performance OTK machine down the backstretch. You can see even further back, Nick Terlecki's making up some ground in the 988. He was one of the fastest drivers in the entire top 10 last time by. Picked up nearly 2/10 on this group of 3, so even more might be able to join the fray. Terlecki right there, and J.D. Lamping's High Five Tony kart also on the way forward, currently 8th and 9th.
Yeah, and this is one of the few heats so far that's had a pretty clean start. We didn't see anybody going off or having any issues right at the get-go, so it's a pretty good show of what's going on. Remember, Burke had to fight back, having slid back only a couple of spots, but in general it's been pretty good. Now with the fight here, it is between Wheeler and Stanfield. Again, Stanfield fighting it off. We've seen this a few times with drivers. There's another one right behind it. That is Wheeler coming under fire now from Phillips.
Yeah, Henry Wheeler right now, he's got to kind of earn a little respect by pushing the bully back on the playground, because Alex Stanfield's kind of muscled him over twice, and he's paid the price for it. He's definitely faster than him, but by getting muscled out of the way, it cost him momentum, and he's going to lose 2 and now 3 spots as everyone goes by him. And what a move by Ben Cooper, just letting all the kids fight, and he's going to take all 3 of their lunch money. Gets by Phillips, gets by Levy, gets by Wheeler. Ben Cooper up to 4th.
He's like, it's all according to plan. I planned the entire thing out. Look at that. Now he's got the clean air. Cooper's been getting faster and faster as the session goes on. In fact, he was just as fast as our leader last time by.
Yeah, one of the smartest guys in the game, Ben Cooper, takes over the lead of this group now. Alex Stanfield, luckily, was able to trigger a fight and send them all backwards. Again, John Burke up the road in second, and Elio Meza, who hasn't gotten a ton of airtime in this heat race. It's because he's made it so easy for him. It's a Saturday morning drive for Elio Meza. It's a battle all the way down to the white line for Ben Cooper to block to turn 6. Terlecki's going to go high here trying to pick off 1 or 2. He can't do anything. Lamping even got around Wheeler. Wheeler's all the way back to the edge of the top 10 on that BJR MDR Lando Norris card. So back to 9th for Henry Wheeler. Cooper's triggered enough of a gap. He should be safe. Stanfield making a last-ditch effort towards John Burke. Won't be close enough. It'll be this fight to the line as they go side by side out of 11. Phillips blocking on Levy through the kink. Final turn. Not much going to happen there. A little contact as out front, Elio Meza wins Heat 1 here for MDR KA100 Senior from the pole. And a perfect weekend is starting to come into view. Pole in qualifying and 1-for-1 on heat races for Houston, Texas's Elio Meza here, Mike.
Very, very strong on Meza. We talked about earlier how everybody was happy for him and after qualifying, snagging that pole, and now he's become the person to beat after the first heat race. The 927 is going to be out front and being chased. We'll have another group of KA100 Senior, though. There's a whole lot of drivers that are going to be trying to get to him. The rest of that top 10 was John Burke, Alex Stanfield, Ben Cooper, strong moves at the end, up to 4th, Peyton Phillips, Aiden Levy, Nicholas Terlecki, J.D. Lamping, Henry Wheeler, and Joey Friend rounding out the top 10. We're going to have the second half of the KA Senior drivers coming up here next after this break.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. So welcome back here to SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston. Josh Campbell and Ivana Richards, a very impressive drive from the HRI Mexico rookie as she will lead a senior field to the green or be a part of it for the very first time. Josh Holtz and Braden Eves, a very veteran and experienced row number 2. Then you have the likes of Cooper Shipman and to his outside, Vinny Miskelis on row 3. We're green there, first try by. Josh Campbell is going to have an even start there to Richards, but he'll at least get out to the lead. Holtz is going to file his way into second, and around goes one. Cooper Shipman goes around and turns 5 and 6 on the start. Around for the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart driver who rolled off in 5th. Braden Eves able to get around Ivana Richards. Vinny Miskelis trying the outside. Richards moves Eves up the racetrack. He'll hang on to the spots for now. Brings Miskelis by on Richards, and a smart drive there by the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic, managing both challenges from the left and the right of Ivana Richards and Vinny Miskelis. The downside is they all lost a lot of time, and it's a big gap for Josh Holtz and Josh Campbell. A couple of Joshes who lead the way to turns 13 and 14.
Josh Campbell, one of the strongest drivers during the practice deal, and then all the way through qualifying. Now showing the power up front as side-by-side action happening going on behind now, all single file onto the straight.
Braden Robertson able to make a move and complete it on Ivana Richards. So the Arcane Motorsports CRG gets around Cole Kleck, also making up a spot, or trying to. Now he does, inside and clear on Richards. Here comes more. Brandon Lemke going to go by on that Millwright OTK. Christian Miles going, and now Eves under fire from Vinny Miskelis, who drives him all the way up the racetrack in turn number 6 with a big mistake as he really locked the brakes up, I think. I don't think he meant to go that wide, and they all lose some more time. Eves now with marbles on the tires, gives up a spot to Braden Robertson. Here comes Brandon Lemke on the 901. What does he do in turn number 11? He'll stay in line. It gives Eves the opportunity to just get a clean lap on the racing line for a moment and kind of regroup as Braden Robertson now with 4 car lengths up to Miskelis. Robertson is already up 4 spots here. Well, back down to 3 up as Eves gets back around him. Lemke trying to follow, side by side down the front straightaway, and we got more collected over in turn 11, but the leaders are still clean and green through the S's.
Our Alexander Searle was talking to Lemke in that interview, and he said, we got a good ride, we just didn't get things right in qualifying. Well, how about fastest driver on the track right now, Brandon Lemke, moving forward?
Yeah, here he goes, moving forward some more. Robertson feels the pressure, nothing he can do. Lemke down the inside and clear in turn number 6. Robertson goes back on him in 7. And this right there, again, who's going to win the debate? Lemke going to force it through that time, saying, all right, what are you doing? Why do we go right back around each other? Now we've got double the distance up to Eves. So Braden Robertson still ends up losing net 1 spot, but adds about a half second to the gap by challenging back and forth for a couple corners.
And we've seen that so far all day, and it's probably going to be the story all weekend, where you could just let it ride. Christian Miles making the move there. Look how far out they're taking. Like, these drivers are going, you are going to give it up. There's so much holding the outside going on that these drivers are almost forced to do that dive, that deep run to get them to back off. And either that's going to happen or you're going to find yourself going 2 wheels in the grass.
Well, that, and then again, that section where Robertson went back on Lemke, it's so tempting because the driver passing you is a little bit, dirtier tires by having to go low, and as well, they're going to be bogged down. So this switchback section of hairpins, we see it all the time in the regional racing here that it's just so tempting. It's a wide open door because they go from one side of the track, they swing to the outside for the other side, and you hit the brakes. It's just like inviting you to go past them again unless they want to block. And if they block, you still lose a ton of time, and you want to wait for them to stop blocking and pass them. So either way, you go through that section, and it's so tempting to go by versus at least here, it's a little bit trickier to get the job fully done. Christian Miles, another move made for him. Yesterday, they were not in the best of moves, the Christian Miles camp, after struggling for speed, but he's at least looked like he's starting to move forward here in the heat races. The same, of course, for Lemke, who got around Eves. He takes over the 4th spot. Miskellis still 3rd, trying to track down the leaders, as Josh Holtz has caught Josh Campbell. So we got a challenge coming for the lead, battles throughout the rest of the top 10, and at the same time, we've got intel from our friends down on the grid here. Let's send it down trackside to Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander, here with Peyton Phillips. Peyton, solid run for you, P5 there in the heat race, qualified P4, so you dropped the spot, but, I mean, a really close race all the way through. Walk me through it.
Didn't get the best start. The engine kind of bogged down. So it was basically just a recovery drive. Keep the nose clean. It's heat racing. It's completely different from pre-final racing. Yeah, I thought it was a good recovery. Definitely the hardest group out there. Yeah, we'll see what the next ones have.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the hardest group and heat racing, right? But these 3 heat races, that's what lines you up there for the final, right? So how aggressive do you have to be in these heat races? Because you don't want to end up in LCQ, and you want to end up front in the final, but obviously you got 3 heat races to do it. How aggressive do you have to be? And I mean, is defense important, or are you just trying to play all offense right now in the heats?
For me, I think being heat races, you have to be a whole lot nicer. You don't want to make enemies early on in the weekend. They could ruin your final. And finals tomorrow. We just have heat racing today. It's nothing. Just keep the nose clean, make the final, hopefully top 10 for the final, and go from there.
All right, thanks, Peyton.
More moves being made here. A little bit aggressive for the likes of Cole Kleck getting by here, battling with the 941 machine. That is going to be Josiah Tracy back and forth with them. A couple of Texans going at it. As up front, Josh Holtz has been very patient there. Saw him pushing back from qualifying yesterday. I thought it was a pretty solid effort. Inside the top 10, he said, man, I'm too old for this, and then a word that I can't say on the live stream here, Mike, but hey, how about this for the old guy? He gets through, takes over the lead in turn 6.
He might have just been getting a little bit too warm there in the draft. Needed clean air to cool off a little bit. Holtz, now your new leader, but behind them, and luckily they didn't lose a lot of spots or a lot of time there. Miskellis now in the conversation, but Lemke, we talked to him, fastest driver on the course, and by a lot, a 55.3 to the front of a 55.7. 4/10 on his own there from Lemke.
Yeah, 4/10 on his own. Super impressive, super speed for the Millwright Racing X-Spree as they come onto the front stretch. He's 2 car lengths back from Miskellis. 3 to go here across the line, 7 complete. Holtz, Campbell, Miskellis, Lemke all together here as they head down through turns 1 and 2. Let's go side by side one more time here before we go all the way straight through to the finish. Aiden Levy with a good ride forward is standing trackside as well with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Aiden, good run for you. Started P9 there in the heat race, up to P6. Solid run. I'm going to ask you the same question, similar to what I asked Peyton Phillips. What's the mentality in these heat races? Do you want to be aggressive, or do you want to play defense a little bit? Obviously, you got squabbling there with a few of the guys. Ben Cooper got around all of you guys. So it kind of costs you in the long run there. Do you want to be aggressive, or what's the kind of the game plan there in the heat races?
Yeah, you for sure want to be aggressive, be able to make up as many spots as you can to stay in the top group, but you don't want to be too aggressive to the point where you wreck yourself out or you get a pushback bumper or something where it just it puts you in a worse spot. So, I mean, every spot is like 2 spots when it comes to the final grid.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Aiden. Good job. P6 there for Aiden Levy. Back to you guys.
2 laps to go here, and we did see on your screen while we were side by side, things got pretty awkward in turn 7 last lap for Miskellis, Lemke, and it's allowed Braden Eves to get there. Miskellis defending super hard. Let's see if Brandon Lemke can Superman it around the outside. No, Eves, nice little move there on Vinny Miskellis. He gets by him through turn 6. Lemke's going to follow through as well, and the 2 veteran drivers giving a little lesson there to Vinny. And Braden Eves there, the ultimate opportunist, really, because his speed didn't seem like it was even to that of those 2 behind him.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't think Lemke is going to be too stoked about this. He was the fastest driver there, and then things got hot and heavy, and the chance for the win and the top 2 is gone. Now, the best he can do is 3rd. Made the move there on Miskellis, but it's going to be Eves and Lemke here fighting it out for 3rd. Right there to the inside, there's the move. That's going to be Lemke going to try to do it the hard way as we got 1 lap to go.
It'll be tough there for 3rd and 4th as well. Battle for the lead. We'll try and keep an eye on everything here as they go through 4 and 5. Christian Miles looming in the distance there in 6th as well to try and maybe take some crumbs off the table. Down the backstretch, Holtz blocks low. Campbell to the high side. Crosses him up coming out of 6 here, and we'll start the dance. Back and forth we go through turn 7. Down to the double right turn 8. If Holtz slides a little bit, Campbell clears the curbing. Wow, takes advantage of that brand new red inside curbing there in turn number 9, but Holtz is going to go back on the inside at 11. He retakes the top spot. What a battle here going to the final 2 turns.
You know what? I think Campbell let him by. I saw him point, and I think he thought that he had used up too much of that curb. I'd be very curious to hear from Campbell. I think he pointed him right back by.
That might have been a good move there for Josh Campbell to avoid the penalty. Across the line, Josh Holtz wins Heat 1 here, his first Heat win in a little while on the Holtz DD OTK. Josh Campbell 2nd. Eves, again, very smartly driven for a driver that was probably one of the slowest in the top 5. He ends 3rd. Brandon Lemke, fastest driver on the racetrack by a mile. 4th. Vinny Miskellis 5th. Christian Miles looked solid there at the end. Just arrived a little bit too late to the party. He ends 6th. Josiah Tracy, Ivana Richards, Cole Kleck, and Austin Jers, your top 10 for Group AB here in Group CD, in KA 100 Senior. But a solid points haul for Josh Holtz there from 3rd on the grid.
Yeah, and actually it was very, very patient too. He was hanging out there in 2nd, and the roles were reversed at the end. Smart drive out of the top 2, looking over the shoulder, knowing you don't have to fight. It was a very well done race.
Yeah, I would say so as well. And then you feel a little bit for Ivana Richards again, but kind of similar to what we've seen with a couple drivers with the first time starting on the front row in an age group that they've just moved up to. Gets muscled a little bit by everybody there. Maybe doesn't make the perfect decisions. We saw Henry Wheeler in that first heat race. I thought Henry Wheeler was probably one of the top 3 fastest go-karts and just was kind of getting, again, moved around, muscled around a little bit by the guys who are used to running at the front. And you just got to kind of earn your stripes. Sometimes you earn it by being the fast guy like Elio Meza. Sometimes they elbow you, and they're going to see if you elbow back, or they can continue to elbow you week in, week out. You know?
Well, and we heard about it in the actual the back and forth. The interviews we're hearing from Alexander Searle is, do you want to make enemies right now? It is very, very early. It's a body of work on the weekend, and if you start doing those elbows up, yeah, you got to earn a little bit of respect, but you could actually do the opposite and hurt yourself. One of the other things I want to point out to anybody who's watching is we saw the moves going for Lemke moving up. You know, Christian Miles is up 7 spots. They got to do it all again because they are starting back where they qualified. You do all that work, you got 2 more heat races to do it again, which is good for us because we get to call the action.
Yeah, that's the fun part, right? It's both the good and the bad about how qualifying works here because it sets the grid for all 3 heat races. It's even more important, of course, in the K100 classes because every position really counts as double. Because the class is split in 2, you pass 1 go-kart, you really pass 2 go-karts points-wise. And if you give up 2 or 3 spots, you're giving up 4 or 6 spots. So as important as it is to kind of keep your nose clean like you hear from Peyton Phillips there, just survive the day, don't make enemies. You know, it's heat racing. Everything's a little bit more relaxed. We're still seeing some pretty aggressive maneuvers throughout the top 10, at least maybe a little more controlled aggression than what we'll see in the final tomorrow, but you have to keep that in the back of your mind as well, that you can't just let everybody go because you let everybody go here, and instead of starting where you'd finish, you'd start double of where you finish for that main event tomorrow, or, of course, risk going through that last chance qualifier and having to fight your way into the show, which around 20 drivers will have to do in both KA Junior and KA Senior in total. About 53 drivers in KA Junior and about 58 to 60 in KA Senior. Only the top 46 will start that main event. Only the top 40, after all 3 heat races have been run, will automatically transfer. The rest, but as we get going early tomorrow morning, we'll have to run the last chance qualifier races and try to finish in the top 6. And those races, as we know, Mike, they are crazy. There is no other way to describe the LCQs, because it is go or go home, literally do or die. And you see just all kinds of chaos and calamity, and most of the time there's 1 to 2 drivers that are absolutely one of the fastest 6 that one way or another end up going back on the kart recovery vehicle or at the end of the group after getting spun out early.
Yeah, and that's going to be what's interesting in both the junior and the senior KAs as you talk about the LCQs. That'll be one of the most action-packed races. And again, they all precede our mains on Sunday. But right now, we do have X30 Pro Junior by Rawlson Performance Group on course, and Ernesto Rivera with Diego Guillot alongside for our front row.
We go further back from them. We find Jackson Wolney and Teddy Musella and RPG Cosmic, row number 2. And you continue to roll through. It's got Enzo Vidmontien, Nathan Dupuis on row 3, Charlie Smith, Amador Martinez Signs on row number 4, Caleb Campbell, and Anthony Martella for a Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, row number 5.
After that, we got Ryan Maxwell, David Ibarra, then Davin Roberts, Ty Fisher, Stephen Miller, David Ramirez, MK Scarborough, Lillian Scarborough. There are 18 drivers in total here in X30 Junior.
Yeah, not an ideal qualifying effort for the Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic camp to have Stephen Miller back in the 15th spot and the other 2 team drivers in 17th and 18th. So work to be done for the Kart Republics, but it's OTK Nation at the front. And a great effort once again for Diego Guillot and the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart alongside Ernesto Rivera, who's been dominant in the junior ranks so far. Guillot lining up alongside will lose 1, 2, maybe 3 spots in total through the start. And we've seen a handful of starts like that where the outside lane gives up quite a couple spots headed through turns 2, 3, and 4. But they're all going to survive down the backstretch. Guillot under heavy fire for that 4th spot. To the inside goes Teddy Musella. Charlie Smith trying to follow. Almost there on the comp kart. We had one go a little bit wide, but it looks like everyone stayed on the track thus far. Even, and a great start for Stephen Miller. He's quickly gone to work and picked off about 7 karts already on that 773 CDR Kart Republic.
You had talked about actually spots lost for Guillot, but actually making it through the first few corners is the first battle. So making it through, still can go racing. Rivera, Guillot, the front row, Guillot going backwards, not having to go back to work, but time to do so as we are just getting the end here of lap number 1.
Here we go down the front straightaway. Ernesto Rivera, Enzo Vidmontien with a good start on the Motez Sport Paralympics. So very strong start for Enzo Vidmontien. That's 3 spots gained here up to 2nd. He's already starting to pull away a little bit from Jackson Wolney. Good stuff on cold tires as he reels in the Mexican driver Ernesto Rivera. Diego Guillot at the end of the top 5 there is starting to find a little bit of a groove as well. But for Enzo Vidmontien, this is a really solid start to the weekend after what was kind of just an oddball run through the month of March in Orlando. We saw how competitive he was in Homestead, Miami for the SCUSA Winter Series. And then through Orlando, it was just maybe not at the level of form he expected to be at. But with how good he started this year, we expected kind of the 3 or 4 drivers to include Stephen Miller, Ernesto Rivera himself as well in that mix. And then Orlando seemed just really Miller versus Rivera. But it's good to see that the Motez Sport Paralympic driver Enzo Vidmontien is starting this weekend off on strong footing here, at least an X30 Junior presented by RPG, because he is the fastest driver, or one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack, just nipped that time by Teddy Musella down in the 4th position.
The front 5 actually starting to pull away a little bit, as you see on course there. That was Charlie Smith making a move to the inside of turn number 7. And now as they go through, we're watching the RPG drivers there in the front 5. One of the things that I want to remind the people who are watching at home, if you didn't know, these are the softer rubber. Again, the X30s and the shifters have the softer rubber, and that's going to be one of the things we talked about, the tire wear. So how aggressive do you get with these things? Are you going to lose a little bit if you go too hard?
Well, that'll be in the X30 Pro and then the Pro KZ.
That's right. I forgot the juniors got the
right? Yeah, a couple of years ago they had made the switch. They started originally on that softer tire, but to slow them down, they are on the harder rubber. But it still is a much faster load through the corner than the K100 Junior, so there is still a little bit of tire deg. Not as much as if they were on those MG yellow tires, but that is still something to consider by the time they get to heat number 3. And you have to think about that for, again, Stephen Miller. Like we said, whatever the grid order is, this is the grid order that stays the same through all 3 heat races. Miller has to come from 15th in every single one. He's picked up a handful already. 8 spots gained as of last time by, up to the 7th position. I think he might have all the way gotten to 6th, and he has. So, or no, he's still 7th there, chasing down Caleb Campbell. The downside is it's a big gap to the top 5, but the speed for Stephen Miller, I would say, is close. We'll get a better estimate of how close it is to this leading group of 5 this time around. Guillot, 53.81, fastest driver on the racetrack. Diego Guillot resets quick time here with 4 laps completed.
Yeah, and actually had a little bit of clean air to be able to make that happen. You look at the time that he's got versus the leader, and there's a move there for second. That's going to be Wolny on Vidmontien there. Move Wolny up one more spot. So now you got Rivera, Wolny, Vidmontien, Musella, Guillot. Guillot, again, able to make that from 5th. When you get all that tow, you're able to get up there, start making the fast laps happen. 3/10 quicker than our leader.
Well, Alexander Searle is going to be able to help answer a question for you, Mike. We saw Josh Campbell make that move up and over the infield curbing in turn number 8 and 9 on Josh Oates on the final lap, and then it looked like he might have waved him by in the turn 11 hairpin. He's standing by here with Alex. Alex?
All right. Thanks, Xander. Here with Josh Campbell. Josh, I mean, you know, like Xander said, you got around Josh there. Seems like you waved him by. Was that just a thing of you think you cut the track and didn't want to make a risk?
Yeah, when I went to cross, I just think I went 4 wheels off the track, so I don't want to risk a penalty, so I just pointed him by next corner.
Awesome. I mean, nice display of sportsmanship there. And I mean, you had good pace there. You're telling me you didn't think the car was handling great. What change do you think you're going to make? And also, from yesterday, you know, testing, what have you seen with the way the track develops over the time? When the track gets hotter, does it get stickier, or what happens?
Yeah, I think we messed up the setup a little bit, obviously with the rain last night. Cleaned up the track a little bit, made it a little different, but I think we know which way to go, and then the car will be better for next heat.
All right, thank you, Josh.
Well, there you have it, exactly like how you saw it and called it there, Mike. Josh Campbell just was afraid of getting a penalty, so wanted to ensure that he was going to be safe on the points. Very, very smart move by Josh Campbell, realizing that, hey, it's not about a checkered flag in a heat race. This is about the lowest point score you can get safely, and he does that by making the move. Now, while we were side by side, Enzo Vidmontien has started to slip backwards a little bit. I mentioned it looked like he was really good early on. That kart has faded, and the driver is now fending off Diego Guillot just to stay inside the top 5. It's allowed the top 3 to continue to pull away. The gap is now over a second up to 3rd place there in Teddy Musella.
Yeah, and you're going to see a lot of purple and pink up there as RPG drivers making things happen. Rivera, Wolny, Musella. Fastest driver on course, going purple. The previous lap was Rivera as they crossed the line this time. Pretty spread out in the front 3. The fight is for 4th.
Well, we'll let the field continue to cycle through. 7 down, 3 to go. Let's go trackside one more time. Christian Miles with a slower start to the weekend compared to how dominant he was in Orlando. Pole all 3 heats in the main event. He's still got work to do, but it looks like the gap is shrinking for the MDR BJR Lando Norris car driver. He's standing by.
Thanks, and like you said, the gap is shrinking for sure. You know, you had motor issues yesterday in practice into qualifying. That's why you qualified 27th there. Heat race, you got the motor issues fixed. Kart wasn't, you know, perfect how it was maybe in Orlando when you were just absolutely flying. But again, pace looks pretty good. Talk about your race and how your weekend's been so far.
Yeah, so far we've been struggling, but we got most of the problems fixed. So this next heat, we're going to make a few adjustments to the car, so hopefully it'll work.
Yeah, and I mean, talk to me. Obviously, with the KA racing being so tight, what are some of the spots you've noticed on this racetrack that are the best to pass on?
Well, most of it is just avoiding all the carnage because a lot of people are taking each other out. But, like, sometimes when there's the best opportunity, I'll just take it.
All right, thanks, Christian. Good job.
There we go, hearing it right from the horse's mouth. Christian Miles feeling good, and he'll have to drive through from the back of the top 10 in all 3 of his heats, but at least, again, he's been able to do it once and can continue tuning on getting some more speed and out of that Lando Norris kart throughout the weekend.
Well, it's interesting for them to talk about having the motor issues, et cetera, and hitting the reset button. I remember hearing on the ECAN preview, the outlap there, that they he hadn't been in the seat since the last. He's been to the car stuff. So Miles trying to get back in the game here, maybe hit the reset button. Maybe that's a little bit of reason why we don't see him straight away at the front.
Yeah, maybe. So at the front, though, we are seeing at least this pack not be able to catch him in the top 5 for X30 Junior. Stephen Miller getting by on Caleb Campbell, battling with Anthony Martella. This is 6th, 7th, and 8th, all fighting towards the final corner as we head down to turns 1, 2, and 3. The leaders headed down the back straightaway for the final time. It is a big time gap for Ernesto Rivera, then Jackson Wolney, then Teddy Musella, who is going to have company for 3rd, it looks like. Diego Guillo for P3 is going to be right there. Here's the fight for 6th and 7th. Martella still trying to fend off Campbell on through. Guillo's gone around on Musella, and Musella back on him. A hip check there through the center of the corner, but all clean. He was able to get just a nose inside, on the apex, on the exit, and now he puts Guillo back on the back foot with Vidmontien challenging him through 11.
That almost looked like Guillo didn't see him there. Like it was like he was already starting to turn in. It was like, hello, there's a cart there. A surprise, I made the move. Musella up to 3rd, but that's not going to have anything for our winner here in X30 Junior, Ernesto Rivera, Heat 1 win.
Yeah, and they'll battle out of the final turn. Miller looks like he's got this one locked all the way back for 6. Guillo does as well did for that spot. Guillo falls back into behind Vidmontien to 5th on the final circuit. So credit to Enzo Vidmontien getting by as well in the final corner. Nice crossover move for him. So Guillo wins one on the crossover, loses one on the crossover here today. But Ernesto Rivera, this time a lot easier than that KA Junior Heat he was in to start this day. The 7:04 RPG Cosmic moves himself to 1.6 seconds by the end of it over Jackson Wolney and Teddy Musella.
Enzo Vidmontien 4th, Diego Guillo 5th. Big mover, though. Stephen Miller, 9 spots up to 6th. That was huge for him.
Yeah, big time gain for Stephen Miller, especially that last couple laps. I mean, you think about how many the points are going to come down, only a couple points per driver probably to separate for the final starting spots in that main event. By him fending off just that one battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th, that could be the difference tomorrow of starting, again, inside the top 5 or outside the top 5. Every position still does matter, even if it's all test sessions. We'll go to commercial break. When we come back, it's time for the crazy old men to get after it. KA Masters kick it off with the reigning series champion, Danilo Ramallo, and that PK Sports North America Sodi Kart. We'll start on the outside of row number 1.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
I'm Alessandro Tulio, driver for Motorsport Paralym, and you're watching Kart Chasers.
Welcome back here to SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston. Speed Concepts Racing KA100 Master on the racetrack. And while Danilo Romalo, the reigning series champion, will start on the outside of row one, it's Adam Kreppen scoring his first KA Masters pole award here. The long-time KA100 senior driver. I saw him at the end of the day yesterday, and he said, well, you know, I'm not too bad when I finally race against old guys like myself. He's not too high up there, just but I think finally he decided to stop going after the 18 to 22-year-olds that we're watching dominate in KA Senior. That, of course, you know, they don't have to go back to work on Monday, and they're normally able to drive a little bit more on the weekends than Adam is. So very impressive run for the Giller driver, and a single small 6x10 trailer going up against every big team in the paddock. He puts it on the pole.
You love hearing about that the backup pickup stuff. And we got a big team. How about the second row there with Mike Rollison? Birthday boy yesterday. I talked to him. He said, we had a shot at pole, but I made a mistake. Even the veterans can make it happen. We're looking for the green flag here in 100cc Masters. Green is out. Down into the S's for the first time. Kreppen's got it, and Rollison's going to go with him.
Yeah, Kreppen gets through. Rollison gets through. Romalo nicely done to slot easily into third. We'll get them all through down the back straightaway here. About a car length between everybody as they go single file. Little bit of defending further back. That's going to be Tommy Anderson, I believe, throwing a block on Jake Fetter, and he'll keep the spot through turn number 6 as Mike Rollison as well. A look around on Danilo Romalo, not going to make the move either, but Tommy Anderson picks up one spot so far in that black suit on the black and yellow 408 OTK. Him and his dad still getting after it here, even as Tommy's moved up into Master. Is a great father-son bonding team, and right now they are right behind the captain of the biggest and most successful powerhouse of a race team we've seen in the last decade. Mike Rollison and the Rollison Reformers Group gonna get a spot here as Adam Kreppen gets shoveled to the wayside. Hello, Danilo Romalo. He wants to lead, and he wants to lead now with a dive bomb in the final turn. And the number one is P1 at the end of the opening lap.
We've seen that a lot where one driver will make the move, and it's very, very doable for the next driver in line to follow through. It's exactly what Rollison was able to do there, bumping up to P2.
So now Mike Rollison, does he want to make a move early to get around Romalo, or does he wait? I think you'll see the 427 ride for a minute or two and try to learn. And it bottlenecked him, though, with how big that pack is. And Adam Kreppen once again is under fire. This time Jake Fetter on that Franklin Motorsports Merlin is looking inside and outside on him as the chain reaction is kind of like an accordion. It bunches up and then it spreads apart as they all kind of knock into each other trying to give space. Fetter again looking to the outside of Kreppen. Now he's got to worry. Or no, that's not Fetter. That's going to be Nicky Coelho, sorry. Fetter's right behind on the comp cart. It's Nicky Coelho on the Franklin Motorsports Merlin. And they're still side by side down the front stretch. They're going to lose a ton of time. But Coelho does get clear, and Kreppen gives way, and it allows the Ryan Perry Motorsports Tony Kart. I'm not sure who we've got on that one coming out of the final, or out of the double right. That is the is that the 438? No, that's not Scott Kopp. He's a little...
Tim Meyer in there right there just got by, I think. Tim Meyer on the outside. Now, actually, almost 3 wide is a correction. I think there's Mir in there.
Yeah, Mir's in there. Indeed, Tim Meyer on the 433. So... big midfield battle here. Jake Fetter trying to get through back on Meyer. He does. Scott Kopp there at the end. All looking on. There's the 438 of Kopp at the end of the train. Mario Barrios is in the mix there. The reigning SCUSA Pro Tour Master Champion, and we got two together. That is Martin Stone in the 441 and one of the Carapalatis. I don't know if that's Kim or Scott. That's Scott Carapalati that gets collected with Martin Stone over in turn number 11. So two out there, and all the while, the top three have broken away. Danilo Romalo, Mike Rollison, Tommy Anderson. Let's go side by side and hear from our heat race winner in X30 Pro Junior, Ernesto Rivera, down with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander, here with Ernesto Rivera. Ernesto, P1 by quite some margin there, consistently 2/10 faster than the next fastest guy on the racetrack. Talk to me about how good this car's been for you so far this weekend and how your weekend's been so far as a whole.
Yeah, we've been really fast.
Looks like we might have had a bit of an issue there with the mic with Alexander Searle. We're going to try to get back to him in a bit. Back to the front, you are watching the fight. Out of the top three, Danilo Ramajo, Mike Rollison, Tommy Anderson, all in a row, and now on to the back straightaway. Keeping things pretty chill there. Anderson has the fastest lap of the race in his books, but it's going to be Rollison to the inside. Nice and tight to the inside there, and Ramajo's going to fight right back. It's a three-way battle. Rollison on the exit of those twisty bits is going to have an open door. Here comes Ramajo. No, a little bit of curb, and he's not going to have the run coming off. Anderson's going to have a shot at him here. Not close enough there. Going to have halfway point as we come around to the finish line, so they still got a good amount of racing. Rollison, new leader, had that move down to the hairpin. The best spot for a pass at the end of the draft. Ramajo's not wasting any time, but didn't have much there, and Anderson's going to be able to take the fight to him. Ramajo just having a little bit of a nose, not enough. Now side by side with those drivers to the S's, Ramajo's going to lose out on some time, but hold on to the second spot. That's exactly what Mike Rollison wants to have. Just outside that draft range now, a good 6-7 kart lengths down the straightaway, and instead it's going to be Anderson trying his move on Ramajo this time. Same exact move that Rollison had done a lap prior. Move Anderson up to P2. We'll see if Ramajo decides to fight back behind them. Kreppen has been able to hit the reset button and lock into fourth after falling down the charts. Maybe the cold tires just wasn't working for him. Now into fourth and has the train behind him. Anderson able to retain the spot of second, keeping Ramajo behind him. So now let's see if Anderson has anything left. 4 to go at the line. This will be Anderson's first shot at some clean air. Ramajo, you see him reach down there to the carb. He's going to take a little bit of a needle adjustment. That number one machine, that Sodi, trying to get a little bit more. Anytime you see that right hand, it'll be your left on the screen. Here comes Ramajo. Move him up to P2. Crossover move out of Anderson. Will he have enough to go around the long way? No, it'll be Ramajo to hold on to it. They didn't lose too much to Rollison, even with the back and forth last time. Now we'll see. Maybe that needle adjustment is exactly what Danilo Ramajo needed to reel back in Mike Rollison and stave off any further attempt from Tommy Anderson. Anderson's going to make the move right now, though. Crossover move, not enough momentum off the hairpin for Ramajo. And that's not helping him up there. We got one driver stopped the 424 out. Shane Burkett. Some issue there and was out of the cart. So Burkett done. Back out front, you can see it. Anderson back to P2. And no fight this time from Ramajo. See if they actually can reel back in Mike Rollison, if they can actually not fight for a little bit. Just behind them, see him on screen there, Adam Kreppen, your pole sitter. Now starting to find some space, actually quicker than the front drivers. Fastest driver on the course outside of Mario Barrios back in 9th. Kreppen actually quicker out of the front group. That's the 411 right there of Barrios. Fastest driver, the RPG machine, making things happen. Now try to get up through the front. maybe out of time there. You can see the gap in front of Barrios. Probably going to be all he's got there. Fastest driver, but too far back to move any further up. Barrios may have to settle for that 8th spot. Back out front and on screen, there he is. Rollison, your leader. P2, P3, Anderson, Romajo. Personal best for Romajo. Personal best out of Crepin as well behind by a solid 10th. If they go to fight, the 4th place driver of Crepin could be right in the conversation. Only about a lap and a half remaining. Anderson is closing. Only about 2 kart lengths off the back of Rollison here. Romajo right there. If there's any defense at all, he's going to close right up. Here we go, white flag. Final time around here in heat number 1 for KA Masters. Anderson is there. He'll have the toe down the back straight. We can see opening up the arc is Romajo. He's also going to get a run. So Rollison actually got onto the straightaway better than Anderson, and Romajo got on it better than Anderson as well. So here we go down to the straightaway, or the end of the straightaway. It is going to be Romajo from 3rd. Maybe a little bit of love, and it's going to be a crossover for Rollison to take it right back.
Yeah, that's one of those pucker factors from the booth as there's more elbow grease as Romajo tries it on Rollison. Rollison opened the door and then just kind of cut the momentum up, and Anderson gets back by. Here's Romajo. Look at that full-on lock-up slide job for 2nd. And Anderson's going to give it right back to him, and it sends him up and over the bumper. And Adam Crepin just completely pile drive 2 of the orange and cones, and I think it knocked his bumper in. Across the line, Mike Rollison evades the chaos and wins Heat 1 and KA Master.
Well, that was about as eventful as it can get in just a couple of corners. That was an unfortunate scenario for Crepin. Crepin had just gotten back up there. I talked about if they started fighting, he would be in the conversation. That's not the conversation he wanted to be in, though. Knocking out a couple of cones, hopefully, to your point, did not push that bumper in. As Romajo ends up a little bit over the curb and then on top of Anderson for a moment. All of them able to keep going the right direction, which is a bit of a surprise as well.
Yeah, that was just wild. I mean, you know, when I stepped away for just a moment there, Mike, it looked like everything was pretty tame, and then it got a little bit wild, and then it kind of tamed back down again just only for Mike Rollison because everybody else was still crazy. So, again, very, very aggressive for the KA Masters. Luckily enough, nobody really gets collected on anything big. Martin Stone is a driver we've seen at the front of the field. Unfortunate for him to have that crash. But as elbows up as they were, it did not get too nasty. Now, that said here, as the minis get set to go green, let's get to know some more of our top contenders. Ryan Norberg sat down with us. Here's a little bit of few things you may not know yet about the Orlando, Florida driver and 7-time national champ.
My name is Ryan Norberg. I'm 24 years old from Orlando, Florida, and I drive for Rollison Performance Group. So my introduction to racing, you know, my family doesn't really come from a racing background. We got a little bit of horse racing in our family, but that's about it. My dad did a little bit of motorcycles, but not really racing. But my introduction to racing came just watching NASCAR. I watched Jimmy Johnson. That was the first ever driver I ever saw win a race, which was before he was like 5-time, 6-time, champion. So I wasn't a bandwagoner. I was on his side before everything went well. So I watched him win a race. From that point on, I was like, I really like racing. That's why I rocked the 48, and that was like my introduction to racing, was watching him win. It was like at Bristol or something. I can't remember. It was a short track. And from that point on, it was like I was hooked on the sport, and that's where it all started. Orlando Kart Center.
Of course.
And I didn't get paid to say that. It generally is though. Orlando is just a good track. I mean, I think like there's a lot of tracks. If you're slow at, if you're slow at a lot of the racetracks, you're probably only going to be like 3/10 off. If you're slow at Orlando, you're about a half second, 6/10 off. It's a tough track. You can't just like get there and just like, if you're not a good driver, there's a big gap between good drivers and bad drivers. So that's why I like it. Jeez, I'm a terrible chef. I'm learning to cook better. Actually, a long time ago, not a long time, a few years ago, I made this dish with like some sauteed mushrooms and a little bit of soy sauce, and I was just throwing random stuff together to prove to somebody that I'm actually a good cook. No idea what I was doing. by the time it had simmered and set and I made these noodles and I put it in there, it was delicious. And it's fantastic. And I still make it to this day. I don't have a name for it. It's literally, it's like mushrooms and butter and garlic, and it's fantastic. And that's the best thing I can make. And like, to me, is like just all culinary skills. Like, I was like, this is what needs it, this needs it, and that was it. And so I'm a terrible chef except for that meal. I have like a great sense of taste with that meal. I focus a lot more on the sport off of the racetrack. You know, obviously when you're young, you focus a lot on, like, you have school, you have friends, you have a lot of other things taking up your time outside of the sport. And then when you come to the racetrack, you know, you're 100% focused on racing. I'm still 100% focused on racing when I'm at the racetrack, but a lot of my time and energy is spent on racing stuff now. And, you know, when I'm home, whether it's training other drivers or, you know, trying to get my little garage that I have built out, a lot of my time is focused on racing. That's why the gym has come into being important right now. It's, you know, let's try and get everything in line with this sport and become the best that we can possibly be at it.
Engines have fired here in Houston for the Mini Swift division, and let's take it through the starting lineup because it is a full house of 46 cars. Rocco Simone will start on the inside of row 1 in the Motorsport Paralyn. To his outside, it'll be the Team Benek 117 of Marco Romero.
Lucas Palacio and Travis Pettit 3rd and 4th. Royce Vega 5th with Bronson Kouzes 6th.
Cameron Marsha rolls off 7th on the RPM Nitro kart. To his outside, Ashton Woon. Rounding your top 10, it'll be Edward Kennedy on the Energy and Michael McGoy. Got one spun on the infield, and he's trying to get through the mud. It is going to be the 130. That is one of the super tuned Paralyn drivers that has gone around. That was Jaime Garcia, slated to start back in the 44th position, I believe. So maybe just warming the tires up and went a little bit too far. But the sun's starting to shine here in Houston as they head down the back straightaway. Single file for now. They'll start to form up as they head towards turn number 11. But for the DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift class, again, Simone all the way through the top 10, back through Romero. We went to Edward Kennedy and then Michael McGoy, Bobby Klein and William Kim, then row number 6. Landon Boer, Rick Bianchi, row 7. Luis Fernandez, Jackson Gibson, row 8. Tristan Murphy, Nico Orbezo, row 9. Antonio Pizzonito and Benja Fernandez, row number 10. We saw, of course, the micro race kind of pan out a little bit with a handful of drivers getting away early. But part of that was because of the big crash in the start. This one has an extra 5 karts. They do, in theory, have 1 to 2 more years of experience, so you would think it could be clean, but 46 karts is going to be tight here going down the S's, Mike.
Indeed, and actually the issues was towards the front. Those spins happened at the front, collecting a lot of other drivers at the time. Here we go, looking for the green. No, we're going to try it one more time. You see the hands in the air from the drivers one more time around.
Yeah, a little bit too fast, a little too early on the power, and it's so tough for those leaders to keep everybody at bay because someone gets antsy, nudges the driver in front of them, and then that goes all the way through. And so as the pole sitters and just the front row starters, the leaders of the lines, I mean, they've got to pretty much be on the brake pedal, barely using any gas, just enough to keep the engine idling for, 100, 500, 1,000 feet, and then finally punch off. And it's so tempting when you keep getting nailed in the back bumper to just say, fine, I'll just hit the gas now if you guys want to go that bad,
Yeah, and you saw the 170 or 117 of Marco Romero actually had a hand up, those bright yellow gloves, a hand up saying, hey, I'm actually getting pushed right now. That's not me trying to go. One of the things these drivers tried to do right there, a hand in the air because the officials want them to go slow, a little bit of a different story. Again, the pole sitter, Simone, is supposed to be the one to lead them into the green. So Romero's job is to make sure there's no jump start there. See the daylight behind him. This could go very well. Looking for the green one more time.
This looks good here. They're getting past those USPKS lines. You can see Romero's hands in the air. He's letting them know he's getting shoved. He's going to end up even on the start there through turns 1 and 2. He might get the lead. He does. So Marco Romero, hey, man, whether or not he was truthful or not of being pushed, He had his hand in the air trying to let him know he was trying to be even, but he gets away with the lead. And the first time that the outside really gets, I think, an even start, I would say, Mike. Not a jump start like what we saw in that one session, and not really getting shuffled back 3 or 4 spots as around goes the 176 of Bronson Custis.
We were looking down as you could see him head all the way down and white lining to the right-hand side, and they're still about 3, 4, 5 wide going into the next corner.
Yeah, so now Bronson Custis all the way to the rear of the field there in the number 4 or in the 46 spot as Marco Romero blocks low on Rocco Simone. Lucas Palacio still there in third. They're battling for the 4th spot. Now they're going to battle for the lead. Simone with a big run inside and clear on Marco Romero to the final turn, and the pole sitter retakes the top spot. Romero second, Palacio third with about a half-second gap out back. 1 down, 9 to go here in heat number 1.
We're talking about Romero trying to make sure there wasn't a jump starting like that, and then actually leading through the S's. One of the tough things about the start, though, is that as the off-pole person, you're going around the long way for the first part, but if you can hang tough, you actually have preferred line for the very next corner with the S's.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like that turn 2 is a lot tighter than turn number 1, right? So being the inside for 2 more important as we see Romero a little wide there and Palacio going by him in turn number 6. Not sure if there was a little love tap and help or if he just kind of went a little bit wide through the center of the corner. But now the Bennetts link up 3rd and 4th. Royce Vega's been on a charge forward. He's caught the leaders, picked up 1 spot already. Romero going to go back on Palacio in 11 and puts Royce Vega on his tail. Ashton Woon is there. Bobby Klein up 6 positions for Bobby Klein from 12th on the grid. Great drive in the works here for Bobby Klein, the local driver on the Paralyn, closing the gap. And he's got Travis Pettit right there on the TKG Kart Republic. Then you go back to find Michael McGoy, who goes purple, and then Cameron Marcia, who's dropped back a couple to the 9th position. Headed through 5 and 6 this time, side by side back in the group. Bobby Klein's going to pick up another one as he gets by on Royce Vega through turns 5 and 6, but he's got Ashton Woon still up the road, and now Klein's going to lose that spot back into turn number 6 at the end of the back straightaway.
Yeah, and that was the Tony Kart driver. They're trying to make moves and carry all the way through, but now going to be on the wrong side. I think that was a Tony Kart driver. He started looking through deeper in the field.
Yeah, we've got the TKG at Travis
TKG,
Pettit. He's in the blue helmet, green and white suit. Here's Ashton Woon looking inside, and around goes Lucas Palacio. Palacio round off the front bumper of Ashton Woon. Palacio's hand in the air right there in turn number 11. Woon, it was kind of like a half send there, it looked like, Mike. You know, when you see that center of the corner impact between the passing driver, normally if they're far enough up, the tire goes into the side pod and it kind of bounces them wide. When you see that spin, you feel like they're maybe not far enough in, and it's front tire to rear tire, front tire to rear bumper, and that's where sometimes the inside guy passing, even though he thought he was deep enough, might draw a penalty.
Yeah, and actually it might have been a little bit of an early turn in there from Palacio, but to your point, not all the way alongside it looked like from our angle.
Yeah, that's the other thing to go about it, right? Did Palacio go in earlier? Would he have gone at a normal line, and it would have been that tire to pod? He was obviously trying to fend off Ashton Woon. Nothing can be done now but just making up spots no matter where the positions fall. It could be a penalty either way. It could be a no call. Ashton Woon ultimately ended up still losing 1 spot net out of it to Bobby Klein, but he's going to pick one back as the leaders get an even bigger gift of a gap. Simone and Romero. Woon now side by side with Klein, who's going to get stuck on the outside lane of that Iron Rock Motorsports Paralyn. Now he crosses him up coming out of the turn. What a launch for Bobby Klein. Outside, inside, every which way. And here we are talking what you mentioned, Mike. Turn 2, it's better to be on the inside for the right-hander than it is the left-hander at turn 1. He takes advantage and gets 3rd place back away from Ashton Woon. It allows the leaders to get further up the road. It packs the pack up tighter. Let's see if they stay single file to turn 6. For the most part, they will. Karen Marcia going to make a move on Travis Pettit. Not enough to get clear, though.
No, not enough to get clear because didn't have the speed. That late move, now trying to cut down on it, and you lose that speed coming off. But if you're going to try to make the moves late, you still have to have the exit speed to make it happen.
Oh, let's go down trackside. Oh, we were just about to go down trackside for some X30 Pro pre-race interviews there, but it looks like we just lost it there down by the grid. That was Joe Turney, who is just having to go get ready here with Alexander Searle. We're down trackside here to give us more intel while the minis continue to go after it. For the moment, though, no changes up in the front. The battle's in the midfield. Halfway in, halfway home. 5 down, 5 to go. Rocco Simone and Marco Romero lead the way.
And the fight, as you say, is the Bobby Klein, Ashton Woon, Michael McGoy. Michael McGoy, fastest on the track right now. 59.132, quickest driver, up 6 spots. Ashton Woon's up 4. Bobby Klein up 9. Klein, driver on the move for sure.
Yeah, Klein definitely making some moves here, and he's at least got them content to follow him, maybe not to follow each other. Michael McGoy going by on Ashton Woon. Takes over a spot there, headed through turn number 6. 4 laps to go this time by, and Michael McGoy has climbed up 7 positions and holds the fastest lap of the session right now. All the fighting they've done, though, is another pass we made. This time McGoy going by. Woon kind of was pushing him forward, and it ended up shoving him wide and got around both of them. So all of this just adding more and more to the margin for Marco Romero and Rocco Simone to kind of laugh all the way to the checkered flag at this point here, Mike, with it's going to be about 2 seconds, I'd bet now, back to Ashton Woon.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of work to be done to try to see where everything actually shakes out with the amount of contact we're seeing with these mini drivers. Somebody will make a move. Somebody will make sure that move happens by giving a little bit extra love and getting it done. But further in the pack, that's where things are really, really getting dicey. Up front, though, things are keeping it tight. Romero and Simone, with only about the second half of the race here, we're only going to have about 3 laps to go in a moment. Be curious to see if Romero takes a fight to him or just stays patient.
Yeah, I'm curious if he's going to be able to get there because the race leader, Rocco Simone, has been able to put a couple car lengths on him lap to lap. Through the infield hairpin of turn number 11 we go this time. Ashton Woon a half car length away from Michael McGoy. Here comes Royce Vega to the inside, trying to challenge on McGoy. Can't do it. Vega now looking back on a crossover. Won't happen. And across the line we go for 3 laps remaining. Is there any ground being made up towards the leaders? Couple tenths that time. 2 tenths better because Marco Romero has worked his way around Simone. So our question answered. It's the bright yellow fella. Marco Romero leads them down the back straightaway for the very first time. Simone back to second. And Ashton Woon now only a second and maybe a tenth or 2 away. He's still outside the drafting window, and this is going to impede that progress. The Team Benek entry of Royce Vega with a 2-for-1 move thanks to the help of Travis Pettit. Pettit ends up losing a spot net, but Royce Vega up to third here with 2.5 to go.
It might be the spot to be, too, because just behind him is where the Hornet's Nest seems to be. Right around Ashton Woon, who's either been doing the fighting or having to fend him off all at the same time. From Woon on back, you can see already looking around, a little bit defensive as we go into the hairpin. Going to only have about 2 laps to go.
Big dive there from McGoy. Big dive as well further back from the Paralin of Max Christia. Side by side with Travis Pettit. We're side by side for the lead. Simone trying on Marco Romero. Can't quite do it. The top 2 qualifiers going back after it once again. Let's see them come out of turn 5 for the final time. Romero's got about a half car length lead. He knows Simone's close. He checks back, looks for him, tries to find him, leaves the door open just enough, and Simone gets there. Now he'll start the crossover battle. Simone to the low side. Romero up and over the curbing, clear out of turn 7.
This is only the second from the last lap. We still have another lap after this. If they keep going like this, the rest of the group's going to be coming, and that means Royce Vega, who has cleared that infighting from behind and now is going to try and set sights. But with that little bit of a curb action, Simone lost a little bit to Romero.
Yeah, more pushing and shoving there. It looks like even Michael McGoy might get a bit of a gift to get away as well. So this time by, apologies, white flag in the air for Marco Romero. Rocco Simone, through the little exchange, lost a ton of time. In fact, it's now 7 tenths to Marco Romero. Romero, for a moment, looked like he was losing ground to Rocco. Now he has put on the afterburners and rocketed away with a final lap in hand. Royce Vega on the way there, trying to maybe make a last-ditch effort. Hail Mary for second. Ashton Woon in the 4th spot. Then you go back here. McGoy at the helm of this fight here for 5th. Bobby Klein trying the outside, can't do anything. Then it's Pettit, and side by side there, looks like Landon Boer, who's up 7 spots already, is in the mix on that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. Great move on the outside for Bobby Klein, and through turn 11, with the leaders, we'll head for the final time on that shoot into the last couple corners, while 4th is an all-out dogfight, and we got a driver off. That was Bobby Klein, off and into the wall.
Klein, we had just seen him make that big power move around the outside, but then no room on the exit of 11 and in the wall. The win, though, going to Marco Romero, Rocco Simoni, Royce Vega, Ashton Moon, the front four clear of that infighting. And there was plenty of it going on there about fighting for fifth.
Yeah, I think that was off of the side pod of Michael McGoy for, unfortunately, Bobby Klein, the two coming together. We watched that battle all the way through, and there we go as we watch the rest of the pack continue to finish here in DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift. We were going to try to talk to Joe Turney right before this heat race, but the racing was so good we didn't have time to cut away, and he had to get ready. X30 Pro's Heat is coming up, but we have sat down with Joe Turney before. Let's get to know the Kart Republic factory driver a little bit better as he is set for action here among many from the top end of the grid in X30.
Hi, I'm Joe Turney. I'm 21. I live in England and I'm a factory driver for Kart Republic. Like a birthday party rental kart. Yeah. When I was like 9, I think, and then sort of like enjoyed it, did a bit of that, built up. Pretty normal after that. I mean, nothing crazy happened after that, but yeah. I guess Hamilton's a good one because he sort of came from nothing, and what he's doing now is crazy for like on and off track. So I'm gonna go with Hamilton. And he raced for Dino, who's Kart Republic. I started as a factory driver in 2019, so I did 2 years of senior as well before that. I mean, like, people helped along the way and everything, but I only started as an official driver in 2019. I'd sort of raced in England and Europe for 10 years, and I'd won a lot of what was possible to win, so I didn't want to carry on doing the same thing that I was doing. I wanted to try and progress, so I spoke with who's the dealer of Tony Kart in the UK, and sort of got him through that. So yeah, I was like to him, look, I wanna go and do something different. And I think I was racing for a team against him as well, so he kind of wanted me to get out anyway, so he sort of helped me, yeah. The racing in the UK, from what I hear, is pretty similar to the racing over here. Like, I'd say in Europe, the class that we do, I mean, like, there's not a lot of slipstream in there and stuff, so if you start first and you're the fastest, you just go away. Whereas here and in the UK with the X30 and Rotax and the Rock and whatever, racing always seems pretty close. So I think the racing in Europe's maybe, I mean, the level's obviously high, but the race in itself maybe isn't as exciting as over here. So we did a World Championship in 2019 in Alahama in Finland, and that was a really cool track. It was inside a theme park, but the track was like CIK regulated, but it was like up and down, like driving it was like a roller coaster, so it was a pretty awesome track, but now it's not regulated because they built too much theme park on top of it, so it's not safe anymore. But it was good. I'm not a good chef. I tried to not cook really, probably to save myself, but I can make toast, I guess, stuff like that. I mean, my limit's pretty low on cooking. At the moment, the priority's in Europe, but if we do all right over here, then hopefully we'll be back for some more stuff, yeah.
Welcome back here to SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston. Elio Meza with a stunner in X30 Pro, qualifying yesterday. Got towed around a little bit by Ryan Norberg, but he was inside the top 5 pretty much almost all the practice sessions, so the speed is definitely legit for the 327 Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. One of the coolest stories, it's a 2014 OTK chassis that they found at the back of the Iron Rock Motorsports race team shop that they suited up for and went after it for the US Pro Kart Series opener in Orlando, double duty there, and then now here on home turf at SpeedSportz. He's phenomenal. Norberg, who was leading him around for the session, lines up in the 8th spot with a not-so-great qualifying effort. Alongside Elio Meza is Diego Ramos, the PSL Karting Bureau Art driver, having a solid qualifying effort. He's always been pretty good in the hot lap sessions. He needs to try and get himself a podium or a race win. They're still looking for that first one out of the number 13. Alessandro DeTullio and Harley Keeble make up row 2. It's Brandon Carr on the outside, the championship points leader, and Blake Nash on row 3. Eves and Norberg, row 4. We're green down to turn number 1. Meza gets the lead. It's teammates going at it. DeTullio gets around Ramos, and the leaders give way here as we've got some contact further back. Couple cars around. Cooper Shipman's around. 2 more drivers collected. It got one of the signs. Got another one off on the infield of 4 and 5, but the top 8 are clean into turn number 6. And Brandon Carr with a big dive on Harley Keeble. Braden Eves going to try and get by as well. Can't do it. Norberg gets by on Eves through 7.
That turn 1 issue actually looked like it started right around Keeble, where they were trying to shuffle their way through and things started running out of room. The correction started happening, cross back over, and that's where the contact happened further back.
Yeah, not sure who we lost. We'll ID that in a moment as the cameras pick up the lead pack. This is Joe Turney working Braden Eves over. Paulie Massimino's BJR MDR Lando Norris card right there as well as they stack them up behind Ryan Norberg. Eves drops a wheel a little bit on the end of the corner. Turney is there side by side as they bang wheels. I think he's going to let him back go through 1, but up front it's spaced out a little bit for the moment. Eves still trying to fend off that frenzy through turns 4 and 5 as Turney all over him there through the double right-hander. And down the backstretch, Meza continues to lead the way.
Drivers who were involved in that, one of them, we talked about him in the KA stuff, John Burke. John Burke down 20 spots, 304, having to keep things rolling. Dario Asardio Vizarro and Cooper Shipman, the drivers that I'm not seeing here at the back of the pack.
Hate to see it for John Burke. Looked pretty good. Hovered the top 10 through most of practice day and gets collected on the opening couple of turns. But here we have more battling going through. There's ZCD going by on Braden Eves. Talked to Zach earlier this morning. And Zachary Clamademello, his first weekend on a Kart Republic chassis, was pretty good throughout practice and then just kind of missed it with a bad set of tires, he felt like, through the practice final couple rounds. They tuned the kart for it, and then when they switched back to a different set of rubber for qualifying, he was just off a little bit. And they were in the slow group after happy hour, so was not where he wanted to be, but he feels like he's got at least top 10 speed. He's starting to claw his way forward. Up front, speaking of going forward, how about Blake Nash? The California kid gets by on Diego Ramos there for 3rd in turn number 6, and he's having a very consistent weekend. He's been pretty fast throughout all the sessions thus far, a top 10 qualifying effort. And the Nash Motorsports EOS kart driver now is up into 3rd and has just Alessandro DeTullio and Elio Meza up the road in front of him.
And the question is, are they going to push or are they going to fight right away? We've seen a lot of that where there's been a difference of opinion. What should happen early on in these races? And there it is. There is no pushing. It's only going to be passing going on. You can move it right back for Nash. He's going to do work. Harley Keeble, fastest driver on the course last time by.
Yeah, Keeble and Norberg quick. Turney even better that time by. I will say, though, here, Mike, we've seen it throughout the development of the 2023 year. Diego Ramos and Blake Nash, kind of an really underrated rivalry. They've had multiple run-ins on the racetrack, and I would not expect either one to give when they get around each other, as we see Keeble running Nash a little bit wide there through turn 6 to get clear, and I think Joe Turney just got around both of them. He did. Big ultimate opportunity there for Joe Turney as Norberg gets around Brandon Carr. So very similar to what we saw in Orlando with Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg having to work their way up the grid on Sunday at the ScuSA Pro Tour. We're watching the same thing happen right now in Heat 1 in Franklin Motorsports X30 Pro as you've got Norberg, the reigning series champ, Brandon Carr, the current championship points leader, and Joe Turney, who has the most wins out of anyone so far this season in X30 competition, on the bumper as Norberg, still looking for that first win of 2023, is looking pretty fast right now, pretty sporty, as he closes up to Diego Ramos here for P3 right around the halfway marker. Oh, big move from Carr there in 6.
I was just going to say that's the second time the cars tried that, and both times did not have the exit speed after that last little bit of a run. You got to get more than just the nose in there for the exit speed to get it done. Turney now having to fight off, I believe that's Keeble. Indeed, Keeble not able to get it done. Turney was the fastest driver on course. Now sees himself having to fend off battles and rather just be going to the front.
Yeah, that all kind of started by Brandon Carr wanting to get aggressive with Ryan Norberg and really assert himself as a bit better than the number 1 plate holder, but unable to make it stick, like you said, for the second time. It's given Diego Ramos some more breathing room And Alessandro DiTullio, don't look now, but he's starting to track down the race leader, Elio Meza. So we might see a little bit of a fight on our hands for the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart of Elio Meza. ADT did not have a good weekend in Orlando. Really didn't have a good month of March, to be honest. He had a flip at the Rock Winter Tour and just kind of some lackluster runs for the driver that has been so strong at that racetrack and really Florida racetracks all over the place. But for ADT and Alessandro DiTullio's Prime Power Team Beryl Art, they seem to be rolling pretty good here so far this weekend. A solid qualifying effort, being able to be under that PSL karting super tent with Diego Ramos and Mateus Morgado, I'm sure is a big plus as well. But DiTullio looking good, hunting down Meza. And as we go back, Joe Turney has gotten around Brandon Carr, moved Joe Turney into the top 5 with the fastest lap of the session once again.
Another one on a little bit of a flyer there was just in front of him, Ryan Norberg, personal best. Ryan Norberg's personal best, 52.566. Turney, a 2.94, 3/10.
Yeah, phenomenal for Joe Turney there. Norberg looks back. He sees the 3.02 closing in on him, so he knows Turney has been even further back than he was on the grid and working his way up. At the end of the day, I don't think you'll see Ryan Norberg fight this move too much. I think he knows it's coming. It's just a matter of when, not if. Joe Turney, bumper, looking inside. Oh, he did kind of crowd him a little bit there in the braking zone, it looked like, Mike.
Yeah, it's another one of those scenarios where you start turning and you're like, rats, and then you have to open it back up. You see that double move in the wheel, and then a little bit of a cover there. That's that kind of half defense we're seeing in that hairpin where they don't open it up all the way to get the run off, and you can kind of do that there in that hairpin and still get a pretty good run onto the straight.
Well, a good run in the making here for Joe Turney. Now up 5 spots net from 9th on the grid to 4th. One of the biggest movers here inside the top 10, along with the likes of Paulie Massimino and Oliver Hodgson, who have both climbed their way up the order. We saw Braden Eves going backwards earlier. He's fallen all the way down the order to 16th. Terrible heat race here for the MPG Motorsport Kart Republic. This look, and same for Blake Nash. He's gone way back after the contact with Diego Ramos. Austin Garrison, you can see he's already got tire marks on the side pods there. I mean, this is just a dogfight outside the top 10. Hayden Jones, Oliver Hodgson, Cooper. We've got Hannah Greenemeyer in the mix as well. I mean, these are all world-class drivers here outside the top 10 still going at it. It looks like almost harder than the leaders are right now here, Mike, coming to 2 to go.
Well, as you say, it's a heck of a stacked field of talent, and maybe they're fighting that hard because they know they go, oh, we got 1 off, 2 off.
3 off. Jones is off. Greenemeyer's off, and Garrison's got a problem down at turn number 1. Why does our turn 1 camera turned over to check on the group? They all go off, and there it explodes. Right as we went to look at it, that pack comes together, and Garrison there already out of the go-kart. So 3 big names, Hayden Jones, Hannah Greenemeyer, Austin Garrison, out in heat number 1. Meanwhile, let's go back to the front 5 where things are a little more tame, more like a high-speed chess match. White flag coming this time for Elio Meza. How much has he conserved the tires? How much is he willing to push on this final lap to keep that lead? DiTullio is 3 car lengths away. Joe Turney as well is about 3 car lengths back from Diego Ramos for that 3rd spot, maybe 4, and he's got Ryan Norberg hot on his heels. So down the back we go, final time.
DiTullio with actually a pretty good run coming onto the straight. He was able to close a bit. Now it's going to be under the brakes. How close? About a kart length as they come out of the hairpin. We're going to have 7 and 8, and then through the final parts, turn 11 might be the best shot outside of the hairpin coming onto the straightaway. Turn 14, too far away for 11. 14 is going to be the last shot within a kart length. Here we go.
Yeah, final time out of 12. Elio Meza won his heat race today here in KA Senior. Won the pole in both. DiTullio, everything he's got, just a little bit too late. Meza will win it. They're going to go side by side for 3rd, but Meza wins heat 1 and across the line for P3. Joe Turney gets it done on Diego Ramos. Norberg goes through as well, but what a performance here for Houston's own Elio Meza. We got Mora. Oh, Ramos is off on the front straightaway, and it looks like Eves is off out at turn number 12, I think. There's Diego Ramos in the 303. He crossed the line. No, he did not. Ramos must have popped the chain. Diego Ramos out at the final corner, coming onto the front stretch. Just comes up 500 feet short. So a number of big names out on the final lap. It's Ramos that goes out on that last lap. Tyler McIntyre, my mistake, is the driver on your screen there, out at turn number 12. So that updates your top 10. Meza, DeTulio, Turney, Norberg, Brandon Carr. Diego Ramos goes from 3rd to 30th in one corner, trying to fight for that spot when Turney got around him. It gives the 5th place to Brandon Carr, 6th to Harley Keeble, 7th for the BJR MDR entry of Paulie Massimino, who was starting to charge forward. Zachary Clayman DeMello ends up 8th, Oliver Hodgson 9th, Blake Nash recovers to 10th. Cooper O'Clair on the J3 competition comp kart picks up 14 spots from 25th to 11th. Braden Eves gets back to 12th. Arias Duke-Medjin 11 spots gained from 24th to 13th. Mateus Morgado 14th. Noah Baker, big mover as well, up 15 spots from the back. Cole Kleck up 15. They go 15th and 17th. Ellie Goldstein, Jose Carlos Hernandez, Wes Duchek, and Donovan Bonilla, your top 20. But you go to the names that dropped out at the end of that one. Greenemeyer got back going and finished. She ended 27th. Garrison, 33rd. Jones, 34th. John Burke, 35th. And a Cooper Shipman as well, who had some spurts of speed yesterday, ends up 37th. We're going to take a commercial break and get us some post-race interviews here from Heat 1 of X30 Pro while the lunch break gets underway for everyone here trackside for the US Pro Kart Series. Don't go anywhere. We're going to hear from your top contenders and some of the drivers that had some woes in Heat 1 with the first of 3 rounds completed. 2 more to go this afternoon.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
I'm Alessandro Tulio, driver for Motorsport Parallel, and you're watching Kart Chasers.
Welcome back here to Houston, and we've finally got the scale line fully through for X30 Pro. Joe Turney had to work his way up the grid after a not-so-great qualifying effort. He's down with Alexander Searle after crossing the line P3. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Joe, yeah, like Xander said, I mean, not the best qualifying for you from your standards, but you told me you had the go-kart. You know, you just didn't get the draft you would have wanted in qualifying. Going into this race, you told me before the race, you know, you just want to keep it smooth. That's what you did. P9, P3, very clean. Obviously, you had a bit of a run in there with Ramos and Norberg on the last corner. You want to walk us through that?
Yeah, well, I obviously went into the corner before behind, passed him on the outside, and I was in front through the last corner, and I gave him space to go round, but then Ryan was inside of him as well, so 3 karts into space for 2 karts, and yeah, it didn't go, so unfortunate for him, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we talked before the race. You told me you didn't do a lot of long-run testing there on Thursday and Friday, but how much do you think, now that you've done a heat race, is tire saving going to be a factor today?
Yeah, well, we've only got 2 more heats to do on these tyres, so it shouldn't be too much of a factor. Now we've just got to try and finish as high as we can to get a good place for the final.
All right, thanks Joe. Good job.
Thanks, Alex. Appreciate that. Again, talking with Joe there, you said that it was 3 drivers trying to fit in a 2-driver spot there, and that was pretty much the story as they came onto the straightaway. But again, we're talking about Ramos going off the track. We did find out too he's going to get the credit for that position, even though he was coming through the grass. We do have another one ready to go here with Alex. It's going to be Zachary Clayman DeMello up right now. Alex?
Yeah, thanks. I'm here with ZCD. Zach, decent qualifying for you, you know, right in the mid-pack, P16, but a classic Zachary Clayman DeMello race there, put you P8. Walk me through your race.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't say it was a good qualifying to start. We had much more pace than we showed. Got unlucky to be in the slow group. Just stayed out of trouble on the start. You know, everyone's racing so hard for P10. I don't understand. It's like everyone's happy with P10. Stop defending. Catch the group in front, boys. You know, it's children out there. But I had a fun race. I stayed out of trouble for once. So it was a good time. Hopefully I could do the same again the next 2 heats and get a solid spot for the final.
Yeah, I mean, you told me after the race there, kart felt really good, kind of missed it a little bit on the gearing. You guys going to fix that there for the race? You're going to keep it on and see if you can just work your way through with racecraft?
We're going to make a few changes now. We know the direction we need to go, and we've been trying stuff all week. It hasn't always paid off, but that's what the heats are for. Keep testing things and get the best possible setup for the final to give us a good shot to win here.
All right, thanks, Zach.
There you go from ZCD to hear from it. And, you know, never a boring interview from Zachary Clayman DeMello, right? But, I mean, he's saying what a lot of us were thinking there. We went back to look at that battle he was in. I mean, that was definitely a harder-fought battle than the lead pack was.
We were talking about there's definitely a difference of opinion on the strategies. Like, do you want to go forward or do you want to try to retain your position? And, yeah, he's up 7 spots, but could he have gotten more?
Well, talk about guys going forward. Blake Nash, great qualifying effort, looked good at the start, then faded pretty hard pretty quickly. Let's hear from him here. He's down with Alex.
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Blake, rough heat for you. I mean, you showed good pace, but like Xander said there, first few laps, you kind of got pushed around there, had a few run-ins with Ramos. You guys seem to have a little bit of a rivalry going on back to Orlando, but talk to me. I mean, you told me ever since Ramos passed you there, I believe 2 laps into the race, it kind of just put marbles in your tires, and that was kind of the race over for you.
Yeah, so I passed him after the straightaway on lap 2. Now that I think about it, I probably should have waited and played a little bit more for the long game because he passed me back coming into the last corner, and it just put marbles on my tires and kind of hard to settle down from there. And then I got stuck in a little bit of a dogfight for 10th. So yeah, a little bit disappointing, but I think we have more pace. As long as I play it smart in the races, I think we should be good.
All right, thanks, Blake.
Already kind of being a little bit retrospective, as you could hear from. Yeah, would have done this a little bit different. At the end of the day, still P12 or P11 or P12, sorry, with Ramos getting put back in. It's still a solid result. It's much better than the likes of Tyler McIntyre going out on the last lap and a few others getting collected as well. So that's at least something to take away from it. And much rather kind of make those decisions or bad decisions in heats than in the main event. I mean, that's what they're for. They're practice races.
Well, in Heat 1, right? I mean, we're not the final heat where things are going to change in Heat 3 when you're trying to go get something. You start looking at where do I want to finish, where do the points rank, things like that. And the other thing is Blake Nash is going to start further up. He doesn't have to dig from that spot.
Well, we go from a guy that didn't have a terrible heat, at least overall, but a not great heat at all for Austin Garrison. We weren't sure exactly what happened as we just barely missed it, switching cameras that took out himself, Hannah Greenemeyer, his teammate, and Hayden Jones. Sally Mott, down on the grid here, is caught up with the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver. Let's hear his take on what happened. Sally?
So we heard that you had a pretty rough heat race. Can you walk us through what happened?
Yeah, so when the green flag went, going through corner one, a couple of drivers went out in front of me and kind of had nowhere to go. You know, there was like 3 wide, blocked the whole raceway. Ended up crashing into them and pushed back my bumper, but I was able to keep going. The kart, you know, it still felt good. Our pace was fast, and I was catching everybody in front of me and making good, clean passes. But, you know, 2 laps to go when I was nearing, you know, towards the inside of the top 10, going into corner one, my motor blew up. And unfortunately, it collected my teammate was involved in it as well. But, you know, besides that, we can't really do too much. We had a poor qualifying effort kind of on my behalf. But besides that, you know, can't really do anything about engine failure.
Yeah, well, have a good race, and we wish you luck.
All right, well, there you hear it from Austin Garrison. Just seems like, you know, the bad luck continues to hit. I mean, that's the second engine failure for him here in a month's time of all the major races here. So not a great way you want to start your weekend. At least in this case here, it's hitting him early versus hitting him in the main event. And if he can get himself a couple top 10 results in the heats with the attrition that we've seen already so far, I would imagine that could still put him in the top 15 to start the final. And with as long as the final is, and depending where you start, how the start shakes out, it could still be a run towards the top 5 for him. But there's just a lot of variables into it all, and it definitely not, you know, takes the wind out of your sails having that happen so early in the race weekend. But for Austin Garrison out, I believe that concludes all of our coverage for the post-race interviews of Heat number 1. The lunch break's underway. We come back in about 20 minutes' time here live from SpeedSportz Racing Park with the second round of Heat races. KA Junior, Groups A, C, and BD headed to go after it here for Heat number 2.
probably has like theme music. Put your 10mm lens on.
Welcome back. It is the US Pro Kart Series from SpeedSportz Racing Park here in New Caney, Texas. Heat 2 action. Getting ready to start here. We've got KA Junior, A versus C, brought to you by BBS Race Engines. The action was hot and heavy at the beginning of the day. We've already had a first heat races through. We got heats 2 and 3 to get through. Again, KA, one of our 2 categories that are split into different groups here. Alexander Searle, and you got a chance to already talk to a few drivers down there. How's it? What's the feel from everybody as far as the racing so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's been great. I mean, the KA guys, obviously, this is some of the closest racing you're going to have all day. Like we saw in the KA Junior races, both races, you know, it was A, B, and C, D the first time. Now we're at A versus C, B versus D grids. So it's a bit different, right? Like Ernesto Rivera in the first heat had to go against Landon Skinner. He beat him to the line. This race doesn't have to worry about him, right? There's different guys. So it provides a challenge to the drivers, in my opinion, because sometimes, you know, while these guys have driven these guys against these guys throughout the year, right? I mean, you get used to driving side by side with one guy, and now it's a totally different driver next to you for the next heat, and then the same thing for Heat 3. So it's going to be a different, you know, mental game for these guys. You know, different driving styles they're going to have to approach. And yeah, I mean, I can't wait to see how this race unfolds. I mean, the KA guys, it's been hectic, right? I mean, we saw Stephen Miller go around in the first heat. He has to do it all over again now from P5, so let's see what happens for him.
Yeah, we've seen what works and what doesn't already. As you can see, there was a bit of a brain fart there. Ernesto Rivera almost says hello to an official. Rivera going to lead him down, turn around to the outside, looking for the green. Indeed, green flag racing here, Heat 2 for KK Jr.
What a start from Turner Brown on the outside. He's going to go to P1. He needed that. I mean, he didn't have the heat race he would have wanted last heat. Got pushed around a little bit, ended up in the pond, should I say, and spun around. Good recovery so far for him to go to P1. Look to the inside here from Scarborough. She's going to go to the inside of Ernesto Rivera. Ernesto's going to try to go on the outside of Turner Brown. He's going to overcook the brake zone and put Scarborough to P2. And I believe, let's see who that is in P3 in the white helmet. I think that is Justin Musick now into P3.
Yeah, Rivera deep onto the brakes. Just think overcooked it. The tire's not up to temperature. Ends up sliding even further back. Tried to go in deep, too deep. Falls back to third.
Yeah, so that was Tyler Roberts there trying to make a move. And Stephen Miller to the inside of the 852 of Justin Musick. Moves Stephen Miller up to P5. Miller's going to be frustrated, right? Because he knows his first heat, he was spun around in the first corner. That was his heat essentially over. He's going to have to be super aggressive, right? Because, you know, I've asked a few of the guys, and I asked them, you know, what's the game plan, right? Do you want to be aggressive? Do you want to play it smart? And I've gotten 50-50 from the drivers, right? But for a guy like Stephen Miller, it's all aggressive for him, right? Because he has a really poor first heat. He doesn't want to end up in the LCQ, so that's the other balance, right? He needs to be aggressive, but last thing he needs is to be, you know, twice spun around, and now he's in the LCQ.
Yeah, we actually see P2 there, Scarborough. There's the move. I was wondering if it was going to happen. Rivera's going to try to come through as well. Move Scarborough up to the lead. Rivera now stuck on the outside. We've seen this a few times. You try fighting back and forth. Whoa. Now another move to the inside. That's going to be, I believe that's Turner Brown making it happen. Yes, Brown back up to the front.
Yeah, Brown didn't want to be in P2 for much longer. Ernesto Rivera is going to go to the inside. He wants P2 back. Miller's going to follow him through. I think Scarborough's going to fall back to fourth. Yes, she does. But that's teammate and teammate right there. So Scarborough and Stephen Miller are going to try to work together as Justin Musick, or no, I believe that is Diego Gio going to go to P5. Ernesto's going to go to the lead there on the penultimate corner. Move Ernesto Rivera up into P1.
Ernesto Rivera actually having to do work for the first time. Remember, they're out front and pretty handed lead there and strong. And then right at the end, made a defensive move that cost him. Rivera probably should have won the first one. Let that one slip away. Doesn't want to do that again.
Yeah, let's see. Like I said, teammates working together here. Scarborough's going to give Miller a pretty big push here down the back straight. Turner Brown, late breaking move. Ernesto's going to shut the door on him. Good defense there from Ernesto Rivera, but they're side by side still. But Stephen Miller's now going to go through. Turner Brown, open the door for him. He's going to take it.
Yeah, and you saw that car sideways, that rotation going into the corner. That's how Rivera's able to go deeper and then carry the outside of the corner to hold on to the top spot. But you're going to end up having to do that a few more times. Another move further back. I believe that was actually Guillot moving on up the Iron Rock.
Yeah, Diego Guillot up in the P4. Like you mentioned with Ernesto, though, the way he is able to just defend while braking it's pretty incredible. The way he slides the car in and is able to roll that speed on the outside. He's become a master at that. I've noticed him do it all year long. he's going to have to do it here because Stephen Miller is rolling right now with 8 to go.
Well, you were talking about Miller needing to have a different kind of race right now. He's already trying to dig out of a hole right now, hanging out in P2. Probably a look behind him here and see it's going to be clear. Just push a little bit, I would assume. Or does he want to lead right out of the gate?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Stephen Miller could have gone right there. He was easily could have made the move there. I think he's going to try to work with Ernesto. Right? He knows consistently all weekend long, Ernesto's been the fastest, as we see Guillot and Turner Brown go side by side. Turner Brown's going to hold on to P3, but Stephen Miller knows they've been the two quickest guys all year long, really, and Ernesto's been the quickest guy just by a little bit as Guillot to the inside. Scarborough's going to follow through. Turner Brown from 3rd to 5th. It's as easy as that here in KA Junior Racing.
Yeah, and again, with the way the course is laid out, you have opportunity after opportunity. See there, a little bit of accordion going on right there, trying to change how you get through the corner, and a little bit of that front to back. That's going to be it's going to be tough. If you keep that up, you're not going to be able to keep going forward. You're going to get stuck in that section. You can see drivers are already able to pull away when that accordion happens.
Yeah, the other thing with the accordion is we see a real late move there from, I believe that was, receiving a number on that, one of the Speed Concepts guys, Turner Brown, falling back, just like what happened on last race, as we see Luke K to the inside of Scarborough, move Luke K up into P4.
Luke K, big move there at the end of the straightaway, making headway. More moves further back. And again, just to give you an idea of what's going on up front, it's still pretty close. Rivera and Miller, to your point, staying together, staying smooth. They have a good solid half-plus second on third, but third, Guillot, fastest on track and making headway towards the front.
Yeah, to go back to what you were saying about the accordion effect, is we see kind of the sun here in the racetrack. That's the first time we've seen some sun all day. Late move there on Scarborough. Scarborough's going to fall back another spot. She didn't like that move, I guess, because she put her hand in the air, but I didn't see anything wrong with that. But like you said with the accordion, besides the fact that you lose ground and leaders, as we see the top three are pulled away now, the pushback bumpers, right? I mean, I saw, when that whole thing happened there with Ernesto and maybe the official kind of the confusion there, I saw one of the drivers complain, point it to his bumper, so I'm going to assume he might have had a pushback before the race even started. But yeah, you don't want to get into an accordion thing because these bumpers can get pushed in so easily.
Here we are in the halfway point of this race. Fastest lap of the race last time by was from our leader. As you can see, it is hot and heavy. 3 wide now going, I believe that was turn 9, excuse me.
Yeah, Scarborough falling back 2 more spots, and Turner Brown falling back even more. Turner Brown, he's outside the top 10 easily. Might even not be outside the top 15 at this point, getting pushed around quite a bit.
Down 9 spots, Turner Brown. This is not going the way he wanted at all. Again, front start, 865, having issues.
Now we're going to see there after 3 wide here in the final corner. One driver lost their front fairing. They're going to have to pit because they're going to give him the meatball flag there for sure. Oh, man, that's heartbreak for him, but they're going 3 wide still. This is just unbelievable racing here, battling for, I believe, what might be P10.
Yeah, it's pretty far back
Jackson
there.
Wolney leads that train in P10, so that is the battle for P10.
Yeah, and Wolney been one of the quickest drivers this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, he just didn't have, Wolney's been really quick in the X30, struggled a bit in the KA. I don't know if they're having, motor issues or what it is, as we see, the A23. He's going to have to pit there, just
insult to injury there for Will Rasmussen from California. Rasmussen was in the conversation. You see coming onto the straightaway, lost that front bumper, so Rasmussen will get that meatball, will be done, and get a last on this one. His all-runner still continuing. So unfortunate for the 823. Whoa. Drivers around him probably know, hey, bro, you don't have a bumper. We want to get around you and get rolling. Rasmussen on the straightaway. Don't see a flag this time, so they're still rolling around, but we do know that that's obviously going to be a penalty if he does continue.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder. I mean, no flag this time by. I expect it next time by, but I wonder if they let that go. I don't think they would. To me, it's a bit dangerous there to not have the front fairing on, but I mean, if they let it go, they let it go, and it's fair play to let him keep racing, I guess, as he's going to make a move there to the inside. He's going to have to let him go. You can see him just struggling for grip there, right? He turns in, has no front end, just a lack of aero there with no front end.
Well, and the other thing, too, is you don't have your front end locked down, which means there's going to be a lot more flex going on with that front end as well. So the way chassis work, obviously, in karting, it's all about chassis flex, no front bumper. That means she's soft. Right now, the leader, Ernesto Rivera, has got...
Oh, 1 card around. That's the 802. 802 of Jackson Young. Was running P16. Not anymore.
Ernesto Rivera, the leader theirs. Finally, we see that 823 is going to get that meatball flag. So we will see Rasmussen exit early.
Yeah, I think on our screen right now, we're getting a pretty good glimpse of classic KA racing. Right, Fernando Luque, he's been quick all weekend long. He's been quick all year long. They're going to make a move to the inside of Luque. Luque is going to lose a spot to Justin Musick and maybe even Mercado. But yeah, Luque's been quick all year long and all weekend long. But he was by himself there in no man's land at P4. The guys behind him worked together, and they're doing 6/10 a lot faster. You got a few long straightaways around here with the KAs, not the quickest motors, right? 2 or 3 karts are going to be faster than one all day long.
Well, and what we're watching right now is going to be the battle for the win. Now, Rivera's already been here. Last time had a lot of a lead. This time, big defense early. Rivera is going to get beat by Miller to the line. White flag in the air for Miller. That was that big defense. Now, this time, Rivera can attack instead of being the one attacked. Let's see if that helps him out as they come onto the straightaway here. He's going to be looking for that draft down to the hairpin.
Yeah, I mean, we keep mentioning Miller and Ernesto here, but Diego Guillot, last time by, 6/10 a lap faster. Ernesto's going to go to the inside of Miller. He's going to make the move stick here, but all this racing is going to bring Guillot right back into play.
Yeah, and obviously there's lots of opportunities here. Again, keeping that defense, you're going to have a run in these hairpins. Rivera looking over the shoulder, trying to keep an eye on it. Turn 11, another very good spot. Will Miller try it here? Look over the shoulder. Defense for turn 11.
Yeah, good defensive move there from Ernesto. He's going to be able to hold on here through this short shoot. Miller's going to stick to his bumper. He's going to be thinking about the same move he made last lap here. Ernesto, late defense there, into the quick left, into the right. Miller, late move there, and gets into the side of Ernesto Rivera. Unbelievable. Diego Guillot's going to win Heat 2 in KA Junior, but Steven Miller and Ernesto Rivera collide in the penultimate corner.
Rivera able to continue and pick up P2.
Yeah, let's see if we can see where Steven Miller is. Steven Miller hasn't crossed the line yet.
You talked about Steven Miller needed to have a better heat race. Literally the opposite of what he needed right there.
I didn't see the move. I didn't see, to me the move wasn't there. Ernesto put enough of a defense, right? Steven Miller, like I said, had a poor first heat, got spun around in the first lap. Now a DNF is what it seems like here for Steven Miller. Yes, he didn't even cross the line. So that is 2 poor finishes for Steven Miller. I think, yeah, you can see him. He's bummed. And, I mean, I didn't see the point in going for that move because now I think even if he wins, I haven't done the math on it, but even if he wins the third heat, I believe that puts him in the LCQ. And for a guy like his caliber who's been winning all year long, just not what we want to see.
Sometimes patience is the better idea. We got another KA Junior race to go here. We're going to take a quick break before we do so. Awesome action here in KA Junior. Back in a second.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
I'm Alessandro Tulio, driver for Motorsport Paralympic, and you're watching Kart Chasers.
All right, welcome back here to round 2 of the US Pro Kart Series here in SpeedSportz. As we have one cart around there exiting the pits. How about that? How about that, Mike, for some opening Heat 2 racing action?
Well, I mean, we kind of talked about just before we got going with the last one is that everyone's going to have a bit of a different agenda. But you got to follow through with said agenda, right? I mean, again, we're talking about the finish for that one and Miller needing that good finish and instead ended up on the sidelines there. So Miller's going to have to do work. Might even have to come from the LCQ on Sunday. We'll see what happens. But right now, we've got the second half of the KA Juniors rolling. This is B versus D. Again, such a large group. We have them split into a couple different races. Peyton Westcott going to be leading them to the green, and she's definitely improved hand over fist over the last, call it, year or so.
Oh, 100%. She's been super impressive, especially these past few weeks. She had a good, strong showing down in Orlando. Now again here. Been really, really strong opening campaign here for her this year. As they're rounding the penultimate corner here, you know, before they go green, I can almost guarantee you, as they're having a little trouble there trying to get in order, I can guarantee you a few of the mechanics have sat down with the driver and said, you know, they probably watched the first heat there and were like, do not wreck. You know, you don't want to end up in the LCQ. So let's see if they follow suit.
It'll be Westcott and Della Vecchia looking for the green here on the front row. Westcott on driver's right there, excuse me, driver's left. Blue cart. Westcott will lead into the S's. Della Vecchia is going to slot right in there. 3 wide for a second. Now 2 by 2. One off, straight across.
Straight off. It's one of the Orsalon go-karts there. That is the 853. See if we can get a name to that go-kart. The 853.
Jose Martinez.
Yeah. Oh, late move there. Good defense there from Anthony Martella. He's going to hold on a P4 on, I believe that was Austin Olds.
New leader as well. Move Westcott back 1.
Wow, Sebastian Garzone from 5th to 1st. What an opening lap here for Sebastian Garzone.
That's a heck of a good start there. And Garzone's been quick, you know, like all the way through the practice sessions. Another move there happening. That's going to be the MPG driver.
Austin Olds makes a move there, Martella, so now move him up to P4. Yeah, like you said about Garzone, Garzone's been quick all year long, really. Still looking for that elusive victory. You know, he's had a few heat wins here and there, but the victory seems to be very elusive for him. I don't know if it's just, you know, he gets pushed around a little bit, but he's usually a really aggressive driver. I mean, that's how he got from 5th to 1st there, but, you know, it's for one reason or another just hasn't been able to get that victory, you know.
Onto the back straightaway here. It's going to be Garzone over Westcott. Let's see if they just do the push game. Behind them, though, the racing action is rolling. They're not going to do the push thing. Look at that big move out of Olds. Olds almost gets 2. I wonder if that was a scenario you try to get 1 and you actually go a little bit too deep and almost got into Westcott.
Yeah, makes it stick. So Austin Olds now to P3. Landon Skinner made a move there at the same time, so he's going to go to P5. Skinner in the first heat made up 7 spots and drag raced Ernesto Rivera to the line as he's getting pushed around there. Move Enzo Vidmontien now into P5, or P6, sorry. Skinner back into P6. But, yeah, Skinner, Vidmontien is going to go for a little 2-for-1. 2 and 3 corners for Vidmontien. What a run hit for him in his opening 2 laps.
Talk about drivers trying to make things happen here, where maybe that first heat didn't go where they wanted. And Enzo Vidmontien, fastest driver on course, making hay right now. 4th and up 5 spots already with a purple.
Tell you one guy who keeps going back with it now, Anthony Martella. He had a good start, got moved around a little bit, lost 3 spots last lap. As I say that, Martella looked like he's going for a move to the inside, and he makes it stick. Martella on Salvador Della Vecchia, move him up to P6.
Yeah, at the same time, Olds making the move on Westcott. That would almost look like one of those, not bump and run, but like kind of give him a little bit of love into the braking zone there. It's tough to tell when that front driver's got the wheel turned and they're not turning a whole lot. You almost think they got a little bit of help, but move Austin Olds up. Peyton right there in 3rd, and it's got actually Vidmontien and Skinner all in that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th conversation.
Yeah, it looks to me, I mean, like I was saying last race, you know, even if Garzone is faster than this group behind him, right, he's by himself. So if you look at his last time by, he was a cool, you know, 3/10 slower than these guys behind them while they were racing. I can guarantee you down this back straightaway, they're going to close that gap tremendously, if not get to his bumper by the time this lap's over. Vidmontien to the inside here. He's going to go for a 2-for-1. Wow, Vidmontien from 4th into 2nd. Skinner looked for I thought he was going to go for a move there. Vidmontien thought better of it. So now they both work their way up to second and third, move Westcott and Olds now to fourth and fifth.
Skinner purple last time by. So, yeah, to your point, Vidmontien making moves. Skinner along with him. Or we're going to see Skinner do what he did in the first heat race, get up to the front, and then actually fight for the win, getting the win in the first part of the heat race. Now, trailing Vidmontien here. Still a long way to go. 6 laps left in this second heat race.
Yeah, I mean, it looks to me like Skinner's got a really good handling go-kart right now, but it would play in his favor, in my opinion, to just sit behind, push Vidmontien up to Garzone, because I mean, that's what he's done the whole race, right? Vidmontien's kind of just opened the door for him, and he's followed through every time. Skinner hasn't had to make a move for himself because Enzo does it for him. I'd stay behind the guy that's being really aggressive.
That's not a bad idea. That way you don't have that same person being aggressive now aggressive on you.
Exactly.
Right? You don't want to go backwards, and actually the inroads are happening. Vidmontien fastest at a 2.58.
5/10.
Yeah, exactly that half second faster than the leader, and right there with him, Landon Skinner. So Skinner Vidmontien now, that is going to be the fight for first to join Garzone. They are definitely making inroads there, but actually they're not breaking away from Olds and company.
Yeah, for sure. Olds does not let them get away at all. This part of the racetrack is where they seem to pull away, though. Olds seems to be much faster in the fast part of the racetrack, but when it gets to the tighter corners, it seems to be that maybe Vidmontien and Skinner have a little bit of a better handling go-kart, or maybe just the better gear.
Well, look at that. Second, third, fourth, 56 ones all, 3/10 quicker than our leader Garzone. It is going to be a group of 4, and Westcott's right in the conversation as well at 5. They've got a pretty good gap back to Ethan Tovo and company after that, and there it is.
Late defense there from Garzone. Holds on to P1, but for how much longer? Chop the nose there on Enzo Vidmontien. That was a late defense move. Oh, and he's going to go for a 2-for-1. Olds kind of cuts the track there a little bit, but I think he's going to get away with that one. Olds moves up a spot on Landon Skinner. Enzo somehow holds on to P2, but lost a bunch of ground to Garzone.
It's those kind of half moves where you're only getting a nose in there, and that's what's costing them. You don't have enough to actually make the maneuver, and instead you have to back out to make sure you keep the nose on the thing, and you lose all that time. If you just be a little bit more patient and get it full done, then you have a shot at it. Right now, Garzone's going to lead it for one more lap.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's the half moves, right? Besides the fact that the half moves usually end up costing you time, it can cause incidences, right? I've always told people if you're going to go for a pass, you have to go for it, or you don't even poke a nose, right? Because you poked half a nose, backed out of it, and now to me it's a waste of 2 laps, right? He's going to have to take 2 more laps just to get back up to him to even have a chance of this heat victory.
Well, not only that, what happens with the drivers behind you? You do a half move, it doesn't work.
Close
now
up.
Those drivers are like, well, forget this. I need to get around you if you're going to do that. So here we go with 3.5 laps to go. It's Garzone over Vidmontien, Old Skinner, Westcott. The front 5 are the ones that we will be watching as we get down to the last few laps. The small advantage is Garzone's, then Vidmontien, Old Skinner all in a row. Small gap to Westcott. Westcott personal best last time by, though, and starting to close that blue Nash ride within a couple of kart lengths to Skinner. Remember, Heat 1 winner.
Yeah, I mean, I expect a good lap here from Westcott. Got a real good toe behind him. Yep, 56.0. Olds just had a better lap than her, but a 56.0 as well for Olds, so she is amongst the fastest karts on the racetrack right now. Has closed the gap. It is now a 5-kart train here for this victory in Heat 2.
Enough of a gap there. You can see a look over the shoulder from our leader, but the move is going to be from Olds. Fastest lap last time. Slots right in there. Perfectly done to carry the speed on the exit. Skinner on the wrong side as they come through there. We'll have to slot back in. Will we see a move here? Vidmontien does not want to be anywhere but P2, and that is going to have them go backwards and, again, give the advantage to the leader, Garzone.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me these guys are content with racing for second. Skinner's going to make a move on Vidmontien. Old's going to follow through, kind of pinched him down in the grass. Enzo's going to hold on just. Old's going to slot back into play here. Westcott's just loving this right now. She's hoping all these guys just keep doing this and she can go for all 3 of them.
Well, the problem is every single lane was taken.
Yeah.
she opened things up to try to get a run, but then it was immediately filled. All of that keeps her back there. Old still hanging out in 4th. It's Vidmontien now trying to take the fight to Skinner, but no one's going to touch Garzone. Garzone now with a pretty good lead. Unless there's a mistake there, it should be theirs to win. The fight is for second.
Yeah, man, a 56.2 last time by himself is a pretty solid lap there, but a little bump and run there from Enzo Vidmontien. That was pretty obvious to me. Olds, just a little bit too ambitious of a move there. Moved Enzo out the way, and it cost him as well because for what he tried to gain, he lost 2 back.
And Peyton Westcott, we were just talking about, wanting to try to find that spot. Now here's the D. Going to try to hold on with throwing the defense in there. This is still not the last lap. There's a whole another lap and a half to go. About 1 lap here with The penultimate corner coming up here, this hairpin, this is big. Big runs coming off. It's going to be Westcott, Skinner, then Olds. Probably big defense coming to play. Watch out for Olds, going to be able to pounce.
Yeah, but I mean, Westcott, like I was saying, she was loving all that action, just looking for the time and place to go and pick up all 3 spots, and they pretty much handed it to her on a silver platter. Let's see if she can finish it off here in the final lap.
That's Big D all the way to the inside. White lining. Here comes Skinner. Not enough. That was very well done by Westcott to go deep, although Skinner had to do it on the dirty part of the track.
Yep.
It is a 3-way fight for second.
Yeah, Westcott, great defense there on Landon Skinner. Just was able to hold him off, and I think she has enough of a gap here. If she can put together a good final few corners, she might be able to hold on to P2 here. Back out front, though, Garzone, I mean, last time I had 56-1. It's an incredible lap to do by yourself here at KA Junior. Westcott throwing a real good defense here on Skinner. Penultimate corner coming up. Look for the crossover move here. I think it's going to happen. Landon Skinner, not going to happen here. Garzone's going to win Heat 2. Westcott's going to cross the line P2 here, and Skinner P3.
With the win there, that was big. We got, before we get rolling with our next one, we're going to go down for a quick interview here.
All right, welcome down here trackside with Danny Formal. Really quickly, you got to get ready while the track gets cleared out. But first of all, yesterday, pole in qualifying, but no hole shot in heat number 1, man. What happened on that start?
No, the flagger took like 6 seconds to throw the green, so I was pretty loaded on the clutch and didn't want to burn it, so I grabbed it all the way in, and AJ got a great start. But no, pace is great, motor was great, chassis was great, and was able to walk away with it and, yeah, save some of the tires in the last couple laps.
Yeah, I mean, we know Orlando was obviously really key about saving tires. This weekend seems like maybe it's not as bad on tire day. How has it been for you?
Tire drag is not the issue. It does destroy the tire. But for some reason, it looks ugly, but it still grips up. We've tried, you know, I think everyone's tried really low tire pressure, high tire pressure. After 5-6 laps, the tires just kind of fall off. So I think everyone's in the same boat. So whoever could, you know, hold on the best has the best shot.
That's Danny Formali, rolls off. Pole once again for Heat 2 and Heat 3. It's coming up next here. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Yeah, Formal didn't get the hole shot he would have wanted, but like you said, you know, maybe just the flag guy held the green longer than he would have expected there. AJ got the better of him in the hole shot, but Formal just had too much pace from there in the heat.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty strong finish there for Formal, and again, we actually saw the battle being in second place before things started stringing out at the very end. I'd be curious to see what adjustments these drivers he's made. I mean, it was cooler too. It was a good bit cooler. The sun is starting to think about. We're starting to see some blue sky poke through the clouds. The sun poke through the clouds as our shifter drivers will be up next in about 2 minutes. Looks like they're thinking about firing up shortly.
Yeah, but before we do that, let's go to a quick commercial break. When we are back, Heat 2 for Pro Shifter. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, my name is AJ Myers. I'm 26 years old, drive for Magic Kart USA, and I'm currently based out of Mooresville, North Carolina. I started racing back when I was about 5 years old. First time out in the kart was on my dad's lap in a shifter kart. Eventually he turned the reins over to me, and we were on the lowest budget possible, never had the good stuff, good tires, new engines. We worked our way forward. We were always fast, never really winning, and then eventually as I grew up, I got a little support, got some good equipment, and things started rolling, and then here I am today. But I have humble beginnings, and I respect the kids out here that have the cue ball helmets, that have the no budget. I mean, I've been there before. I may look like this professional driver, but I mean, I came from nothing. My dad put everything into this to let me be here right now, and just grateful. I've never been one to spend money on myself, so I don't get myself these nice things. Honestly, I've always wanted a Subaru STI stick shift. This is what I wanted back when I was 10 years ago, and still wouldn't mind to have it. Oh, easy. It's actually a really good story, yeah. I mean, first got with these guys is when I got my first kind of break in karting was with PCR. It was Checkered Motorsports and it was PCR, and we won the USPKS championship in that. I got that, and from there I just built myself up. And then a couple years later, things worked out. They started up the Magic Kart, and I was like, I want to be on that. Like, they're family, and it was great. I mean, I was doing CRG, TV kart for a while, and great teams, great equipment. But at the end of the day, we're a big family. We go back to the hotel together. We have dinners together. We text all week, making jokes. There's no one in the world that gives each other a harder time. The amount of times we say, give each other crap over and over again, and we just take it because we all know we're just family. I always like racing. I want to be a race car driver. Yes, obviously I could have done a better job maybe selling myself to get there. Obviously I haven't made it there. I always had the backup plan. So before I have my job now, I was going to school before I came to the races. I would miss practice because I was at school. So I always had the backup plan, was getting my engineering degree, and now being 26, I have my mechanical engineering job back in Mooresville, and it's nice. The owner works in racing, and so he understands everything. It's pretty lenient, 410s. I get to leave on Fridays and just make do with what I can. I missed practice yesterday, but it's Orlando. It's the same tower we ran USPS at. Left the kart the same, and we're in good shape. I don't think my girlfriend would give me very good reviews on that one. I'd give myself a 1 out of 10. I can cook a steak, not well. Anything on the skillet, some pasta, the basics. For whatever reason, I fixated on Jenson Button growing up, so I always was cheering for him, whatever team he was on. When he was on like the Earth Dreams car, getting P last until when he won the world championship. It was just always Jenson Button.
We are back and just about ready to get rolling with Pro Shifter. Danny Formal just got done talking to him here. He's going to lead things off. You got AJ Myers. We've heard more about him alongside. Xander, back in the booth here. One of your favorite classes, brother.
Always good to watch some of the best in the business get after it here. AJ Myers versus Danny Formal. AJ got the whole shot in Heat 1. Who gets it in Heat 2? They're nose to nose down to turn number 1. Myers is again going to nose ahead through the S's by turn 2. And AJ Myers is 2 for 2 on whole shots so far. You heard from Danny that he felt like the flagman held it a little bit too long in Heat 1. He had to slowly release the clutch there. It was already starting to heat the motor up. So this time looked like a more even start off the gun. But that outside lane, if they can stay even into turn number 1, seems to be pretty solid here, Mike, because turn 2 is just that much sharper and more key of a corner. You get the inside for 2, it's better than the inside for turn 1.
Yeah, we were talking about that. It is basically, it's a left, a right, a left, a double right onto the straightaway for these drivers, and trying to make sure you carry as much speed through there while not getting in the marbles is key. Right there, whole shot number 2 for the P2 man, and now going to lead lap 1, AJ Myers.
Danny Formal, a little mistake there coming onto the front straightaway. Dropped a tire coming out of that final turn. It's allowed Marin Kremers to close up to him. Didn't see much from Kremers in the first heat. Now we see him P2 for the 201. Marin Kremers gets the job done as he rockets down the back straightaway. Formal wants it back. He looks back to the inside in turn 6. And Danny with a big answer back to Marin. And Giorgio Carrara, who was so fast in the opening heat race here, now gets a shot to battle with these two guys for second as AJ Myers is starting to set sail. That lead is up about probably a second already, headed down to turn number 11, and they're stacked up behind the big guy. Formal, Kremers, Carrara, they all bottleneck out. It is then Hunter Pickett, who's under fire from Talon Yockel, who's looking and not able to get it done into turn 13.
What kind of racing is going on here? This is completely different from what we saw from the first heat race. Formal now having to set sail on his own to try to catch back up to AJ Myers, but we did see he had that long run pace in the first heat race. Formal should start making inroads.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Danny definitely have good speed, but even then he kind of got out as they battled a little bit behind him. He had good speed at the very, very end. Although I will say it looked like the middle of the heat race, AJ and Marin and Carrara all looked a little bit better. So we'll figure it out as it goes for heat number 2. Of course, now we've gone a couple hours, laid some more rubber down, heated the track up a little more. Conditions might be slightly different than where they were this morning when these guys were on the racetrack at 10 a.m. local time compared to now in the afternoon, the heat of the day. But Formal, let's see what the laps look like this time by. 3 complete. Myers a 50.29, Formal a 2.89. So 4 thousandths better for Danny.
It's obviously very, very close to the top 2, but let's see what happens with the rest of these guys. Start to get in, they start getting some heat in the tires, start getting rolling. And I love that Formal even ducking a little bit, try to get everything he can to catch back up to AJ. He may not have to worry about the points or like that, but he wants to make sure he grabs every single deal. He doesn't want to sit second. Formal doesn't like not winning.
Well, and not only that, right, but, with AJ finishing second in that first heat race, now the pressure's on Danny to not fall further back than second, so at least they go into the third heat tied for the front row into the main. But if he lets Marin get by, he lets Carrara get by, all of a sudden those guys get good heats. Not only does it push Danny further downward and AJ a bigger gap, it gives those guys the opportunity with a good final heat race on the day to put Danny back to row 2. And that is the big difference. We've seen AJ obviously hole shot it twice now from the outside of the front row, so either spot is probably fine, but you go back to that second row and you got to either bank on the guy in front of you getting a good start or start around him. That's a big disadvantage compared to where he's sitting right now for these 3 heat races.
That's a good point. If he does end up crossing line P2 in this thing, they're tied. If he goes back to third, there's the difference. And right now, the guy in third was the fastest last time. Marian Kremers in that 2:01 in that red Burrell. He's right. Actually, it looked like he's closing there on Formal. Again, like I said, fastest last time. Looks like he's continuing to have that speed right on the back bumper as they go through that hairpin. Marian Kremers is coming.
Yeah, he is right there. Car length away. That time by another 50 flat for Marian Kremers. That was even to what A.J. Myers was able to do. And it's always tough to guesstimate here for these guys. Like we talked about in heat number 1, who is pushing at 90%, 80%. Compared to where they will be in the final, where it'll be, at some points of that final for sure, 100% and 110% of everything they've got in it right now. For Danny, I don't know if he's kind of conceded the fight to AJ for the moment. Is he still pushing for more? But we just saw him put his personal best together, but maybe he's still trying to not, overcook the tires on the entry. You heard him there. He didn't feel like tire dag was massive, but it's still, taking care of it where you can, just because you can never hurt to have too much good rubber left on your tires. But also the tire heat is the biggest thing we always hear from these drivers on these MGs and Avincos we race on regularly, is that you push them too hard for 1 lap, you got to take 2 cool down laps just to get back to neutral again.
Well, to your point, did he try to duck, or did he dial things back? Did he concede that he was going to be P2? Last time by, I saw him not duck. Oh, he's ducking again. So it looks like Formal still trying to roll. He did actually gain just ever so slightly, still over a second back. And right there with him, as far as the times go, it's Kremers. So it's Formal and Kremers actually pulling on Carrera just behind him. Pickett even further back there. It's really the fight for P2 that we're watching. Look, Kremers starting to really dig under the brakes, trying to put the pressure on it. Can he somehow get Danny to make a mistake, a misshift or whatever? Here's the closest he's been. Here's a shot for second. Move Kremers up.
Nicely done. Marian Kremers gets through to P2. That's not what Danny Formal wanted to see. That's exactly, though, what Giorgio Carrara wanted to see as he's closing in on these 2 drivers here through turns 4 and 5. Down the backstretch we go again, 2.5 laps to go. Carrara is only about 3 car lengths back. He's ducking his head behind the wheel, though he's got, a much smaller hole in the air than the big man Danny Formal does. But out of turn 7, Marian Kremers a car length up in P2, highest he's been so far this weekend.
Yeah, and that move by Kremers was slows Formal down. Obviously, Formal 50.6 with that pass being done, and Carrera a 198. So 4/10 or so for Carrera to make that a little bit of an advantage. If these guys go back and forth, we're going to see him jump right back. It could be a 3-car fight here with 2 laps to go. Kremers has it. Formal keeping the pressure on. Big run off the final hairpin. We could see Formal try something down the back straightaways all over the back end of Kremers.
Yeah, what about that move Kremers did a couple laps ago in turn 4? You can see Kremers went low there to block it. That's going to allow Danny to kind of set up a better line on the exit. You can see he had a good run. He's half a car length away, but Kremers takes that idea out of his head by just going a little more narrow into the braking zone. So no move there. Now he pulls back away. This corner right here, again, the hardest the drivers have described of the aero wash, the amount of load that they put on the left side tires, how fast they want to go, but still how tight of a radius corner that is. It's really difficult to run behind someone and not have the air hitting your nose cone and hitting your front bumper through turns 8 and 9. But into the final turn, It looked like Danny had a shot at him, didn't take it or wasn't able to take it. Carrara now closes into a car length away while A.J. Myers sees the white flag. 1 to go here in heat number 2.
Yeah, to you, like you just said, Carrera now is getting within a kart length of Formal himself. Are they spread out enough to where you don't have to throw any defense? I don't know if Formal's going to be close enough. He takes a look over his shoulder. He knows he doesn't have that big of a lead. No fight here. Small amount of defense from Kremers. It's going to be close here in the last few corners.
Yeah, I think we may be riding all the way to the end. Without a mistake from any of these guys, that gap is enough for the experience and level they're at to realize, hey, this is still only heat 2. We're going to finish where we are. All of us still need to find something to get to that guy. A.J. Myers leads them into the final corners. Kremers looks like he's got second. Formal third. Carrara fourth. But the Magic Man is going to take advantage of the whole shot. He'll win flag to flag in heat 2. A.J. Myers wins in Pro Shifter, and now he takes over the heat race point lead thanks to Marin Kremers getting around Danny Formal. And so Kremers here with a third and a fourth and a second. Carrara a third and a fourth. Formal a first and a third, and Myers a first and a second. Leads them into heat number 3, but 2 completely different races, just like you said, Mike, than what we saw earlier today.
Yeah, Formal was basically the guy in the first one, and this time, a little bit of a back and forth, but yeah, he didn't get the whole shot, and this time, didn't get it back from Myers.
And I got to give a lot of kudos to Talon Yockel there in the 224 Magic. I mean, Hunter Pickett's kind of been at the tail end of this lead group throughout most of this weekend speed-wise, and that's how we've seen a lot of that throughout the winter of this year. But Talon Yockel in his sophomore season in the Pro Shifter classes was right there with Pickett. We saw him challenge him one moment into turn 13. Those two kind of in no man's land in 5th and 6th. They were close together, so he's closing the gap, and it helps when you got a rocket ship superstar leading the team out in front and winning races. A.J. Myers victorious in heat number 2 in Pro Shifter presented by SRP Engines. Next up, the Micro Slips get set to go green here from Houston. Stick with us. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the US Pro Kart Series Texas Grand Prix. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
My name's Austin Garrison. I race for Speed Concepts Racing, and you're watching Kart Chaser.
Welcome back here to the US Pro Kart Series Texas Grand Prix. Xander Clemens alongside me, Mike Smith, along with Alexander Sterling, Sally Mott down on pit lane. The Team Ferris Racing Micros lifts onto the racetrack. We'll hear from our top drivers in Pro Shifter as they work their way through the scales midway through this one also. From heat number 1, we saw Cade Casper and the Trackside Karting Services GFC get a bit of a jump on Parker Ives. He unfortunately, after winning the race, was assessed a penalty. It pushed him back to 6th, but still not nearly as bad as Parker Ives got it, as since the inside lane kind of got swallowed up by the pack, he got turned in front of the 39-driver Microsoft field. He drove his way back up to 22nd, but he's looking to make up for lost ground when it comes to heat race points, so keep your eye on that red, white, and black Ryan Berry Motorsport Nitro card of Parker Ives as the number 80 Parolin has a problem. That is one of the front-running, I believe might be one of the drivers in the top 10. That was 3rd place, Liam Nachawati. Liam Nachawati off on the side of the racetrack, so another one of our top 5 drivers here, Mike, out in one of the 2 heat races so far.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened. I just saw him stationary just before turn 1, so not sure if there was a bit of a spin and things couldn't get fired back up again, but Nachawati out before we even get going. Looking for a green here in Micro. We've got it now. Let's hopefully we get all the way through here to the S's.
Good start through. It looks like Casper gets to 2nd. Pasha Ali to 3rd. Tanner Barsh on the low side trying to hang on. Slides wide. Ali's going to fall way back now as Barsh goes a little wide, and a big improvement for Alex Chandler. What a great start there for the Iron Rock Motorsports driver. He's up to 3rd. Here comes Barsh back on him. Takes that spot away. Heat 1 winner Colton Schniegenberg's there on that blue and red Energy. And they go side by side through 7. Barsh versus Schniegenberg. Chandler's back clear. All good up front. And it's back to 2nd, I think, for Parker Ives because Cade Casper has wasted 0 time to go to the lead.
And there goes Schniegenberg making a move right there. Contact all the way around. They're going to continue.
Oh, 1 up and over hard there at the exit of turn number 11. We're going to go away from that crash just for the moment. Looks like the other driver involved, it kind of all got tangled as Alex Chandler was collected first. It was Mikey Collins there. There's the number 35 U-Race Parolin that was the driver that went up and over. Hard impact into the ground for Mikey Collins, but he is up and under his own power and just getting checked on by the officials over there. So far, we stay green. If the driver's okay, we won't pause the race. If they need help, we'll instantly red flag and bring the medical vehicle onto the circuit. But for now, a lap and a half in and a rough and tumbly opening circuit there. The second half of it, Mike, has spread our field out.
I was just going to say the officials went down there and had a little convo with the Munchkins before they got going. I was like, hey, they're doing a pretty good job. And actually, that still was good racing. It just, they closed up. That move that happened kind of balled things up, and it went from 3 drivers trying to find a space for 2, and sometimes inevitably you're going to have that wheel contact.
Yeah, ultimately there, the wheel contact taking Alex Chandler a little bit further back. He had such a great start to get as high as third. Obviously takes Mikey Collins out, collected a few more on the way, and shook up our order. It's Casper and Ives. They're still safe out front. Schniegenberg third, Barsh fourth. Aston Wyatt, the biggest benefactor of the whole thing, he moved up to fifth. And Luke Giglio, how about that for Giglio? 2 laps in, he's up 10 spots to sixth from 16th on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Paralyn and Nitro Kart operation. So I believe it's a Nitro Kart there for Giglio, but the RPM entry of Luke Giglio is up to P6, just ahead of Alex Chandler. And now we trade the lead. Parker Ives, your leader, out of 6. Schniegenberg trying to fight for it, out of 7. Door to 8 and 9.
Ives is going to have the top spot, with Schniegenberg's going to settle for second, but definitely not going to hang out there very long, as we've got moves that are probably going to happen here quick. Here comes Schniegenberg for the lead right now, Xander.
Great battle there. Aston Wyatt forcing his way down the inside on the curbing. He gets around Casper. It shuffles Ives all the way wide. Tanner Barsh going to try and get through, but he can't. He has to give way. So Aston Wyatt, Cade Casper, a little contact. Colton Schniegenberg works his way around the chaos. And for the second race in a row, his nose is clean. This time he's the leader. And a furl black flag warning going to Aston Wyatt as Ives makes a nice move there, getting around Tanner Barsh. Or tried to. It looked like he almost got clear, couldn't do it. Barsh hangs on to P4. Schniegenberg leads down the backstretch. Let's get set to go side by side here early on in this Micro Swift Heat race. AJ Myers improves on his Heat 1 result with a whole shot and a second. Gets a whole shot and a win. He is down with Sally Mott.
So you've been quick all weekend. In the first heat, you got the whole shot. Danny passed you back. The second heat, you were able to get a lead and keep it. What was the difference?
I mean, the first heat, it was good. Everything felt great. I felt like I just lacking a little bit of power. Wasn't sure what it was. All we changed for this heat, we put a new chain on it. We found that it was a little messed up. Put that on, fixed everything, man. And the kart we haven't touched all day. It's just been rolling. And just got to keep working on it. They're going to keep coming for me, and I expect another battle.
Awesome. So these lap times are back-to-back. What's the secret to getting a really good start?
The start is just years of doing it. I mean, Danny has it too. I mean, just reaction time. I got it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
There you hear it from AJ Myers. Again, just years and years of doing reaction time and one up in each other. They both know they're top-level starters, but good to hear that from AJ Myers. Just a little change for him, and it makes the difference to get the speed that he needed. Just obviously a chain with maybe a kink in it or something, right?
Can you imagine that? Hey, what did you change? We changed the chain, and that's what made us go faster. Crazy.
Wild stuff here. Speaking of wild stuff, look at this battle going on here with 6 laps to go. Schniegenberg versus Aston Wyatt versus Cade Casper. We're going to go down here to hear as well from Talon Yockel in just a moment, who's down with Alexander Searle. Talon Yockel getting closer and closer to that lead group, race by race, week by week, and session by session right there. He almost got the job done on Hunter Pickett. We're going to go down trackside to Alex and see if we can hear what's been the biggest progression here this weekend and where Talon ranks himself after a solid top 10 result in heat number 2. Alex?
Thanks, Andrew. Here with Talon Yockel. Talon, it's been a solid weekend for you so far. You know, fighting up in the top 5. You were quicker most of that race than Hunter Pickett. Wasn't able to get around him. Walk me through your race and how your weekend's gone so far.
First time here, first of all, so I'm really enjoying the track, vibing with it pretty well. During that heat race, you know, I felt like I had more pace than them, but I would catch them in awkward spots on the track, so I couldn't get the move done. Other than that, I'm happy with how it's going so far, staying in top 6 consistently. Just got to work on my reactions on the start. Hopefully get by off the launch and get some top 5s, maybe look at the top 3. I don't know, but we'll see where we get.
Awesome, yeah. I mean, obviously, like you said, top 6 there, good, solid run for you. You're about 2/10 off your teammate AJ Myers. I mean, where do you think you're kind of lacking that last, little bit to fight in the top 3?
Just I carry too much speed mid-corner, and he's the master of getting it in fast and then weaving fast. So I just got to mimic what he's doing on the data. We've been working together really well. We got a good environment going on. Been listening, and it's working so far. So 2/10, that's probably 1 corner for me.
Awesome, yeah. Talon Yockel feeling pretty confident going to the 3rd heat. Back to you guys.
Each weekend, Talon Yockel is getting closer and closer to his Magic Kart USA teammate, AJ Myers. I could see with him Did another track walk again this morning to work on getting him up to speed. But speaking about getting up to speed here, this group has stayed at the fastest times for the most part of this race. Maxwell Macha holds the fastest overall lap, but last time by, he was a bit slower. I think that was a really, really good draft lap. We've seen them trade spots a little bit, and then, Mike, during those interviews, seemed like things kind of finally calmed down up front, which they should have probably 3 laps prior, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, our leader right now is Aston Wyatt, and Aston Wyatt been the fastest of the group. Got there, started making inroads to the front, up 7 spots. Colton Schneegenberg already won the first heat race via the penalty that actually happened to Casper. But Casper's in this conversation in third. New fastest lap, 4th place driver, Tanner Barsh.
Yeah, Tanner Barsh right there on the edge of the top 5. Luke Giglio in 6th, still a little ways back. Giglio's been even or a little quicker than this group here. He's trying to hunt down his RPM teammate in Parker Ives up the road. Ives that time by went 0.2 better than the leaders. Giglio about even. Juan Diego Garcia's was even quicker. This is going to help a little bit as they go side by side for second. Cade Casper versus Aston Wyatt. Casper gets the spot. Schneegenberg taking over the lead. So Aston Wyatt first back to third. Now fighting for second as we come down the front stretch to 2 to go.
That was a close one there. The 5-7 and the 2-1 side by side there in the 90 right on the straightaway. Just trying to find that last little piece of room to try to make things happen. Wyatt had to back out. Right now, Schneegenberg has it. Casper had the win, got a jump start penalty in the first heat race. Now wants to try to snag this thing and try to go technically 2 for 2.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do so here. Down the inside, though, behind him, more action. Barsh and Ives getting by on Aston Wyatt. The next group still a little bit too far back to play spoiler for a lap and a half remaining on the clock. But Tanner Barsh, Parker Ives, they need to continue to work together if they want to catch up to these two. They're disconnected up front. Barsh a little more concerned about the fight for third, though. He kind of defends from Ives in turn 11. He knows, again, how fast Parker's been. Parker, of course, put it on the pole in qualifying. But the white flag will wave this time. They're low on laps to get back to the leaders. Wyatt knows that as well. As we go down the front stretch here, the question will just be if Cade Casper can get up to Colton Schneegenberg. Can Schneegenberg on the books get 2 in a row, or can Casper be the first one to the checkered flag? 2 heat races in a row. Final time down the back straightaway.
This is going to be an opportunity for Casper. He's going to be able to get that draft. We're going to look. There's the defense. The defense coming from Schneegenberg. Big defense. That's going to be a bit much, but should be able to carry speed is going to be Casper. Here we go through the corner. Can we see an over-under? Casper side by side for the next corner. Left-hander. Another over-under. Is it going to be enough? Casper to the lead. Not quite clear.
Almost there, but here's one last over-under. He gets him side by side. Still can't fully get it done. Over to 10 and 11. Last time into the infield hairpin. Schneegenberg, late move low. Casper's going to get a nice crossover here. Now they're going to have a long line to drag race down this short chute. Schneegenberg gets clear. Low again. Been perfect blocking so far. Now to the final turn. Casper to the bumper. Moves him up the racetrack a little bit. Not enough to get by, though. And Colton Schneegenberg, Heat 1 and Heat 2 winner in Micro Swift. Nicely done. Casper second, Ives third, Wyatt, Barsh, your top 5. Giglio ends in 6th there, just a little bit too late, but still 10 spots gained for Luke Giglio. Diego Garciars, Maxwell Macha, Alex Chandler, up, down, sideways, and ends in 9th. Pasha Ali, who started in the 5th spot, got shuffled back, never really could recover. He ends 10th. Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres, 10 spots gained to 11th. Liam Van Beek, 12th. Josh Bergman, Grayson Walcott, and Zane Burgess, your top 15 there. In that one, of course, we saw, unfortunately, Mikey Collins going up and over. He has been checked, is okay. And as for Liam Nachawati, heartbreak to go out on the warm-up lap. Nothing worse than that. You don't even get a chance to fight. You can't even get the heart rate up, it seems like, Mike, when you go out that early in the session.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're like, hey, it's all good. We're going to be fine. And then, again, something happens where you get up out. Drivers who did need to have good finishes there, Liam Van Beek, Zan Burgess, Paxton Romero, and Kimo Ahmad. All 4 of those drivers having issues. Emerson Lane issues. Luke Giglio, as you said, all those drivers involved in that first lap deal last time. Clean race now. They can hit the reset button and use this momentum going forward.
Yeah, especially right for Giglio with a 6th place result. That's big. Now, let's go here to the KA 100 seniors, which, again, these guys, it matters even more so with their class being split in half. Mike Doty Racing KA Senior with Josh Campbell having a phenomenal qualifying effort. He was able to fight there with Elio Meza, Josh Holtz, and Josh Campbell in their heat. Got away. Holtz ended up getting the win. Campbell ended up second, but now they've got to go up against the fastest kids. You've got the Heat 1 winners both in this heat here. Elio Meza from the pool, Josh Holtz from P4. We'll give you the full grid, the full lineup, and everything you need to know after this. Stick with us. KA Senior coming up next here for heat number 2, live from Houston. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
My name's Austin Garrison. I race for Speed Concepts Racing, and you're watching Kart Chaser.
So groups A and C getting set to battle against each other for the first time here in Mike Doty Racing KA100 Senior. Again, as we mentioned right before the commercial break, both Elio Meza and Josh Holtz have split the heat races so far today from the opening round. So one of them will come away with another heat win, or could, but one will absolutely not. We go for the lineup. Meza gets the best spot to try and get a second heat win of the pair. He rolls off on pole. Josh Campbell to his outside. Alex Stanfield put a good lesson on Elio Meza in that opening heat race, sending it around the outside in turn number 6 on the outlap. He'll have the opportunity to do it again if he can get a good start. He rolls off in third. Josh Holtz to the outside in fourth.
Henry Wheeler and Cooper Shipman is the third row. Then we got Ben Cooper, who talk about putting on a show and teaching a few things. That was what Ben Cooper was doing with Alex Feldstein alongside Aiden Levy and Brandon Lemke, the rest of your top 10.
Joey Friend and Anthony Rivera, a couple of young guns here in their rookie year up in the class. And then you go back from them to find Christopher Martin. And then your points leader coming into the weekend here after a dominant run in Orlando, Christian Miles rolls off 14th here for this heat race. Let's see how they stack up as they go towards the tram lines. Meza, Campbell, side by side. The field forms up with the rest of them all in tow. and it is 26, I believe, in this one. Green flag in the air, down to turn number 1. How good of a start did Josh Campbell get? It looks like it should be enough for 4th, but he's not going to get taken out, which is the important part here. Saving the tires and saving yourself is what these heat races are all about. Down the backstretch here, Campbell going to block from Josh Oates. He'll bring the train low. The top 3 stay single file. No one going to dive into turn number 6.
Smooth running here from some veteran drivers, making sure they get through all of those first few corners. Yeah, that was actually Campbell going long there, missing that corner and actually dropping back a couple more spots, back to, I believe, 6th.
Yeah, Josh Oates went around the outside in turn number 6. Very similar to Alex Stanfield in that opening heat race on Mesa. But Cooper Shipman is just going to carve his way through both Campbell and Oates. Cooper Shipman rolled off here in the 6th spot. Now he's up to 4th and looking for some more towards the final corner. Big dive from Ben Cooper, trying to take advantage of the wounded Josh Campbell, who is just getting dirt on the tires corner after corner. Even Aiden Levy banging tires with him down the front stretch. Campbell needs to maybe make a move back around Cooper, or at least block for a turn or two and just kind of hold everybody back for the moment, as all this time has cost him a lot of track position and a lot of distance to the race leader, Elio Meza. Down the backstretch here. Here he goes, looking to block from Levy, and he does. He'll keep him at bay for the moment as they go through turn 7.
As you say, just need to block a little bit to maybe hit the reset button, right? Be able to get a chance to just chill out as Levy goes down 1 to the 901 there. That was Brandon Lemke moving up. And remember, Lemke, we watched him march his way all the way through the field. Lemke already getting the job done there on Levy. Move Lemke up now 2 more spots. He's in 8th.
Yeah, he's done it once, looking to do it again towards the final turn. 2 laps to be completed this time. Big dive behind Lemke. That's one of the other Hotes driver development entries. That's the 969 of Alex Feldstein, cracking the top 10. Looking to get around Levy as well as they go through the S's here. So 2 down, 8 to go. Feldstein applying some pressure to that Team Tarp Alonso kart. While up at the front, Alex Stanfield doing everything he can to keep Elio Meza in his sights. He has been in his tire tracks every lap of the way, every corner of the way thus far. And he's kept him closer than that opening heat race here, that race that saw Meza get away. Stanfield just had to watch him drive off into the distance. Right now, he's at least holding him honest and staying close. And Josh Oates and Cooper Shipman, I think they're making up a little ground on him. That time by, they were maybe a couple hundredths better. This time they look even better than that as we go to the final sector.
Yeah, this is going to be our first chance to really see what everybody's got going on. It'll be lap 3. Everything's been pretty calm. Oh, we got 2 together. Cooper and I want to say Lemke.
No, that's Cooper and Oates.
You're right, it is Oates, yeah.
Josh Oates and Ben Cooper get together at the edge of the screen, and that was weird the way that went down because I didn't think they were that close to each other.
Yeah, it was late in the corner.
I don't know if Ben was trying to get around Josh or maybe get around the next guy or what, because again, Josh was on the bumper of Cooper Shipman, and we knew that Cooper had Brandon Lemke starting to bear down on him, so maybe he was close enough and tried to get by. Those are 2 veteran drivers here. But, 2, I would say, pretty different driving styles of each other. You see Ben Cooper with a lot of aggressive dives on the bottom. Josh Oates, one of those guys that'll race you through the corner, maybe not be, again, just a little more of a different type of style. I don't know. Whatever it was, maybe it was accidental how they kind of hooked up. They're out of it. It's a 3-kart break, nearly 4 with Cooper Shipman, and then what was a 5-car pack down to 3. Lemke, Campbell, who's gotten new life thanks to that, and Aiden Levy.
Yeah, and visually, I was just going to say it looked like Shipman might be the quick one, but also Lemke there, fastest lap of the race. Josh Campbell, to your point, gives a chance to hit the, a little bit of breathe the life into his race. Remember, Campbell actually made the move for the lead and then gave it back to Oates earlier, so he's got what it takes to win a heat race, and now trying to follow Lemke all the way up to the front.
Right, speaking of breathing new life, that's exactly what you would expect when you hit the fastest lap of the race as well. Josh Campbell, currently quickest driver on the racetrack by about 1/10 of a second. Lemke's still pretty quick himself in the 901 Millwright Racing X-Spree, but they were 5th and 6th, so 5 spots gained for Lemke. Now let's look up at the front. Henry Wheeler, he really needs just a good top 3. He saw that first race. Alex Stanfield worked him over a couple times, then the pack swallowed him up, fell back to the edge of the top 10 to 9th. His speed, though, in that BJR MDR Lando Norris kart, I think, is something that could at least contend for a podium, if not a race win. So if he can make the right decisions, if he can kind of earn the respect where when he passes a guy, they'll follow him, he might be able to challenge for some hardware this weekend. But he needs a good heat like this one where he can stay on Stanfield's bumper, and then Stanfield's like, all right, this guy's not making mistakes every corner. He was on my tail the whole race. If the roles get reversed in the next heat race, I know that he could be a good leader of a two-car train. But that's, again, stuff you just kind of got to put up with a little bit, and every driver's path to getting respect and being a looked-at contender is always a little bit different, Mike.
Yeah, indeed it is. And you also have to think about what you got going on in front of you. You said getting worked over a little bit in the first heat race. You kind of have to pay attention with what you got going on. And Stanfield was elbows up, right? In the first one, anytime someone made a move on Stanfield, he wanted to make sure that he could get him right back, or he made it hard on him. The front four were almost identical. The driver on the move is Brandon Lemke. Lemke was 4/10 quicker 2 laps ago, 3/10 quicker than the leaders this time. Lemke should be all over the back end of Shipman now, and it's going to be Lemke, the one to watch.
Yeah, here he is. Good call. Cooper Shipman's going to come under fire. 4-4, turn 6, down the inside. Nice and easy for Brandon Lemke. And guess what here? He still has enough time to get to that top 3 group. That's only about 7/10 of a second up the road, maybe less than that, to Henry Wheeler now. Probably 3 car lengths as they go into the infield hairpin.
Yeah, he gets the job done right there, doesn't lose a bunch, and immediately, boom, pulls out a kart length. So the Lemke machine is on fire.
Yeah, Brandon Lemke looking good here. Some good luck in his first trip to Texas after coming off the opening round in Orlando, where that track has been nothing but cruel to him for the last 2 seasons. Down the front straightaway, the top 4 all still pretty evenly matched for the top 3, with Lemke quicker. It's tightening up at the front. Shipman was closing in still. I think he still is decent. And Josh Campbell, not as fast as Lemke, but he is faster than the leaders also. He's 2/10 better than everybody in this group. How long does Henry Wheeler wait behind Stanfield? And can Stanfield get to Mesa before Lemke arrives on the scene? I think Lemke's just going to carve right through all of them. Coming to turns 8 and 9. We're 2.5 to go. No time to waste, no time to spare. Over to the infield hairpin once again.
Yeah, I don't think Lemke's close enough for turn 11, but I think you're going to see it in 14. Again, right to the back bumper as they come out of 11, 14. That hairpin right before the straightaway here at the start. Watch for the inside. He tried getting the setup. There it is. Lemke to the inside. Move Lemke up. He is not going to wait behind Stanfield. I expect if he gets to the first complex well, the move is going to happen at the end of the straight.
Stanfield took a look back there. He didn't hear Henry Wheeler, so he wanted to check who it was, and now he sees that bright orange and kind of dark green machine, the Millwright Racing X30 of Brandon Lemke, hunting him down. Big run down the backstretch for the 901. Stanfield can feel it. Little shimmy down to the inside to block for second. Lemke now has to adjust the strategy. He isn't just going to be able to easily get around him. He has to dive him in 7, and he does it perfectly. That right there, the sign of a seasoned veteran and a former Pro Division national champ. And he is frustrated with Alex Stanfield saying, kid, come on. We had the leader in our sights, and now with the lap slap coming up, there's no shot we can get there. Lemke frustrated. He was hoping to get a heat race win for the second heat race in a row. He gets caught in a melee. And just that one blocking move seemed to frustrate him. I don't know if he would have gotten to Elio, though, even without that, Mike.
Yeah, but you want to at least say that you had the opportunity. I mean, especially when he knows how strong he is. It was a perfectly done move. Like, he knew that he wasn't going to make the shot going into the hairpin, so he set up. You could see the exit was strong and just got the job done on the left. Now, there's a little bit of a defense. The draft is going to come from Stanfield. Will Stanfield be close? No. Stanfield's going to block from the drivers behind. The fight is now just behind.
Good move by Cooper Shipman. Heads up driving once he saw Henry Wheeler open up for the corner. And that was Wheeler trying to maybe set up a crossover maneuver. Instead, he got past for 4th. So now Shipman to 4th. Wheeler's 5th with pressure from Josh Campbell. All of this for the second heat race in a row is happening behind the 927 machine. Charlie Swain, Iron Rock Motorsports, Elio Meza as his teammate Shipman gets 3rd in the final turn. Meza is perfect still. 2 heat races, 2 heat wins here in KA Senior.
Phenomenal weekend so far for Meza. As you say, getting the job done for both heats. And now Lemke P2, Cooper Shipman, as you say, making that pass at the end for 3rd. Alex Stanfield slips to 4th after second for most of that race. Henry Wheeler 5th. Josh Campbell 6th. Aiden Levy, Christopher Martin, Finnegan Bailiff up 10 spots to 9th. Seamus McKendry, your top 10.
And while, again, he hasn't been the fastest car on the racetrack every single lap, he is still pitching a perfect game. Pole in both classes he's racing in. Heat race wins in every heat he started. Elio Meza is phenomenal, and he has not put a single wheel wrong. And he's won every heat race so far in dominant fashion, leading flag to flag. Super, super impressive stuff out of the Houston, Texas-based driver. And speaking, of course, of the SpeedSportz Racing Park, we know Elio Meza knows his way around it. For those of you here tuning in live, you can always check out track previews from some of the best tracks in North America to improve your own driving on kartclass.com. And here's a taste, just a little teaser of the expertise that comes from the winningest Australian karter of all time, Dave Serra.
Hey guys, and welcome to SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston, Texas. The circuit here offers both tight and technical section, but also fast and flowing sweepers that lead into long straights. We're here to show you guys the fastest way around the racetrack. Key takeaways for SpeedSportz Racing Park are: the 180-degree hairpins require a later apex. Although this might present more opportunity for drivers behind you to overtake, if you're attempting to drive your fastest laps, then opening up the entry and parrying earlier will enhance your exit speeds. Drivers need to be aggressive over the opening turn curbs. They're not overly abrasive, so even the smaller cadets can drive over them. This helps shorten the racetrack, but also open up the following sequence of corners so that drivers can carry more momentum through these turns. I'm Dave Serra from Kart Class. We've shown you the fastest way to drive SpeedSportz Racing Park. I hope you guys have enjoyed the video.
Karts on the racetrack here for the Mike Doty Racing K100 Senior Groups B and D together. John Burke, a not-so-great X30 Pro opening heat race with a DNF, but a good run in his first heat run here in KA Senior. Ivana Richards qualified great, but quickly got shuffled to the wayside as the HRI Mexico Tony Kart driver, the rookie, just kind of, again, we talked about Henry Wheeler, a little lack of experience, maybe a little bit less animosity off the start. Richards, kind of same thing, her first ever senior start. Heck of a qualifying run at that, though, Mike.
Yeah, getting up there at the sharp end, people are like, oh, all right, I guess you're going to be in the conversation right away. Not a huge surprise for the pace, but to actually back that thing up and stay up in the front, slip back to 6th, still a solid run for Richards.
Yeah, very solid run at that there. Then you go back from there, Peyton Phillips, Braden Eves, row 2. Adam Rylance, Vinny Miskellis, row 3. Braden Robertson and Nick Terlecki, row 4. J.D. Lamping, Cole Kleck, your top 10. And the field of 25 will round the final turn. They will head down the long front straightaway in both lanes. John Burke has the field, is on the power. Here we go down to turn 1, and he will take them through with help from Peyton Phillips. The top 2 get clear. Rylance trying to get clear as well. He will on that BJR MDR entry through 4 and 5. We got a couple turns sideways there. Braden Eves going to get swallowed up by the field, trying to hang on in that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. And Vinny Miskellis is going to take everybody to the low side there, up at the front. Richards going the high. Couple guys going wide, and a few more falling backwards there. Looks like almost like a few guys getting bogged down as they come out of turn number 7.
Anytime you have that accordion, we were actually talking about one of the earlier heat races with the juniors, that accordion where you think you can get on the power, you can get rolling, and you have to check because there's a move there for 3rd.
Oh, a little more contact here through the field. That was Josiah Tracy kind of getting shuffled wide. Eves still falling further back. Meanwhile, at the front, Richards has been shuffled back to 3rd. We got 2 off. One is the Iron Rock Tony Kart 982. The other, the 925 Privateer TB. We'll update those in a moment. John Burke still your leader over Phillips, Richards, Rylance, and then up to 5th for Vinny Miskellis. It was Kino Cadena and Dylan Town. Town on the Privateer TB kart. Kino Cadena on that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart, collected at the exit of turn number 11. Pass coming further back there as Braden Robertson's going by on look to be Nick Terlecki, or no, Cole Kleck going by on Nick Terlecki there. So Cole Kleck, his return to the national karting scene after a vicious crash in Salt Lake City, Utah last year. And Cole Kleck getting back in after he's got a full F4 championship series. And chatting with him Thursday night, said, you know, I forgot how fast karts are coming from the car racing world. It was a big wake-up call, how darty it all was. But he's been picking it up and putting them down inside the top 10 right now as they go 3 wide behind him. His fellow CRG driver, Braden Robertson, put in the middle. And there's furl black flags and all kinds of battling going on. It looks like you had J.D. Lamping there in the mix, as well as Tyler Stevens and Jose Daniel Fernandez.
Yeah, and the front 5 drivers still separated only by 1 second, but it was Miskellis with the fastest lap and coming, the 9:12 in the mix of the whole group.
Down into turn number 6. Here's Stevens deep on the brakes to the inside of Fernandez. He'll get the job done. So Tyler Stevens now into the top 10, I believe. As for the group just up the road from him, Terlecki getting around Cole Kleck. And how about the kid in 5th, Vinny Miskellis, fastest on the racetrack last time by. He has latched on to the end of the lead pack. The 912 is there on Adam Rylance, who is starting to slow down a little bit. Here comes Miskellis to the inside, looking and clear for P4. Vinny Miskellis, another good run in the works here in KA Senior.
Yeah, and Miskellis is that driver that was actually cleaning off the entire right-hand side of the back straightaway there to try to hold on to that spot, and it paid off. Like, once they got down to the hairpin, there was no battle there to deal with. Now, starting to make inroads, fastest driver 2 laps in a row, Miskellis.
We got problems for one a little bit further back, slowing down the front straightaway, but up front still good. Cole Kleck and Nick Terlecki continue to go back and forth. That's going to hurt their progress because they've got Adam Rylance, who is looking not super speedy up the road that they could hunt down, but they've continued to trade that position lap after lap, and it's kind of saving the 940. He got out, had a good start, good qualifying effort, granted, for the 940 entry, but this second pack, they look like they might have speed if they could just settle their differences for a couple of laps here, Mike.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, we've been talking about it before. There it is again, another move. Like, they're not looking to go further up. Again, still 6 laps to go. Lots of time here. Now, maybe this is the order. Like, do you want to lead? Do you want to lead? We all want to lead, and nobody wants to work together. That's going to keep you from moving on up the charts. Again, to your point, Rylance is who they could pick up to. Terlecki, Kleck, Lamping, all trying to have a conversation about who's going to lead or do it.
I will say Vinny Miskellis here, as impressive as he's been, he's going to pick up another one, though. Ivana Richards getting thrown back by. I mean, he's making everybody look slow. He'll at that time by, again, Miskellis 55.7. Richards a 56 flat. Rylance 56 flat. The same for second as well. So we go from here back down trackside. Brandon Lemke gets a solid result for the second heat in a row, having to drive forward. And let's go down and hear from what he had to say on his second heat race. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Here at Brandon Lemke. Brandon, another solid run for you. I mean, first heat, you were 2 to 3 tenths faster in the field. Second heat, same way here. You know, you're putting in a flyer at 52.2 in heat 2. Got a bumper penalty there, even though you crossed the line second. Walk me through your race, and you know how the car's feeling so far.
Yeah, we got unlucky in the first heat too. We just getting bad starts and getting checked up and everything. We had a poor qualifying, didn't have a draft, all by myself, sort of thing, and the cart was still coming in. So, yeah, I don't know, but the thing's an absolute rocket. I can't thank Tim Anderson, Daniel Wolter, High Five Performance, and Dad, and the chassis is just amazing. The engine's awesome, everything like it should. Making good changes, good adjustments, and the track is flowing nicely. You know, track are getting along, so and that's important. So there's a lot of rhythm section to get in that groove. It's just easy to click off good lap. So yeah, I don't know, just really need to get a good heat 3 in. Ideally a win, but it's hard to do starting from 10th, and got some fast guys ahead of me. So I don't know, but just need to keep that bumper in place.
Yeah, for sure. One more thing. I mean, we saw you get a little frustrated there with 2 to go with Stanfield. I mean, what happened?
Yeah, I figured, you know, I caught him from so far back, and I knew I was fast. I saw how much I was catching him, and I figured I wanted to get to the front as quick as I could because I already knew the bumper was down right away. So I wanted to get to the lead, but wanted to block for second instead, and we lost half a second that lap. And I don't know. I think we could have had a chance to get 1 and 2 instead of 2 and 3 or 3 and 4, whatever it is. So I don't know. Just not the way I race, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is indeed. Thanks, Brandon.
All right, there you hear it, exactly what we thought there. He was hoping they could get to the lead. I think it would have been tight. Maybe they could have got it, but nonetheless, problems getting there. He still ends up with a top 5 or top 6, I think, with the way that bumper penalty is going to shake on out. However, big problems for Josiah Tracy. Was running inside the top 12, 11th. He's done in turn number 11. Let's pick up your leaders here. Vinny Miskellis has gotten out of Peyton Phillips for second. So he's got company up front. John Burke needs to get on his horse with 2.5 to go because Miskellis is hauling the mail. Another spot picked up for Vinny in the Christian Boudon Racing entry. As they exit turn 7, the gap up front about 5 car lengths. He's going to just defend a little. I don't think Phillips, from the way he's described it, was going to go back on him. But nonetheless, just kind of a little extra double check to make sure he doesn't get any extra ideas.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a defense there out of Miskellis. Maybe Miskellis thinks that the lead is not possible. But again, every single time you go for that D, you lose a ton of space, a ton of time. And once again, work to be done for Miskellis. 2 to go here. It's pretty far back to try to go get Burke.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to need to hope that Burke really continues to fall off. The thing is, John Burke's gone 2 tenths better than where he was 2 laps ago. So where Vinny was able to be 4 to 5 tenths a lap quicker than these guys, he might be 1 to 2 tenths better, and that's not enough time with the gap he just built for himself up front. He's going to block again, which is surprising down the backstretch because I thought he was safe, but obviously he feels like he's not got any shot to get to Burke and that he's just got to defend for second. At the end of the day, it's still a good points haul. 4 spots gained from 6th to 2nd. That's not bad, but yeah, I think he might have been able to get to Burke as well. In this case, he's just going to block for P2. Phillips kind of has to follow because Richards is there, and then they've all got to worry. Now, Rylance, who was way out of this fight, his pace was not enough to run with these guys. He gets another shot at it. Now Phillips finally is like, dude, you keep doing that. I got to do something. I got to get around you if you're going to block like that. And now he kind of got put on the curb, and Richards has to put some pressure on.
No, and actually I thought it was going to be Richards is going to be in the catbird seat, try to make something happen. Side by side there for second. Phillips not able to complete the job done. And now down the back straightaway, we expect, there it is, full inside. Down almost the white line for Miskellis. Around the hard way, going to get it done. How about that power move out of Phillips? Little wide, though, on the exit.
Not bad.
Holds on to it, wide. Here comes Richards.
Yeah, Richards giving him the bumper and now giving him a side pod. Phillips tries to hold it down on the inside. Rylance is roughing him up a little bit as well. And now Rylance is going to be on the outside going into the hairpin here. Phillips goes low. Richards is there. Rylance is deep. Richards again, just the bumper. Straight moved Phillips out of the way for the second corner in a row. And I'd be surprised if that doesn't draw a penalty. But nonetheless, Phillips gives it back. There you go. Welcome to senior, Ivana Richards. You can't get away with bullying like that without getting it back to you. Phillips gets second. Your winner is John Burke. And Richards fighting a little too hard. Kind of gets shuffled back. And away she goes there on that one.
And you know who wasn't even close to that group at all before that lap was Nicholas Terlecki. Don't mind if I do 3 spots right there on the final lap.
Exactly. P4 for Nick Terlecki. Great drive for the Hotes TD driver. Miskellis, I think, is going to watch the video back and realize that he cost himself not only second, but probably a shot at the win if he would have just put his head down and put some laps together. He still ends up 6th. It's not bad. It's net neutral, but he would have liked to get more because just like we talked about at the beginning of the show, every spot counts as double, basically, since you got the field cut in half. So that's basically going from 3rd or 4th to 11th or 12th now.
Yeah, and think about it. Like I said, net neutral. Did all that work, got all the way up to 2nd over 10 laps, and was like, nah, never mind, just kidding. Everybody else go ahead and have it back. I mean, when you're that fast, you just got to be maybe a little bit that much smarter and realize, no, fast is still clean and forward and not go backwards.
Yep. You go back from them, then you got Braden Robertson 7th, Jose Daniel Fernandez 8th, Tyler Stevens 9th, JD Lamping 10th, Cole Kleck 11th. We saw Braden Eves drop like a rock on the start. I think he might have had an engine issue of some kind because it looked like he didn't have a lot of bottom end power, and that's why they kept swarming him. The camera was on him for about that first half a lap. He ends up 12th, but loses a lot of spots. And again, we talked about Miskellis going from 2nd to 6th. How about going from 4th to 12th? That's a big hit. Austin Jurors 13th. Connor Ferris, good run from the back along with Miles Hewitt. They pick up 9 and 10 spots apiece. And then, of course, you have the bad runs there for a couple of guys that got collected in incidents early on in that one. We saw the DNFs down at the bottom. Josiah Tracy, Kingston Himes, all collected with failing to finish. They'll at least get a little fresher rubber. The X30 Juniors are next up. We'll take a commercial break and come back with more for the US Pro Kart Series Texas Grand Prix as we're about halfway in through the second round of heats. Still a full round of heats to come once again for another run in the rotation later this afternoon as well.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
I'm Alessandro Etulio, driver for Motorsport Parallel, and you're watching Kart Chasers.
Engines have fired and the grid has released here for the X30 Pro Juniors presented by Rollison Performance Group. We have a couple storylines in this one, a little bit smaller in the total turnout at 18 drivers, but in heat number 1, and for all 3 heats really, the Chad Duncan Racing Kart Republics roll off much worse than what we're used to seeing them. Stephen Miller, 15th, Emma and Lillian Scarborough, 17th and 18th. Miller was able to pick up nearly 10 spots, crack the top 7. Speed was almost to that of the leaders, but really was a top 5 breakaway. You had Ernesto Rivera, who has been great. Diego Guillo was good late, wasn't as good in the short run. Jackson Wolney, as well as Teddy Musella, were competitive, and of course Enzo Vidmontien, a rocket ship start in the Motorsport Paralympic, but then he quickly kind of faded backwards and then ultimately ended up just on the inside edge or an outside edge of the top 5, hanging on for 5th versus 6th and so forth. Everyone's still chasing Ernesto Rivera, as has been the story just about all year in X30 Junior competition and in 125 Junior period. Rivera's been so strong. He's been equally strong in 100cc, but he's been even more above the field, head and shoulders like here in X30 Pro Junior. So let's see what the RPG Cosmic driver can do. Diego Guillo to the outside. Again, it's Wolney, Musella, Vidmontien. Then you have Anthony Martella, Caleb Campbell, and company all lined up, ready to go. We're racing down to turn number 1. Guillo's going to lock in there to second. They're side by side, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Looks like a good start for Vidmontien. Charlie Smith trying to get through. He gets shuffled back a little bit. Great start for Martella. He gets behind Teddy Musella, and then we've got one of the REM Cosmics that's had a good run. So there, a dive bomb down the inside for 3rd to hang on to it for Jackson Wolney. Keeps Enzo Vidmontien at bay for the moment. Musella still there, and they'll exit turn number 9. No changes through the field. Rivera's lead already up at 4 car lengths here on cold tires as a bit of defending continues through 11 with Vidmontien dropping a half lane low.
Yeah, and trying to get the most out of these cold tires is important. You don't want to go backwards, but if you block too much, you go defensive too much, you can go even further back as another spot lost for Vidmontien. Again, trying to hold on to the spot, you go a little bit defensive, you don't get the run, now you come under fire.
And he was planning on going in deep to that one, and just that was a factor of cold tires. He tried to maybe pull a crossover back on Teddy, but as soon as he did, he just had no grip in the car and had to kind of counter steer for a minute. So with that, we see Vidmontien just kind of lock in behind him. 1 down, 9 laps to go here in X30 Pro Junior. Let's go down trackside for the aftermath of that KA100 Senior Heat race here. John Burke, not too much to story to him. Another solid heat race performance here in KA Senior. Sally?
So we're here with John Burke, and you've been pretty fast all weekend. You got P2 in the first heat, and the second heat you walked the field by almost a straightaway. How does it feel?
Pretty good. The car and engine's rolling good. Just got to keep it going for the rest of the heats in the final.
So you just made, what kind of change did you make to go so much faster?
We've been trying to take rear grip away, but I think we're going to go back the other way.
Awesome. Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend.
There you go, hearing that, John Burke. One change one way, going to go back the other direction. Of course, that's the other part of the heat races. Not only practices for racecraft, it's still the only point you're really around competitors at your level of speed usually, so you can see if something really works or doesn't by not only how it feels to you personally and what it shows on the time charts, but how it compares to the karts around you and if it's something you can race with or not.
Yeah, and they said they were going one direction. He doesn't like that direction. They were still that good. So you're going to wonder if they find even more, is Burke going to be one of the best drivers when we get to the end of these long races come Sunday?
Well, we're going to get to see him go head-to-head with Elio Meza, I believe, next up in the next heat. So those two drivers here are good. The only two that are perfect so far. Burke's won both of his. Meza's won both of his in the split groups for the KA Senior Division. Across the line now, 7 to go, 3 complete. Rivera, a 54.404. Diego Guillo, a 54.3. Teddy Musella, 54.1. So we're not watching the 704 drive away like we're used to. This lead pack is coming back together now as we're starting to get some heat in the tires here. Let's go side by side once again. Vinny Miskelis up to second, defended a bit, fell back to P6. Probably a little disappointed with himself in that one. He's down with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Yeah, thanks. And here with Vinny Miskelis. Vinny, solid run. I mean, you drove all the way up to P2 there, but you're the first guy in a 5-kart train there in KA Senior, 2 to go. You defended maybe a little early. Walk me through your race.
Yeah, it was good. Christian and my dad gave me a super fast Comet engines, Tony kart, and we were fast caught on track, catching up to the leaders, and then when I passed Peyton the first time, passed me back, so I knew he didn't change, and I passed him again. I knew he was going to pass me back, so it was either defend or stay back, and I chose to stay in front.
Yeah, and I mean, looking back on it, would you have changed anything or just the same approach going to Heat 3?
Same approach, maybe just defend a little bit better, like not let him pull the outside move like he did, but yeah, haven't been racing in the front this long, so I'm still learning the tricks of the trade.
Yeah, exactly. Still a great run for you, Vinny. That being said, I mean, going to Heat 3, just good luck, all right? Back to you guys.
All right, Vinny Musquela is still keeping a good level head about that one. And, again, credit to him, thinking back of early part in the race, realizing he didn't believe that guy was going to follow him at all. So if you don't think he's going to follow you, maybe. To me, I don't know, right? You hear one guy say something. We heard Peyton in the morning say, I'm not really caring too much about the heats. I'm driving them a little bit different. I'm not as aggressive. But in Vinny's mind, obviously, he thought Peyton was going to be the aggressor and go back by him. Mike?
Yeah, we can armchair expert this thing all day, right? Like we would do, but we're not in the seat, right? And so from the outside looking in, we get a chance to see what everybody else maybe is doing. So it's a different scenario. Once you put the helmet on, the visor down, it's a heck of a lot harder to just, go forward when you got those guys around your back bumper. And speaking of right on the back bumper, the fight is going to be on here, I believe, as we get to the second half of this heat number 2. Rivera still has the lead, is the person to beat, but Guillot and Wolny are getting close.
Yeah, Guillot's right there. I mean, he's been just chipping away lap to lap. That time he gave up only 1/100th, but he's gained tenths over the course of the last, really from lap 2 onwards. Now Rivera, he might have pulled back away. He got a great launch out of that last hairpin across the line. 6 complete, 4 to go, 53.82 to a 92. He put 1/10. To me, it looks like it's all coming in that final corner, Mike. I mean, he gets such a good drive out of these hairpins. And the same thing really in his KA kart. I mean, what that kid's able to do of getting the kart rotated and then straight lining it out as Wolny goes by on Guillot in these slow, sweeping hairpin corners compared to everybody else, that's where he's making up. It looks like these extra tenths or two.
Yeah, and you said the exact same thing with the KA. It's kind of the same story where the twisty bits is where he's got that little bit extra. The tighter the corner, the more he's able to leap off that thing. Maybe the end of the straightaway, giving up a little bit to make sure that the advantage is there through all the twists.
Yeah, what we're seeing right now is just a kid and kart combination that is in perfect sync. You could even see it with Jackson Wolny there coming out of the infield hairpin. His hands would just move a little bit, just that tiny bit of correction from that initial input from center off, whether it's the go-kart or whether it's him overdoing it as a driver. But for Ernesto Rivera, everything is working perfectly for him, and his hands are dead straight from center off here when he gets through the exit of the corners here. I mean, he has just been so silky smooth, and that's so important at a racetrack like this one that, like Brandon Lemke said, is very rhythm-based, but it's also momentum because every rhythm section leads into a long straightaway or a long bend and couple of straights together. Example, right there coming out of turns 8 and 9. This run in the short chute coming out of turn 11 over to 13 and 14, and, of course, that big run out of the final hairpin down the front straightaway. So Wolny, Guillot, and now Musella getting some late race pace in this one with 2 laps to go. He's kind of closed back in on these guys as well, but Rivera is just pulling away. He put put another good bit on him that time by.
Yeah, exactly. And like you said, all the corners they link together. So that if you make a mistake in one, you're going to pay for it in the next one almost every single time. Or if it's a short shoot straight, you're going to pay for it. But how you get through one links into the next one. And like Brandon said, it's pretty easy to get in that rhythm once you get some clean air. But when you're in a pack like this, sometimes it can be a little bit more of a challenge, especially if the driver in front of you is in a tough spot where you want to get out of the corner.
Yeah, and everyone's, for the most part in the single speed classes, and again, for these guys, they're all in the same chassis manufacturer. You think that their lines will be very, very similar. Their braking markers a little bit similar, but it is tough to be consistent being right behind the guy if he's driving the track a little bit different than you, especially if he's running over marks or cracks on the ground that you would normally look to the side for to have be a braking marker or a turn-in marker of some sort. So, kudos to Teddy Musella. He's been pretty consistent at his 54 flat pace since he's caught up to Diego Guillot. Lost a little bit of time there through that first sector as if I'm jinxing him just a touch, but he's just not close enough right now to try and take that third spot away. But it's RPG 1-2-4, and so Vidmontien still fifth at the moment on the Motaz Parolin. He's got the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speeds of Nathan Dupuis and Anthony Martella, both behind him here as they come on through, and the rest of the field there. You go back to Stephen Miller. How about the drive that the 773s had here on this final lap? The recap, it's not been as chaotic of a second heat. He still managed to crack the top 10. He's looking for 9th. Rivera will cross the line, though, this time here for the checkered flag, and he will win heat number 2 in X30 Pro Junior. As for Stephen Miller, was getting to work on Ryan Maxwell, and we'll see if he ended up getting him at the stripe. I don't know if he did. He was right on the bumper, and he did not. Just came up a little bit shy. So that does it for X30 Pro Junior's second heat race. Rivera, Wolney, Guillaume, Musella, Vidmontien, Dupuis, Martella, Amador Martinez-Sainz, Ryan Maxwell, and then Stephen Miller getting himself up to 10th place. Not as high as of a climb, and lap time wise looks like he's still got 2 or 3 tenths to find. But everyone's still chasing Ernesto Rivera. Benchmark set. Nobody's able to do anything from about lap 5 on, it seems like, Mike.
Yeah, and I'll be curious. We have one more heat race to kind of find out what's going on, but the RPG drivers 1, 2, and 4, as we talked about, 1, 2, and 3 in the first heat, they're going to be going against each other obviously all weekend. Wolney, fastest on the final lap, personal best at Diego Guillaume, certainly getting towed along. Will they be able to find that little extra and fight? Will we see RPG versus RPG at the end?
Yeah, we might just see that. We've seen it a couple times this year so far. They have been the team in the X30 Junior class with some of the top talents, and all of them getting to share data and continue to push each other to get faster. We're going to send it over to another one of our driver profile segments here. How about you get to know the reigning FIA karting world champion, Mateus Morgado, who's not in the best of days today, but that said, if he can stay consistent through the heats and just at least get himself a top 10 starting spot tomorrow, we know he's got a chance at a main event victory.
Hi everyone, I'm Mateus Morgado. I'm from Brazil. I'm driving for PSL Bureau Art, and I just won the World Championship, so have everything to be a great year. Okay, so I started in 2011. Actually, my first time driving was 2010. My first race was 2011. Started in Brazil, so I was 7 years old the first time that I drove a go-kart, and then my dad gave me a go-kart when I was 8 years old, and I started racing 2011. For sure, it's amazing. My life has changed a lot lately. Many times I'm walking in the paddock and small kids come to me, oh, can I take a picture? Oh, can you follow me on Instagram? So it's amazing. It's amazing to see that the small kids are looking to me, are taking me as example, and this makes me really happy. I have to say Sarno, because I won the World Championship there, but I think that my favorite track is PFI, even though I never drove there, just in the simulator, but for me it's just an amazing track, and I hope I get to drive there one day. Ayrton Senna, no doubts, for sure him. Inspiration for me, for everyone in Brazil, for everyone in motorsports. Oh, I'm actually really bad at cooking. If I tell you guys that I don't know how to cook. I mean, I know how to make rice because it's easy. Also some spaghetti. But if you ask more, I'm really bad cooker. The people in the paddock, because at the end became my life, so I like having people I like, having my friends around me. This feels really special for me, so I think this is my favorite thing about karting. Also for sure driving, I love driving. I can say I like more driving karting than driving Formula. I tested Formula, but I don't think it's my thing. I was fast, but I prefer still karting. I think you feel more the speed, and this is what I like. No, zero pressure. After winning the World Championship, I can say I don't don't feel pressure anymore. I felt pressure when I had to start first for the final. Was big pressure, and then since then I started not feeling pressure anymore. So I think I'll just do what I know and try to win this year again. I'm Matias Morgado, driver for PSL Bureau Art, and you are watching Kart Chaser.
Getting ready to go racing here for KA Masters. It's going to be Adam Kreppen at the lead and into the first corner, but he's not going to be leader as we get done. That's going to instead be Ramajo. Danilo Ramajo is going to lead him all the way through the first set of S's and onto the back straightaway for the first time. Kreppen's going to settle for second. Heat 1 winner, Rawlison, Mike Rawlison having an issue. Couple of drivers coming together. Was that? I wonder if that was Rawlison there. I didn't quite catch the number. Might have been Anderson in there as well.
Indeed, Tommy Anderson and Mike Rawlison collide. They're now at the end of the group. It's Danilo Romalo over Adam Kreppen. Then you've got Nicky Coelho in third, Jake Fetter in fourth on the comp cart. And then up into fifth there, just coming into frame, is going to be Tim Meyer in the 433 RPM Tony kart. Miguel Mir with a good run here up to sixth in Heat 2. But another shuffle here. So your Heat 1 winner, Mike Rawlison, to the tail of the field. It's not been a good run for the veteran 100cc guys in the RPG camp. Ben Cooper, first KA senior. Now Raleigh here in KA Master as we get one lap complete.
Yeah, the second heat race not going according to plan for some of these drivers. Obviously, the first one, Mikey won, but here in the second one, he's having to do work. I wonder what happened. We didn't quite have the camera on the angle there to see what happened with Rawlison, but he's now going to have to do some work. It's further back. The action is rolling. That is the 412 making a move on up there, Jake Feeder. I think that would have been up for a third.
Here's Mario Barrios going at it with Scott Kopp. These two drivers have raced against each other in the US Pro Kart Series for a number of seasons now, trading the last couple of series championships before Danilo Romalo burst onto the scene in 2022. Headed through turn 11 here this time. You can see Miguel Mir is closed up to Tim Meyer, in the 433. Here is Raleigh in the 427. Him and Tommy Anderson are right around each other still, and they're going to be around each other with how fast they are as they try to carve their way up the order. Another lap in the books here this time. We'll bring that ticker up on the left side of your screen in a moment so you can see your lineup. 2 down, 8 laps to go.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how far up Anderson and Rawlison can make it. But I'll tell you right now, this lead group is starting to pull away at about the top 6 or so drivers, with Mir actually the last part of that entire deal. Now trying to take the fight to Meyer, but again, that little bit of a gap from Mir to the next trailing group. That's Barrios trying to catch back up.
And all this has happened here behind the top 2 leaders. Adam Kreppen having a much better start here to this one than the last one. And credit to Danilo Romalo on that Sodi kart. He's right now the best of that entire PK Sports bunch this weekend. Harley Keeble's been okay in X30 Pro. Jacob Kolar is inside the top 20 in KA Senior, but the reigning series champ proven he can get it done, and he can make it work on the Sodi chassis they got for him in KA Master. As a slick crossover there by Jake Feeder, getting back around Nicky Coelho in that final corner.
Yeah, Coelho put it in there deep and tried to get that thing rotated through, but just didn't have the exit speed to get it done, and that's what we see in that final corner several times. You go in deep, not able to quite get the job done to hold on to it.
Let's go down to Stephen Miller here. He's been able to drive his way up the grid 2 times so far in X30 Junior. He's down with Alexander Searle as we're side by side with 3 laps complete in KA Master. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Stephen, it's kind of an up and down weekend for you, really. X30 Junior struggled for pace. KA Junior, you've had the pace, not the luck in the races. But back to X30 Junior, though, I mean, most of the day about 4 tenths off the pace. You've said you're struggling with kart setup. You know, what's going on?
So in X30, we're just struggling with kart setup a little bit, tire pressure, all that. I'm driving pretty good, but KA, I made a mistake. I set it in too early on him. He couldn't see me. There's nothing I could have done or he could have done about it. It's just a racing incident, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, going to this 3rd heat in KA, you know, you have a 9th place finish, which really becomes 18th when you combine the classes, and a last place in Heat 2. Going into Heat 3, are you gonna go with the same aggressive driving style that we normally see for you? You're gonna kind of keep it more calm so you can kind of, you know, avoid the LCQ.
I'm gonna try to keep it chilled. I don't want my tire wear to go way up, so I'm gonna try to finish in the top 3, and hopefully we can go from there.
All right, good luck, Steven.
Hearing him mention tire wear makes you think that if he does have to go to that LCQ, Mike, that he's planning on probably saving that new set and trying to manage on a used set of tires, which would be the 5th heat cycle. So that'd be a bit of a gamble, but when you got a car that's fast enough to qualify inside the top 10, it's not a bad bet to take. 5 in, 5 to go this time by, and the top 2, they've pulled away even more from this pack. It's helped a little that Coelho went back around and finally completed the pass on Jake Feeder, but speed-wise, Danilo Romalo, 56.4. Crepin, 56.5. That pack behind 2 tenths to 3 tenths off.
Yeah, and as you say, Coelho getting the job done there for 3rd. Feeder, Meyer, and Mir still right with him, but not able to make any kind of inroads. Actually, I'd say that Barrios and Kopp might be getting a little bit closer.
We go down to trackside for a little more of the outburst from X30 Junior. There wasn't a whole lot to take away from the race, but we at least get to learn a little more from our top contenders as they gear up for the main event tomorrow. Alex?
Thanks, Danny. Yeah, here at Jackson Wolney. Jackson, it's been a pretty quiet, quietly quick weekend for you, right? You know, P2 behind Ernesto every session, but that session you went purple. So the pace is there. You know, what do you need to go and get that top spot in KA?
I think we just need a good start, and we can keep it calm from there. And we stick together, just push the rest away. And I think, yeah, I just need to have a good start.
Yeah, I mean, how do you work on that, right? Because you told me before this interview, you said once Ernesto kind of gets ahead, he creates a bit of a gap and then it maintains. You know, what can you do to change that?
I mean, we don't want to overheat, but it's pushing. That's all we can do.
All right, thanks, Jackson. Good luck.
Jackson Wolney still warming up here. This has been a big year for Jackson. Lots of coaching and a very quick progression to go from a driver not contending for top 5s or top 10s to a driver all of a sudden contending now for the race win here this weekend. He's been the 2nd best in X30 Junior consistently through the heats and qualifying. That battle pack we just watched go through was the edge of the top 5. Now we're watching Tommy Anderson and Mike Rollison, who are now working their way towards the top 10. They've picked up some more spots here. There's a little gap up to this group as Mario Barrios has now gotten around Jake Feeder as well. So Barrios all the way up what looks to be to the 5th spot, and he has the fast lap of the race as Feeder's under fire from Miguel Mir, still under fire from Scott Kopp as well at 6th, 7th, 8th. Then it's Martin Stone, Scott Cherry, Tommy Anderson, and Mike Rollison. Is a battle for the lead going on. Crepin getting around Danilo Romalo.
Crepin, the pole sitter, right? And then didn't have the first heat race that they wanted, and now actually staying at the front. Like the first heat race fell backward, kept kind of under fire. This one, again, with Rollison out of the picture, Anderson out of the picture, the whole complexion of this thing is different. These two drivers, it's a lot more settled at the front, at least with these two. The drivers behind him, Coelho, Mayo, Barrios, although their infighting is still going on, allowing the front two to get away.
Adam Kreppen out of the final turn here this time has still a car length and a half lead at the 2 to go signal, so he should be okay. Nicky Coelho is hitting his best stride right now. Was quick last time, quick again this time. 4/10 better than Romalo, a 10th better than Kreppen. He's just hoping for one more dive bomb, maybe two. Romalo not going to do anything in this corner here again. He doesn't need to do too much. He had a decent opening heat. He's got a good one going here, and with the Heat 1 winner, Mike Rollison back mired in the field along with Tommy Anderson, he can kind of just cruise through. A couple top 3 results, and with the way everything shakes out, he could end up as the pole man for the final. But I wouldn't put it past the reigning series champ to just lay over and take one. If he's got a shot, he'll take it here on the race leader, Adam Kreppen. As we look back, this is Tim Meyer, Mario Barrios. Barrios in the blue and purple RPG Cosmic. Dive into the inside. Meyer hangs tough on the outside on the red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport machine. 1 to go. And we go back to the lead with that Gillard for Adam Kreppen.
Kreppen out front, and he's got, there, you see that, there's that wider arc. If you're able to kind of give up that last part of the S for the double right-hander, you can sometimes get a run. But look, you don't actually see Romalo get a big run coming onto the straightaway. Still able to make something happen down the inside. New leader is going to be Romalo. Crossover out of Kreppen. They have enough room to actually do this without losing to third. But if they go too much, watch out for Coelho.
Yeah, Romalo trying to really park it on the apex, but he still hurt himself. Now they bang tires coming out of the double right. Here comes Nicky Coelho. Now he's going to get there as Romalo tries to put Kreppen wide into the dirty part of the track. Kreppen drops just the edge of the tires in the dirt, and that should be enough. Romalo should be safe now. Kreppen's got to defend from Coelho, who wants second. He's going to get into him a little bit, but let him have it. Kudos to Coelho, and Danilo Romalo gets the win unofficially in KA Master. Kreppen, Coelho, second and third. Barrios gets by Tim Meyer at the end. Miguel Mir ends up in 6th. Jake Fader in 7th. Scott Kopp in 8th. Martin Stone in 9th. Rollison gets back to 10th, and he rallies his way around Tommy Anderson. Anderson led their way up the pack most of that race, and Mike Rollison gets back around him late in the going as the two ran nose to tail across the line. So that could be big for Raleigh because, again, him and Tommy Anderson are probably going to be, I would bet, again, a top 5 result in that next heat race. So getting that one extra bonus point or one extra point over on Tommy, one extra point back on his total for 10th, that could come into be really key in the main event.
Yeah, again, you got Ramajo been up the front, Kreppen right there, Coelho, Barry. But then after that, it starts to get shooken up a little bit, right? They're starting to mix things up. With Rollison get the W there, now the one spot up on Anderson. Those guys are going to be up there. Now we're talking about, is it going to be row 2 or row 3 when we get to the main?
Well, we've got from the veterans at 30 and over down to the mini Swifts, and it looks like we're going to have a little powwow meeting there with race director Blake Hunt for the US Pro Kart Series, bringing the drivers together at the top of the grid. Gives us a perfect opportunity for another quick break, and we come back with more heat racing action here live from Houston.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
I'm Alessandro Tulio, driver for Motorsport Paralympic, and you're watching Kart Chasers.
Back at SpeedSportz Racing Park here, you get the 122 already having issues as we are just getting our warm-up lap here before we get things rolling. Tucker Trebe already with issues here as the drivers start to get lined up for Heat 2. A mini Swift by D&J International Services. Rocco Simoni, Marco Romero, your front row. Lucas Palacio, Travis Pettit, Royce Vega, Bronson Custis, Cameron Marsha, Ashton Woon, Max Christia, Edward Kennedy. Top 10 starters, Michael McGoy, Bobby Klein, William Kim, Landon Boer, Fionn Shee, Luis Fernandez, Jackson Gibson, Tristan Murphy, Nicholas Orbezo, Antonio Pizzonia Nato. Rounding out the 20. 45 in total here. Full field here in Mini Swift. Officials had a little powwow with the drivers, hoping to see a clean and green Mini Swift Heat 2. Looking for the green flag. And there it is. We are racing straight away. You can see once again Romero with that hand up saying I was getting pushed. It's going to lead him down into the first few corners, onto the straightaway, and onto the back straight. We are rolling here in Mini. They're well wide in the back all the way down to the white line. The 120 having issues already. So two drivers having issues early. The 120 now Jacobo Alejandro Vega Esquivel. Issue on lap 1.
Nice pass by Lucas Palacio. He'll get by down on the inside of Bronson Custis. Remember, Custis was the one that got shipped to Timbuktu down at the end of the back straightaway in heat number 1. He's trying to make up for lost ground. And speaking of making up for lost ground, how about a battle for the lead? Rocco Simone gets one over on Marco Romero in turn number 11.
Looks like Travis Pettit right there in the third spot. It's hot and heavy here at the studio. He finished the first lap.
Yeah, we're coming across the line now. Ashton Woon, a little kind of half send on Lucas Palacio, cost him some momentum. He's got the pack behind him. Puts Palacio kind of in no man's land, but holy moly did Palacio make up ground through the S's. He'll close all the way up to the bumper, coming down the backstretch to turn number 5 and 6. And Simone wants help. He's not going to get it. Down the inside, Romero with Pettit. First and second as Simone drops into third.
Seeing those kind of moves where they actually just let it happen instead of some of the stuff we saw in the first heat where it was a lot of argy-bargy, hold on to it, not quite giving enough room. Saw the tire touches and things like that. Now maybe the drivers settling down. Let's get one under our belts here without any issue. Again, we've got 1, 2, 3, almost 10 drivers in a row here, though. The fight is on right there. That's Palacio trying to make things happen there with Pettit just in front.
Yeah, Lucas Palacio all over Rocco Simone, the 2 TKG liveries. Palacio on the Team Tarp entry, but the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic supported driver. And then, of course, Ashton Woon right there in the 5th spot. Then you've got still Bronson Custis in 6th, Royce Vega 7th. Landon Boer, fastest car on the racetracks, all the way buried in 8th on that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. And look at them going 3 wide for the lead. Simone to the inside. Palacio follows. We're 2 abreast. Marco Romero gets the worst end of it all. He falls back to the 5th spot. Pettit falls into 4th. Now he's fighting for 3rd. Woon to the outside in turn 8. He'll give that spot back. And so Pettit back to P3. It is heating up front. It's giving the leaders a little bit of a gap, and they're going to go 2 by 2 again, and the teammates nearly come together. Vega was already on the inside. Romero tried to go to the inside of the cars in front, and now they're 2 abreast again going into the final corners. Landon Boer side by side with Bobby Klein. Klein going to get shuffled to the wayside. He'll go off the racetrack. Off the racetrack for Bobby Klein, and Marco Romero picks up a spot. Klein gets back in all the way back behind Max Christie on 11th.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, we had 3 wide, 2 wide, and then drivers trying to use the exact same piece of real estate. They actually did a pretty good job of keeping it rolling in the same direction. Certainly better than it was the previous heat. Now, single file, maybe things settled in a little bit. The big winner in that entire group was Ashton Woon. He's up to 3rd now.
Yeah, Ashton Woon, not only up to 3rd, but thanks to that pack just battling, they've spread out. So he's up to 3rd with just only 1 car really right behind him, and Travis Pettit. Lucas Palacio in front of him. Rocco Simone still, I think, a big winner out of it because it split the pack up enough. He's been able to break the draft, though, too. He's about 6 to 7 tenths up the road from Palacio with plenty of time to put laps together and get away. 6 to go this time. Again, this was all within the first 4 laps of this heat race here for the DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift Division. Surprisingly enough, as much chaos as what was going on there, Mike, I fully expected we were going to see a tears be the ending for a couple guys. The worst of it was Bobby Klein dirt tracking it coming out of the final turn.
Yeah, exactly. Klein off the course out of their 14 and having to keep rolling. Now 11th and trying to get things going again. It was actually almost, as you said earlier, the RPG teammates almost getting each other's wound up to P2. Now Romero trying to hit the reset button back to 7th and now trying to climb back up as we are nearing the end of the first half of this race.
Ashton Woon in the 195 super tuned Paralin getting a little bit of a gap now from Travis Pettit, but he is losing touch was losing touch, now trying to gain back up to Rocco Simone. For the first time, he's fully in control of the destiny of that pack. As high as he's run all weekend long. Woon is up 6 spots so far. And still having time to get more. Halfway in, halfway home. Rocco Simone leads the field down to the S's once again.
As you say, Ashton Woon is the one making some tracks. Fastest driver on the course is Ashton Woon. Up 6 spots from where he started. Woon is on the move and trying to hit the reset button. He had a pretty solid work put in the first heat race, but suffered a penalty, so he's going to have to work his way back through and try to get a few more points to try to have a better starting spot. And right now, 2nd place, fastest driver on the course. He's got Pettit right behind him.
He is closing. Let's go side by side while he does it and go and hear from Mateus Morgado, who is down with our very own Alexander Searle. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Here with Mateus Morgado. Mateus, you haven't had really the pace that we would have expected from you, compared to what we saw in Orlando coming here. You know, you've been here and there in the top 10, right outside of it. You know, decent quality. Got caught up in an incident there in the first heat. Walk me through what happened there.
Yeah, for sure. I expected more as well of myself. I don't think I was in my limits until now. I think I'm getting things together right now, so the speed is coming. Last heat was a bit unlucky. I crashed in the start, got the chassis bent, so I had to do all the race with bent chassis. So it's really hard like this. I'm really confident for now. I think we have the speed. You can see also by my teammates, both doing a great job. So yeah, soon I will be there in the top with them. So yeah, I'll give my best.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned your teammates, you know, DeTulio, Ramos. They've been up there, right? Got the pace. What is it that you see that you're missing?
No, for sure I was missing a bit of me. In quali, I made the lap alone. Many drivers did the lap in a draft. I think this helped a bit. But still, I come from driving KZ 2 weeks and then coming for a single-seater. It's not so easy. So yeah, I think now I'm arriving in the correct shape, so we see.
All right, thank you, Mateus.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think that's talked about really enough, probably, Mike. The difficulty of going from a high-level, shifter class and then back over to a high-level single speed makes it all the more impressive. Guys like Marian Kremers were doing that and running up front throughout the Pro Tour last year.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we talk about two different, completely different disciplines. And the only thing that make it further apart is if you're doing KZ and KA, right? That'd be a split. To even be able to be at the front in either of those things, and never mind both, is definitely a feat in itself.
Well, speaking of being at the front, the pack has caught the race leader while we were away on interview with Mateus Morgado. 3 laps to go. It's a 4-driver party. Rocco Simone, Ashton Woon, then you've got Travis Pettit, and then you've got Lucas Palacio headed into the final few turns. Who blinks first? Who wants to go by first? The double sticks will go in the air this time by. They've got to also be wary because Royce Vega is starting to feel the flow. That time by, it was his personal best. This time even better. 59.168, 2/10 faster than the leaders. Romero, 2.5 better. There's your challenge for the lead. Nicely done. Ashton Woon finds a hole in turn 4 and gets by.
I was going to say, that hasn't happened a whole lot this weekend. Most of the time it's happening into the straightaway, and actually Woon's going to lose out on it, but still a surprise attack. Got the job done. Now trying to fight back as he slips back to 4th.
And all that bumping there with Palacio trying to get help from Travis Pettit kind of knocked them all wide. Simone able to rebound with the lead. And Palacio to 3rd, Pettit to 2nd. Here we go into the infield hairpin. Look at that move from Lucas. Pettit went low, didn't go low enough. Palacio takes over 2nd. That's right where he wants to be for this final lap. He wants to set himself up for a shot at Simone down the back straightaway, and he's got his help in the form of a TKG Kart Republic driver. Ashton Woon now kind of on defense, going to lose some ground. Here comes Vega. Here comes Marco Romero to the outside. Both of them going to get around the super tuned parallel of Ashton Woon, and right where he wants him to be. I feel like Lucas Palacio's played this one almost perfect. If he can get this job done, he's got himself a shot, a car length and a half back. Starting this backstretch run, here he comes. I don't think he's close enough. Just not there.
No, you saw the 3rd place of Pettit take a little bit of a peek, thought better of it, stays in. Here's the move. That is the move for the lead, clears him. That's going to be new leader Palacio.
Half a lap to go. How good can you block? Can you inspire a battle back for 2nd? Well, he's going to get a change for 2nd. Pettit gets through on Simone. Now, can Pettit do anything to Palacio? He's got to follow him low. Marco Romero, my goodness, lock him up and send it. They're 2 and 3 wide coming out of 11. Romero's going to pay for it. It's Max Christia. Christia was 11th 3 laps ago. He gets 3rd. Bronson Custas is 4th. It is chaos in the midfield of this lead pack, but give it to Lucas Palacio by just a hair over Travis Pettit at the line.
43 thousandths of a second. Palacio getting the job done over Pettit. Like you said, Christia up to 3rd, 6 spots up there, but wasn't even in the conversation at first. Bronson Custas, Ashton Woon holding on for 5th. Royce Vega, Rocco Simone was up there and was fighting for it. Simone back there in 7th at the end.
Yeah, unreal stuff there in the final few laps. And again, like you said, and like we've talked about, Max Christia getting to benefit from how early these guys start fighting. The same for really Royce Vega getting in there. And Marco Romero, super aggressive. It felt like he went up to the front and then back of the pack and then back up front again, probably 3 or 4 times in that one. And just kind of hanging at the back of it, witnessing the whole thing, was Cameron Marshall right there. He arrived on the scene a little bit too late in the 114 Nitro Kart. But let's switch gears and now go to the X30 Pro division, where Elio Meza was amazing in heat number 1, and he has so far in every class he's competed in been at the top of the time charts and the top of the position boards. Pole in qualifying, heat 1 win and a heat 2 win in KA Senior. He's looking for a heat 1 and heat 2 sweep to continue in X30 Pro, but the field's a little bit closer to him than what we've seen. Alessandro DiTullio ran him down at the end of that opening heat race. Diego Ramos was fast. We know Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney are quick because they carved up the top 10 in that first heat race, and with a little better start, they might be able to even challenge for the race win. But there's a lot of talent that goes all the way down to the top 20, really, with a 3/10 spread through qualifying. It's coming your way here live from Houston next. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
My name's Austin Garrison. I race for SpeedSportz Racing, and you're watching Kart Chaser.
Welcome back here to SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston as the X30 Pro drivers begin to make their way on the racetrack. The division presented by Franklin Motorsports. Elio Meza and Diego Ramos, your front row here as we get set for action with Alessandro DiTullio and PK Sport North America's Harley Keeble on row number 2. You got Nash Motorsports driver Blake Nash on the inside of row 3 alongside championship points leader Brandon Carr and the RPM Tony Kart in 6. Braden Neves and that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic, not a good second heat in that KA car for him. We'll see how he does here in his X30 Pro machine as he rolls off in 7th. He faded backwards a little bit in heat number 1. Ryan Norberg in the Relson Performance Group camp has a big fan contingent here in Texas cheering him on. He made up some spots in that first heat, rolls off to the outside of row 4. Behind him, you got Joe Turney The number 302 Kart Republic factory entry starts alongside Dario Vizzaro in the International Motorsport Lenzo kart. Row 6, you got Hannah Greenemeyer, who, again, we saw have a 27th place result in Heat 1 due to contact with Austin Garrison right after his engine blew up at the end of the front straightaway. To her outside, Mateus Morgado, who we just spoke to a moment ago. And then you got Donovan Mania, Paulie Massimino, John Burke, ZCD, Oliver Hodgson, Cooper Shipman, Garrison rolling off 19th, needing a long run forward, and Franco Crivelli there in 20th ahead of Hayden Jones. Mesa's got the field at the command once again. Here we go to the tram lines. Elio Mesa in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart leads them down to turn number 1, and contact in the midfield as Diego Ramos gets the jump down into the S's.
Ramos immediately on the needles there as they went into the start, try to make things happen there at the very, very beginning. And, yeah, almost are dropping the wheel there. Actually, I believe was Mesa. That was close. Now Mesa down on the inside. We're going to have a new leader in the hairpin. No, carrying around the outside is Ramos.
Yeah, and ADT gets through for second. Alessandro DiTullio through. Harley Keeble trying to fight for P3. They're trying to eat the rookie up here, and they are doing so. Mesa back to fourth, taking care of the fastest kart on the racetrack, putting it behind them and as far back as they can go. Here's Blake Nash, Braden Eves, everybody freight train in the 327. Mesa even getting pushed to drop a wheel there coming out of the turn 11 hairpin. Another driver that also got pushed off early was Hannah Greenemeyer. As look at that dive from Brandon Carr. He brings Turney, he brings Norberg, and Ramos leads with his teammate in Alessandro DiTullio right behind him.
There is an issue with that Mesa machine, I believe, because as he came through the 90 before that final hairpin, it just didn't look like it was at full song. It didn't seem like it was really coming off that corner, and he was being shoved all the way through. I'd be curious to see what happens here on the straightaway.
Yeah, hard to tell. I mean, it definitely could be a problem. He's got more coming now. Massimino goes by. Elio Mesa's perfect weekend now kind of getting a lot harder to hang on to. Let's watch him here closely and see if maybe it was just a bad start or maybe it is a bit of an engine issue for the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart as he runs behind the reigning world champ Mateus Morgado just outside the top 10 out of turn number 11 right now. Looks okay. I think really just got shuffled and then had corner after corner of marbles on the tires. Here he goes back on Morgado. He'll get one spot back and gets around the 362 while John Burke locks onto their bumper here. The problem is, again, everybody is fast in the midfield. Once you get through the opening couple laps and the tires are warm, the lap times are almost identical. It'll be very impressive if Elio Mesa can carve his way back to the front. He's got a long road forward and a long line of karts up the road from him as we got a change in the lead. DiTullio gets by on Ramos in turn number 6.
And you got to think the teammates there, Ramos is going to go, let's just go. Let's just push. We don't need to fight right now. These two drivers should keep going. You got Blake Nash trying to set sail there. Third place, Nash looking for a rebound from his first heat.
You can already see how much DiTullio's pulled away from Ramos, but more than anything, Joe Turney is up to fourth, and he's pulled away from Brandon Carr. Norberg is 6th, but Turney was the fastest car on the racetrack by a good bit. In heat number 1, he is much closer to the leaders here with much more time left in this one. 7 to go still as we go down the front stretch. There's Brandon Carr in 5th. We'll pick up Turney here through the S's, and all of them closing out. I mean, Nash is closing in on the top 2 as a whole. Here, DiTullio not getting away too much from Ramos. They both are getting reeled back in by the group headed to turn number 6.
Indeed. Now you can see only one kart length as it come out of the hairpin is Nash, but he's got Turney right on the back bumper, and you can watch the difference of how they go through the S's section. Again, with all the twists and turns of this place and the different types of corners. We talked, Brandon Lemke talked about being able to link different corners. It's got a nice flow to it, and we are really seeing those different ways of going through and being able to charge back up. The driver in front of you does something different, you can switch up and you can find gains. Turney, Nash, making it happen. We got a new leader, and Nash is going to try to come with him. He will indeed do so. Nash up to second, new leader as well.
Turney gets through for 3rd. So Diego Ramos getting back around Alessandro DiTullio's Prime Power Team Bureau Art, but I think all he did was delay the inevitable. Blake Nash, if he can get a good exit, is going to get himself to the point here right now down the back straightaway. Big run coming, looks back, sees Turney's there. Is he going to go for it? Here it is. Down the inside, new leader. Blake Nash goes through. Turney not able to get around Ramos for 2nd. And Nash has got to worry here. Does Ramos dive him back? He does not. We've got more company on the way, boys and girls. Here comes Brandon Carr in 5th, Ryan Norberg in 6th, and Vizzaro, very impressive run there in the 7th spot, I believe, but I don't think he's got a transponder on. But the 310 is, Dario Vazzaro right there in 7th. As up front here, Nash now with Turney getting through for 2nd, finally on Ramos. There's Dario Vazzaro there on your screen, so it's all stacked up. My goodness, we are 6-7 karts deep. It's going to explode at some point. Someone's going to make a mistake. Nash, and there it is! Turney hops the wheel over Blake Nash. Vazzaro drives over Turney. He spun in front of the field on the back straightaway. And just like that, too many karts together, too close together. Turney tried to get around Blake Nash. He nearly spins. An incredible save by Joe Turney. Another one's turn. Hao Peng Zhang just absolutely pile drived Dario Vazzaro's stopped kart. The whole field made it through, and then the Super Tuned Tony Kart driver made contact with him. Now, here's your update on the lead group. Your leader has gotten away, and it is Diego Ramos, who's gotten himself a big-time lead. Nash is 2nd, DeTulio 3rd, Carr 4th. How far back has Turney fallen? He's back around 9th or 10th here, just ahead of Austin Garrison, who started 19th.
Turney, I just said something about how it was a different way of going through the S's, a different way of going through some of the corners, and Turney was making these big gains through the S's, and he tried to turn that gain into a position on Nash, and instead the connection happened. I can't believe that Nash is still sitting in 2nd. We didn't see how the rest of the corners happened. Now 3, almost 2 wide there. Nash is going to slot in here. He's going to move 2-3 spots now behind Norberg. Going back on Norberg. Now Nash is going to lock into 4th.
That was smart there by Blake Nash to kind of push Norberg. Now Braden Eves is trying to hang on. He nearly spins it in front of the field. There goes 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 karts by. I mean, this is just such a competitive class. Everybody is so quick. Mesa's there. More contact. One of the RPG Cosmics goes wide. That's Donovan Bonilla getting knocked wide in 11. And it's a mad dash into the final 2 corners. Harley Keeble blocking low. Massimino, Hodgson, DeMello all there. John Burke. How about the run for John Burke, by the way? 9 spots gained, make it 11 spots gained. The CRG is up into the, he should be up inside the top 5. I think our timing and scoring is a little bit off. Diego Ramos leads. DeTulio 2nd. Brandon Carr is 3rd.
Ryan Norberg now making the move up the inside on Nash. Move Ryan Norberg back up.
So, again, we got the driver right now currently in 3rd or 4th showing as the leader. That'll get updated. Oh, wow, Blake Nash. Hello. Get your elbows out with the 7-time champ, Mike?
Yeah, well, Blake Nash is trying to go, yo, I've been up here. I know how to make this thing happen. And no, you're not. Oh, look, and actually, Norberg goes a little bit too deep and actually loses 1 more spot.
Yeah, John Burke gets another one. So John Burke on that Tesoro Raceworks CRG coming at 2 to go. Look at Joe Turney with a heavily damaged KR behind him as well. But Burke, really, really strong performance. And he's going to have a shot at Blake Nash. DeTulio on Brandon Carr. Diego Ramos is still long gone from the rest of the field. He's really made the most of this one. Should be in position to claim this 2nd heat race. Brandon Carr, big points haul for the championship points leader. DeTulio still solid. And for Turney, I mean, he's got to survive and hang on no matter how damaged that go-kart is because he can't afford to give up any more points in these heats with how many good drivers there are. I mean, look at Elio Meza. After getting swallowed on the first lap and a half by everyone in the field, he's really not been able to charge forward that much. It's just been that aggressive and that evenly matched all the way down. It's just not making mistakes and track position. Out of the final turn, white flag this time. John Burke on the bumper of Blake Nash here to try and challenge for P4, while the battle for 2nd rages on ahead of him. Brandon Carr versus Alessandro DeTulio.
Indeed, and we were talking about like how much contact there's been. Who knows how many bumpers might be pushed in as well. You're going to have time penalties for those bumpers, which means you could get some free spots. You just got to make sure you keep things rolling the right direction, keep it clean here on the final lap.
Down through the hairpin here, Turney goes low to block. Keeble still right behind. Oliver Hodgson is there as well. No changes in that group as they go through the double right-hander. The sun fully out here for the 2nd heat race. And a little more shuffling. Aiden Rudolph, Hayden Jones. There is Arias Dukmedjian making up ground. But let's go back towards the leaders here. Final time into the last corner. Brandon Carr versus DeTulio for 2nd. That should be pretty cut and dry. I think it is. And across the line, Diego Ramos, Heat 2 winner here in X30 Pro. You go further back as the order starts to finally come on in. Again, unfortunately, timing and scoring just a little bit off here for this one, but we can tell you by the eyeball what we've got. So it's going going to be, of course, Ramos over Brandon Carr, then Alessandro DiTullio. Then you've got, I believe, John Burke, and then Blake Nash. Or no, Blake Nash and then John Burke, and then you got Ryan Norberg. Then it looks like it's about mostly settled. Holy Keeble ended up behind Joe Turney there at the end. Lots to unpack from that one there, Mike. We saw Nash getting his elbows out with Ryan Norberg. Turney and Nash coming together over in 5. I don't think that was anyone's fault. That was kind of hard racing, just an awkward deal. Thankfully, when Dario Vazario got spun, he missed the whole field. Everyone but Hao Peng Zhang missed him. And then from there, I mean, just it seemed like every time someone got good momentum going, something would happen and they would get shuffled backwards in that heat race.
Yeah, and again, look at it's a stacked field, right? The entire field is phenomenal, and then those front runners are all vying for a spot. And even we saw, Norberg diving back to take the fight back to Nash, and actually goes in a little bit too deep. So nobody is infallible. Even the 7-time guy can make that small mistake.
Yeah, mistakes all around here at the heat of the afternoon. It is finally warming up. T-shirt and short weather here, and it's about to get really heated up on the racetrack. The final round of heats coming your way next here live on Kart Chaser. You're watching the US Pro Kart Series Texas Grand Prix.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun, family atmosphere. Try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Hey guys, I'm Matias Morgado, driver for PSL Bureau Art, and you are watching Kart Chaser.
Welcome back here to the SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston, Texas, as the first of the two groups left to go for KA100 Junior, presented by BBS Race Engines, hits the racetrack. It's groups A and D. You've got your first and fourth overall qualifiers to make up the front row. Ernesto Rivera will start on the point. Alongside him should be, I believe, Salvador de la Vecchia in the 872 Kart Republic. Then Justin Music and Sebastian Garzón will make up row number 2. Stephen Miller and Anthony Martella, row 3. Diego Guillo, Creston Pico, David Ibarra, and Jose Martinez will make up the field as KA Junior gets set to go green.
Jackson Wolney, 11th. Quentin McPherson, Alex Mercado, Reagan Seville, Jackson Young, Chase Buscaglia, Christian Garduno, Braden Cervez, Sebastian Vergole, and Oliver Trejo, the top 20 as they come around the final hairpin and get lined up. Heat number 3, the beginning of the third and final heats on the day. Again, 10 laps. Everybody's still starting where they qualified, trying to get the points to have a good starting position for the main. Green flag is out here in KA Junior. Rivera clear into the lead. Already issues onto the straightaway. Couldn't quite tell, but a couple drivers getting together there and continuing there through 4 and 5. Big defense now. Move for P2. Move the 855 up. Sebastian Garzón, I've already seen strong pace out of Garzón up to P2 early.
Yeah, now we watch them coming into the infield hairpin for the first time. Let's see, no big defending up front. Everyone kind of riding really well. I mean, we've seen this class be pretty aggressive so far to start. Not terrible, but definitely a little bit of shoving from Garzón. Little love tap there to Rivera coming into the braking zone, but they've got a nice little gap to begin here this one. Stephen Miller as well. He and Diego Guillo have some breathing room out back, so they don't need to be hard on each other. And if they just work together, they can pull that gap to be even bigger than what it is at the moment. Down the backstretch once again we go. 1 down, 9 laps to go here for Ernesto Rivera and company. And again, a few packs, but this is going to tighten up a little bit. Sebastian Garzón to the lead in turn number 6. De La Vecchia not close enough to follow, but it's the Orsilon Racing Tony Kart now showing the way as Rivera drops in line to second.
Rivera puts that little tap on the helmet, and it's almost as like, hey, please don't fight. Let's just go. I don't want to deal with this right now, especially with a little bit of a gap back to the rest of those drivers behind him. Rivera now back behind Garzón. Garzón right out of the gate was getting after it, and now up 3 spots with just 1 lap, almost 2 in the books.
Here we come out of the final turn. Garzón, Rivera, and De La Vecchia. 1, 2, 3. What's the gap back? Lap before was about 0.7 of a second. This time, that pass, that single pass for the lead, cost them 2.5 tenths, and that's enough to bring Diego Guillo into the conversation. And Guillo even made a pass himself, so they just lost that much time. Justin Music leads the next group there in that Arcane Motorsports OTK ahead of Alex Mercado. But Diego Guillo, fastest car on the racetrack, he's 2 car lengths away from 3rd place now after closing a gap that was at one point almost a second.
Yeah, patience hasn't really been the scenario we've been talking about here with the juniors. They've been really elbows up and getting things done, trying to get to the front. But now with Garzón up there and Rivera right in the coattails, they've already pulled about a kart length now on De La Vecchia. So this could be a scenario where Rivera has the patience and they get to actually pull away a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to do it. Coming on to the front stretch this time. Rivera pulling now, even probably another car length there. Pushing Garzón, pulling away from De La Vecchia. That's what they need to see there to be able to keep that gap back or keep the number of drivers in contention for the race win lower rather than letting more get into the party. Here's the run down the backstretch for 3rd. I think we're going to see a move from Guillo. We do. He goes down the inside on De La Vecchia, who kind of runs him a little tight there, but ultimately gives way, and we have a change in position. Diego Guillo, P3.
Yeah, and keep an eye on Stephen Miller, fastest on course. And we see that a lot when you got a group of about 5 or so in a row, that the driver in the back of that pack would be able to cut the fast lap up the inside. Here comes Miller now. Move Miller up De La Vecchia, back to 5th, Miller to 4th.
Getting some info here as well. Apparently lots of hurt feelings and probably some frustrated drivers from that X30 Pro final heat race from the scale line. Lots of chatter back and forth. I'm sure there were a handful of penalties handed out, but we could see that class get a little bit more rowdy when that third heat race comes around. I don't think there's any kind of animosity right now between most of these kids in KA Junior, which is good to see. But down the backstretch we go. So far, a couple passes maybe didn't need to happen. Here's another one that maybe does, maybe doesn't. Rivera down the inside on Garzón, new leader out of turn number 7.
Ernesto Rivera, he's been pushing the entire time, now decides, you know what, I think I'll take my shot at it here with almost halfway done in this heat race. Be curious to see if Garzón just hangs out and does their shot at pushing. Nope, no waiting. Garzón right back to the front.
Down the inside in 11 for Sebastian Garzón. Now it brings Diego Guillo close enough to really get onto the bumper, brings Stephen Miller right there. I'm surprised De La Vecchia still can't hang on with all this passing going on. That's not a good sign for the Salvador De La Vecchia camp, that even with them battling for the lead here, Mike, he's not able to stay close as they really get bottled up. And look at that move around the outside. Slick pass. Stephen Miller gets through to third.
That was opportunistic by Miller, because actually what happened was Guillo got into the back of Rivera. I think the timing was just ever so a little bit off. And oh, look at this. Last chance move and crossover. It is getting hot and heavy at the front here in KA Junior.
Yeah, getting a little bit wild there as Miller went down the inside to try and follow. Couldn't do it. Let's hear from one half of that crazy sideways incident in turns 4 and 5. Joe Turney is standing by here with our Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Joe, I mean, a pretty eventful race for you, I'd say. I mean, you kept it pretty patient for most of that race. You know, you saw an opportunity there in turn 4. What happened?
I mean, I was taking my time. They were defending a lot and fighting a lot at the front, so I took my time, waited for a pass that I thought was clear, and he just turned like I wasn't there. So I don't know. I don't know where's a good place to pass now, because it seems like every time you're on the inside of someone, they just want to fight the position like it's the last lap, last corner. So I don't know.
Yeah, tough luck, Joe.
All right, well, there you hear it. Their frustration, as we expected. We just had one of the Sodi drivers just go take a real dirty bath, like what we were talking about, Mike, earlier today. Big-time splash zone on the front straightaway. At the same time, this pack has come absolutely unglued. There's about 2 car lengths between them now, but it's 5. De La Vecchia back in it. Miller the leader, Rivera second, Garzón third, Guillo back to P5. 3 to go this time.
It's like everybody's going to take their opportunity to take the lead. The one person who's hanging out the top 2 most of the time is Rivera. Rivera has been either first or second. Now, P2, they're coming across for 3. Miller needs to have a solid finish here. We'll see how this thing ends up. How hard does he fight? He said he's going to take it easy.
Yeah, he says he's going to take it easy. We're going to find out here in a moment as we go side by side once again. Harley Keeble also had a bird's eye view of a lot of the carnage going on there in heat number 2. Let's hear his take on how his race ended up. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Harley Keeble. Harley, up and down weekend for you. You've had, glimpses of pace and then just got pushed around, I think, in this second heat. Walk me through it.
Well, we're struggling a little bit with pace. Like in qualifying, I got myself in a good track position and everything. And then the first heat, we wasn't really quick enough to go forward. Second heat was a little bit better, but nothing special. And it was just so hard. And luckily, everyone started fighting. I managed to get there, make up a few positions, and then just had to defend for a few laps, see how many positions I can keep, and then carry on from there.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned struggling for pace. What is it? Is it a bit of chassis, a bit of engine, a bit of mistakes from you? What's going on?
It's a bit of everything, really. Like, the chassis sliding a little bit, we're missing a bit of engine, but obviously you're always trying to make it up with the driving, and then after that you start to make a few mistakes, and yeah, it's just a bit difficult at the moment, but I'm sure we'll fix it for the final.
Thanks, Harley.
Thank you.
A very focused Harley Keeble right there. Now, speak about the focus. We just saw 3 different drivers really make contact with each other and allowed Diego Guillo to slip in as the accordion effect in full play right now here, Mike. A lap and a half to go. We're going to go down to Blake Nash here right after this one, because this is a crazy final 2-lap stint here. They come into the white flag this time. Garzón leads the way. He's gotten back around Rivera.
Yeah, and it's all to play for. This front 5 nose to tail. As you can see, the accordion starting to happen. And there's a little bit of a bump from Rivera. Rivera now to the inside, the 90-degree coming on the straightaway. White flag in the air right now.
1 lap to go. Ernesto Rivera leading the way. Miller second. Garzón De La Vecchia is in that white helmet on the Kart Republic, orange and white machine in 4th. And then it's the chrome and red and black Iron Rock Tony kart of Diego Guillo. Down to the inside for Ernesto Rivera to block. Side by side for 4th, Guillo trying to go by on De La Vecchia. Can't do it. Through 7. Here comes Garzone. He's applying pressure on Miller, who has to stay low for him. And it's going to spread back out. No change up front. Final time to the infield.
Rivera's got a bit of a gap, but if he doesn't open it up, he'll be all right. There it is. That could be enough to be able to spread it out. And actually, I think that's De La Vecchia in the back. Yeah, he's starting to lose a little bit going wide. So there's a big gap for Rivera. He should have it. Fight is for second. Miller's got it. Looking for the crossover. Well done by Miller there. And here comes Guillo to snag one right at the end.
Nicely done. So Ernesto Rivera turns his luck around in 100cc action. Let's go down trackside to Blake Nash. The other half of that incident, we heard from Joe Turney, felt like he kind of got the door closed in his face. Well, Blake Nash, the other driver involved that were fighting for the lead, he's down with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Here, Blake Nash. Blake, again, you had a really good race going for you there. Redemption almost from Heat 1. Up until the incident was really good. What happened there with Joe Turney?
Yeah, so we go through corner 1, 2, 3, the fast S. I get the car turned in the double right. All of a sudden, pretty late on in the corner, I see Turney come to the inside. He rails the second curb and drives straight over me. And then in the pit lane, he proceeds to try to blame me. Behind my back, doesn't really even come up and say anything to me. So, yeah, kind of showed his true colors, and I expect more, honestly.
All right, thanks, Blake.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it from Blake Nash. You can hear the frustration in everybody's voices here all around from the way that race turned out. But, again, like we were talking, Mike, it's just a stacked field. There's so many guys at even speed that at some point someone gets aggressive and then they feel like they go over the line to the other guy, and the other guy is like, well, you crossed the line, now I'm going to cross the line back to you, and it never ends. Once someone starts that cycle, it doesn't seem like it ends.
And we've seen a lot of those opportunities. Like they look like they're going to be good, right? Like Turney looked like he was quicker in that section, was able to get that surge in there. What we couldn't tell from that angle was how far up he was able to get. Blake obviously thinks he's got the curb. Turney obviously thinks that he turned down on him. Neither of them are going to be on the same page. We still have another heat with those guys.
We do. We've got more to come here from Houston. So don't go anywhere, folks. The second half of the KA Junior Field is coming your way for the final round of heat races here live from SpeedSportz Racing Park.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Hey guys, I'm Matias Morgado, driver for PSL Bureau Art, and you are watching Kart Chaser.
Welcome back here to SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston. BBS Racing Engines KA100 Junior getting set to go for groups B and D, or sorry, B and C coming together here for the final round of heat races. We've got Turner Brown, who, of course, in the very first heat race of the day got spun out of turn number 11. Peyton Westcott, who's also had not the best opening heat, but then a decent second heat. And then you go back here, you got Emma Kate Scarborough, Austin Olds on row number 2. And the rest of the pack will round the final turn. It's the final chance to improve your point score and make sure that you hopefully don't have to go to that last chance qualifier race tomorrow morning. You got to keep your nose clean, keep it on the racetrack, and keep that bumper pushed out. Coming into the start tram lines here, we look for the green flag. We've got it down to turn number 1 and to the inside for Peyton Westcott. She will get the lead from Turner Brown and hold it through the S's.
And we haven't seen that every single time. A lot of the drivers, again, we've talked about which side do you really want to be on at the start. This time, Westcott's going to lead him down the straightaway. A little bit of a defense as they go down there. No move this time. Looks like Westcott should have as they come out of the hairpin.
Nicely done for Peyton Westcott there. Turner Brown still second. Emma Scarborough in third. Side by side for fifth there, as it looked like we've got the likes of Tyler Roberts trying to make a move. He does. Vid Montien coming through. Landon Skinner following. That's again all behind Fernando Luque's Super Tune Tony Kart. And he's right behind this battle for P3. Austin Olds takes the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic up to third.
Smart by Scarborough to kind of let that thing happen. How many drivers have we seen off the outside in turn 11 because they tried holding it, and that time right there slotting in and just continuing to race. Only one lap in the books.
Fernando Luque also able to get by Emma Scarborough there coming down the front stretch. So it's Peyton Westcott leading over Turner Brown. Then you go back to find Austin Olds and company through the double right. On to the long back straightaway here. Can the Nash Motorsports EOS kart driver build a little gap? She's got a car length back to Turner Brown, but we were talking during the commercial break as Austin Olds sends it down. He'll pick up another P2 for the number 850 of Austin Olds. And that MPG KR starting to get a little closer to the bright blue and chrome of Peyton Westcott. But we've been talking, there's a big headwind coming down the back straightaway. So you're getting the wind right in your face. And that, of course, makes that draft effect even that much more crucial and that much more beneficial for the driver behind, Mike.
No, exactly. And that's why I think we're seeing, like, if you're like the fifth person in line, you got that much more of a toe as you go down the straightaway. So if drivers do link up, which we haven't seen a bunch in juniors, if we do link up, there is a chance that you can push. Now, Olds has already gotten one spot per lap. I can't imagine Olds is going to hang out here. Olds is going to go to the front right here at the end of the straightaway.
You would think so. He has got the momentum on his side. He's got the speed. He's got the run to the bumper. Looking inside for the lead. Austin Olds down the inside on Peyton Westcott. He'll take over, and now the young lady has to go back to work as the California driver for the California-based Nash Motorsports team. Still with a little cushion out back to the Mexican driver of Fernando Luque on that Super Tune USA Tony Kart. He's also just kind of followed both of them through the pack, specifically Olds more than anything, and gotten himself to third as they fight for fourth. Scarborough versus Turner Brown. That's going to give a little more separation to the top three. Couple car lengths up to Luque. And you go back from the top five. You got Skinner, Vid Montien, Tyler Roberts. Back to the HRI Mexico entry, Diego Mendez Torres, and then Santiago Duran on the AR Academy Tony Kart.
Luke Hay, back-to-back purple laps. Luke Hay, fastest driver on course, third place right now. And again, we've seen that as you have those fast drivers come through, as soon as they catch somebody, they go for the move. Will Luke Hay do it? Yes, here it is to the inside of the hairpin. Luke Hay on Westcott. Job done, up to second.
Yeah, Westcott was just trying to make up lost time to Austin Olds, clean those tires off after having to go wide to get past. Now she's got to reset the process again, close back up to Luke Hay here. So maybe one lap to just kind of get your bearings back, get your tires back on the normal racing line all the way around so you don't have any dirt or marbles on it. As we see Landon Skinner making some hay here. He was fastest last time around, gets around Scarborough. Landon Skinner to the top 5, and behind him there, more passing. There's Westcott. Good move by Peyton Westcott to stop the bleeding. She gets back by on Fernando Luque. However, it's now cost them both a little time to Austin Olds since she made that move in the final corner. You tend to lose a little more time there than, let's say, the end of the backstretch. With 6 laps to go, 4 complete, still plenty of time. And with this headwind still for Austin Olds, it's not going to be that easy to break the draft. And it neither will be for Westcott. Here comes Luke Hay back to answer again. Skinner goes through as well for third.
And I expect Skinner to actually make the move on Luke Hay here because Skinner's been on the charge, making things up. Right now, 3-4 positions gained. Sure, Luke Hay's been rolling as well, but when you see that forward progress, I'd be real surprised that heat race winner Skinner is not going to continue that charge through the field.
The field is taking shots corner by corner at Peyton Westcott right now. Emma Scarborough went by, then Vid Montien. Now Vid Montien going wheel to wheel with Scarborough, and Westcott opens the door. Turner Brown going to go as well, and they're all going to get bottled up there. 3 wide coming down the front stretch. That's going to get tight. Where can everybody find a hole? And now the race leader is trapped, or former race leader is trapped here in this 7-8 car pack. Final run through the double right for them, at least as they are, because I don't know if they'll stay this way for the moment. Vid Montien, look at this, all the way down to the inside to block. Everybody's going to be bumper to bumper. The leaders are battling as Luke Hay gets by Austin Olds, and Skinner fights as well, but these guys just need to ride. They're going at it up front, and we're going to also go side by side. Giorgio Carrara standing by here with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, and here Giorgio Carrara. Giorgio, solid weekend for you so far. I mean, decent qualifying, P3 in the first heat, P4 in the second heat. You tried something that didn't really work, so you're going to go back to what worked before in the third heat. Walk me through your weekend, though, as a whole.
Yeah, no problem for us this weekend. So, yeah, I mean, this is already quite good, so we are happy for that. And then, yeah, the speed is quite okay. Of course, in the last heat, we missed it a little bit, but now we came back to the line we were doing in the first heat that was faster, so I think we will be, again there, and yeah, hopefully I recover some positions, and yeah, then from the final, I think with the new tires and this chassis, we have a good possibility to go to the front.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 heats, you've shown a really good pace, even faster than the guys ahead of you at some points, you know, purple in the first heat. What is it that you're missing? Is it just the fact that it's hard to pass around this racetrack, you think, in the shifter class?
Yeah, that's quite difficult, I have to say. Passing is always difficult with the shifter, and in this track, you have only one point that you can really break deep. Anyway, we are all 4 quite close in the lap time, so yeah, just need to be smart and look for the gap, and then yeah, if we are fast, we can go to the front, so I will send it.
All right, thank you, Giorgio.
Thank you.
There you hear it from Giorgio Carrara. Obviously very good spirits and a lot of confidence, but he should be. I mean, that is a really cool operation here, Mike. The Lenzo Kart Factory team, that is one of the few kind of still around fully independent kart factories. Nothing outsourced, nothing. It's not a rebranded of a major manufacturer. They do everything in-house, and they are over here because they want to win Las Vegas. So they're prepping for everything, and this year has been cool to see their progression stateside of making a good North American product. They've got him running better than we've seen as we see more battling up at the front. 2.5 to go. Landon Skinner, Austin Olds, Fernando Luque battling. The group behind spread out a little. Vid Montien, Westcott, and Turner Brown. But this is the fight for the win.
Yeah, indeed, and you were talking about just before we went to the interviews that these 3 just need to kind of hang out a little bit, but luckily for them, the infighting was pretty severe. The one thing I want to point out, how about Peyton Westcott getting back up there now to P5 and actually rolling with Enzo Vidmontien? Best she might be able to do is 4th, but was in that hardcore mix of about 7 drivers. That's starting to settle down. Peyton might be able to get back to 4th, but 2 to go for our leaders. Skinner already got a dub. Olds been right at the front in 3rd place. Luque has definitely been quick.
Yeah, Luque has been really solid here, and he's been showing some restraint. Fernando Luque's been over-aggressive, really, if we look back at the month of March. I think he's held it in check so far here in this heat race. Let's see Austin Olds send it on the inside for the lead there here with a lap and a half to go. He gets around Landon Skinner. Skinner's still there. Luque trying to find a way by. The road is blocked. Now he goes to the middle. Now he crosses over, cuts the track, and that could draw a penalty, but it was a clean move. Again, we saw Josh Campbell purposely back out of a move and let Josh Holtz by with that exact maneuver, right?
Yeah, except I think I still saw Luque's tires on the, quote, black stuff instead of being all the way over the curb. So I think that's going to be a good pass right there. And he's got the lead now onto the straightaway for the white flag. It's going to be Luque from Olds and now a little bit back to Skinner.
It is so close up front. The field's finally catching back up here. If they low line it for 2 corners, we're going to stack them and pack them, and it's going to open the door for a few more drivers to make up some spots and a couple guys to go backwards. Luque looks back, sees Olds, starts to move low. Skinner stays high. Westcott going to go to the inside of Vidmontien for 4th. Not close enough. Vidmontien trying to get the inside of Skinner. Can't do it. So it's all together out of 7. Now Skinner's got to worry about Vidmontien. He'll go low. And Austin Olds, it's all going to ride on the shoulders of the 850. Can the Indiana boy get himself a little bit closer here? He's 3 car lengths back into the infield as Skinner gets a little shove from Vidmontien and everyone else stacks up behind him.
Yeah, Skinner, that was a defensive maneuver. He wasn't trying to go for a pass. It might have looked like a pass, but he was trying to cover. Will Peyton try to make a move? Peyton to the inside of Vidmontien, but it's going to be out front. Luque is going to get the job done here in Heat 3.
Fernando Luque, Austin Olds, and Westcott did try to go on Vidmontien, but didn't fully commit. Vidmontien crowded her down, broke her momentum a bit. She ends up across the line back in 7th as Turner Brown with a good smart heads-up move. He gets around, and so does Santiago Duran, who picks up 4 spots. So heads-up driving from Santiago Duran and Turner Brown, who were nowhere to be seen till that final lap again. And we've got a little bit of guys moving around on the cool-down lap coming down the backstretch we can see, but not sure what any of that was all about. But Fernando Luque, 7 spots gained from 8th on the grid to the win here. Pro Shifter, presented by SRP Engines, is coming your way next. And for as we've heard from many drivers describing this racetrack, you guys have heard it from us here. Kartclass.com has the course previews for all the circuits we're headed to, it feels like, on the Pro National Circuit, including this one with its first ever U.S. major event. If you want to learn a little more, well, let's give you a little teaser of what you can find on Kartclass.com with Australia's winningest karter of all time, David Serra.
Hey guys, and welcome to SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston, Texas. The circuit here offers both tight and technical section, but also fast and flowing sweepers that lead into long straights. We're here to show you guys the fastest way around the racetrack. Key takeaways for SpeedSportz Racing Park are: the 180-degree hairpins require a later apex. Although this might present more opportunity for drivers behind you to overtake, if you're attempting to drive your fastest laps, then opening up the entry and parrying earlier will enhance your exit speeds. Drivers need to be aggressive over the opening turn curbs. They're not overly abrasive, so even the smaller cadets can drive over them. This helps shorten the racetrack, but also open up the following sequence of corners so that drivers can carry more momentum through these turns. I'm Dave Serra from Kart Class, and we've shown you the fastest way to drive SpeedSportz Racing Park. I hope you guys have enjoyed the video.
Welcome to SRP Engines Pro Shifters final heat race of the weekend. Danny Formal needs a solid heat here to secure his spot on the front row after fading back to the third spot in heat number 2. He qualified on the pole, but part of that we could believe, of course, everyone could always do better, but AJ Myers said he specifically not only missed the pressures but made one mistake in the final 2 corners, cost him 2/10, and he backed that up by a dominating flag-to-flag victory in Heat 2 from the outside starting spot after getting the whole shot. 2 for 2 so far is the Magic Kart machine. So we'll see if he can go perfect. Can he get all 3 starts from the front row? AJ Myers, Danny Formal, who gets the launch off the line? Formal looks a little better this time, but again, Myers gets the advantage into the right-hander turn 2, and he leads them through 4 and 5. So it's Myers, Formal, Kremers into third, and we rocket the rest of the field down the backstretch. How about the start from Talon Yockel into the top 5, best he's ever been so far in a US Pro Kart Series Pro Shifter event.
You were talking about Formal needing to have a good finish here to try to get that pole position, but he also needs a little bit of love in the luck department, because if he just gets to first, that might not be enough to beat Myers, who already has got that W, second, and Formal is back to third.
Right. He needs Marin Kremers or Giorgio Carrara or both to both shuffle AJ Myers back. He's got that pole award win, so that is a tiebreaker, of course, but he's got a 1 and a 3. Myers a 1 and a 2. It, like you said, it's not just enough to win it, but winning it would at least help him in the championship, which is, of course, a big part that he'd like to at least leave out. He's going to have to miss, I believe, 1 or 2 rounds of the US Pro Kart Series Tour due to his sports car commitments with the Wayne Taylor Racing team. But nonetheless, Danny Formal wants to say, hey, before I leave this championship, I had the championship points lead, and I had that on an OTK with Rollison Performance Group. So every race matters, and he's also still probably pushing a little bit right now to see where it was that AJ had the edge on him, because in the battling throughout that second heat race, he wasn't super close. Like, he was only, he'd be maybe half a second back, and he could kind of judge it. Right now, he's a car length away. He gets a really good view of if and where A.J. Myers on that Magic card is any bit stronger than he is, and he can go to work on that tonight with what he learns here from this final heat.
Yeah, and it was heat number 2, whereas Marian Kremer's putting the pressure on him and actually getting around him, and now you can just see them close. So it's definitely Formal with the advantage in the opening few corners, but as they go down the straightaway, the advantage looks to be Myers as he's able to pull a little bit there, goes defensive, tries to hold him back. If they go defensive, here comes Kremers, Carrera, and Yockel.
Yeah, and we've seen a couple guys be able to make some moves beyond the backstretch, but the backstretch is that corner that Giorgio Carrara alluded to is the only real passing zone that you can dive bomb someone into. Everywhere else is tricky to get around, and we haven't seen a lot of defending here so far this weekend, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of defending in tomorrow's main event because they know if they can block the 1 to 2 major passing zones, they're going to have to really actually root them out of the way and have contact to make the pass. Then that puts the race in the officials' hands. So out of the turn 4 or 5 complex, here we come down the backstretch. Formal's close again. Myers knows it. And as they rocket into turn 6, you'll see AJ just fade a little bit lower than Danny does in the braking zone towards the apex.
Yeah, instead of arcing it into the corner, he just kind of points it just a little bit sooner, which makes that window that much tougher for Danny to try to get it in there. Now, Danny didn't even try that time, and he's within about 2 kart lengths here as they go into turn number 11. Now, one of the interesting things, too, is you hear these shifter drivers saying, man, it's really tough to pass here. It's because of those front brakes and how they're able to downshift and then grab gears again versus the clutch karts where we see them pass everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, you need almost a really perfectly designed racetrack that allows the shifters to both stretch their legs gearing-wise, not have too much draft dependency, and have a couple of corners where they can pass each other that are hard to block going into. It's always the debate going into the Super Nationals and Rock Vegas, right, Mike? I mean, you've been involved in helping put a lot of tracks together. You were with Cal Speed Karting, coming with a lot of different layouts as we see this one. An attempt from Danny down the inside. That right there, again, like Giorgio said, the one corner you can really send it from a ways back. He got within a car length, sent it, just wasn't enough.
That was from pretty far back, too. So definitely Formal trying to think. And, again, you do something like that, and you get AJ to quit trying to just cut fast laps. Now maybe AJ's driving behind him a little bit. They're just, again, a little bit tighter through that corner. Doesn't get off quite as much. But you see that as they come through that hairpin there, that right front tire kind of unload. Like it is really, really putting the pressure on those rear tires to get off the corners. Formal's car really twists and gets off that corner well.
I mean, he's lifting the right front up through that double right. You can see, like you said, it's getting real light at the front of the car for Danny, really rear heavy. So through turn 6, here we go over to 7. And all the while, by the way, Marian Kremers has closed the gap. Giorgio Carrara closing the gap. Talon Yockel, so impressive here in this final heat race. Every heat he's gotten better here this weekend.
Well, you were talking about, right? There needs to be somebody else besides Formal that beats AJ for him to grab that pole position and maybe have the best shot at getting that whole shot down to the first corner. So what do? You go take the fight to AJ early, bring the pack closer to you. Now somebody else can follow you through perhaps.
Potentially here. Again, we know Marian Kremers is tired of just kind of watching and being a bit of a bridesmaid at a handful of times. He was the 2022 ScuSa Pro Tour champ. He's won some dominant races, but he is yet to get a win against both of these guys in the same event here this year. Let's see them go through turn number 6 this time. No major move there. Myers over Formal. You can see the whole train just snaking through these switchback hairpins. Nothing really the shifter boys and girls can do there. They can really do the last corner, maybe this one, but it's hard to really set the guy up and be close enough. And then, of course, the end of the backstretch where they can get around each other. And it's just going to be forcing it right now. They're not going to get too physical in the heat, but they will get up until that edge. That's how good they are. We saw, again, Danny's kind of late half send there down the inside of AJ. He knew that where the limit was of where he could get on the binders and not take him out. But he knows that when $5G or $2,500 is on the line tomorrow, he might not release that brake as early.
This is about as far back as Danny was. And again, a look over the shoulder from AJ. He's not close enough, but Danny's actually made a surge. There it is, another kind of little move towards the apex. Look at it. Hey, we got Kremers closing in there too. I think Kremers might be able to find something. Fastest lap does go to Kremers, although that time by, it's pretty even with the front 3.
Here they come. You can see how on edge they are through that dog leg at turn number 10. That kink into the hairpin here. I mean, you can see Danny especially just on the ragged edge. All three of them so fast here again out at the final turn. This time by, though, AJ's just got 2 more laps to hang on. They all get a brand new set of MG yellows tomorrow, so no need to hold anything else back, boys. It's all to take here if you can get it. We know Talon Yockel's right there on Giorgio Carrara. That's kind of going on as well in its own little bubble, is that battle for P4, because they're closer than the top 3 are, and Carrara knows that he's checked him twice, then goes low to block there behind the leaders while they all take the normal line up the road from him.
It is a 5-kart run at the front. Like, no stretching out on this one. I mean, AJ's got a little bit of an advantage. Now, look, actually, Kremers has closed right up. Maybe a bit of a bob or a missed shift out of form out, because that's the longest gap that we've seen from first to second. Kremers close enough to maybe make a move in turn number 14.
Yeah, he's got to have a big, big move here this time. Does he try it? No, not enough. Thought about it. Formal definitely struggling. That rear end grip looks like it's completely gone. So Marian Kremers realizing that, knows he's got 1 lap to try and find a way around, and Carrara is all over his tail as well. Let's see them through 4. Formal covers that off. He's just got to block at this point. Park it on the apex. Don't give him a chance. We talked about him leaning on the rear. Well, it looks like his rears have gone first. Here comes Carrara on Kremers. Not enough.
Coming off the corner nicely, though, there's still going to be enough. Look at that. Like, Kremers is able to take more of a tag line through there, keep it nice and tight, get off the corner. He's definitely better on the exit. Will he be close enough for turn 11? Second to last opportunity right here, not going to be close enough. It's going to be turn 14 or nothing.
Yeah, through turn 11 there. It's all or nothing for Kremers, all or nothing for Talon Yockel on Giorgio Carrara. Everybody blocks it low, though. Nothing going to happen on exit. AJ Myers is going to win another Heat 3 to the Magic Man here, and he will punch his ticket to the pole tomorrow. Formal, at least by hanging on to second, will keep the front row within reason here. He's just going to switch spots with AJ. Kremers and Carrara back and forth in the heats, but Marian Kremers, I think, the biggest progression here out of the day today, and that's good news, because if you're getting better over the course of multiple heat cycles, you probably have the best tire management out of anyone into tomorrow's very lengthy main event on those brand new MGLs. We saw a fall off of 1.5 seconds in Orlando from the start to the end of the final, Mike. It was incredible. We won't see that to that degree here from what we're hearing from the drivers, but it will definitely be a 0.5 second to second fall off from lap 2 to 7 range to those final 5 to 8 laps.
AJ Myers, Danny Formal, Marian Kremers, Giorgio Carrera, Talon Yockel, all 50.3 to 50.4, but back-to-back purple laps out of Kremers. Give him 20 laps, maybe he's got something for him.
Maybe here. We look back down the order, of course, from all those drivers. The gap was about 4 seconds from Yockel back to Hunter Pickett, who's kind of faded a little bit as this day's gone on. Not been as good of a day for the 236. Augusto Soto Sharipa, Jordan Musser, Vincent Cassar, and Ayrton Hernandez picks up a couple on the Leading Edge Motorsports Formula K. Andy Cantu was the only driver that had an issue. That was the Bureau Art that was off on the side of the racetrack coming out of turn number 6. We go down trackside here as we look for the Trackside Karting Services GFC of Cade Casper and the rest of the Micro Swift field getting set to go green. Another break and more racing to come from SpeedSportz Racing Park. 2 classes complete, 6 still to go, 7 in total heat races still to come. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee. And on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
My name's Austin Garrison. I race for SpeedSportz Racing, and you're watching Kart Chaser.
Well, the engines have fired here for the microsifts, but the scale line has started to move in Pro Shifter. Let's send it out to Sally Mott on pit lane, who has caught up with Marin Kremers, the PSL Karting Bureau Large driver. A consistent, solid run through the couple of heat races, and it would look to be probably the best heat of the day for him, coming here right at the end. Sally? Let's see if we got her down again here. Sally Mott, do you have us down there on pit lane? We'll try one more time here as the grid starts to clear. We'll see if we have one more connection down to Sally on pit lane. Caught up with Marin Kremers here. Let's send it on to you. Sally, you got us?
We're here with Marin Kremers, and it seems like you were struggling a little bit in the morning, and you're progressively getting faster. You sat in third most of the time, but how did it feel?
Just frustrating, really. I mean, we've got the pace. We've shown it in warm-up and an happy hour. I didn't really perform to my liking in the qualifying, so put me back in third. We tried something to help me maybe in the first heat, but that was obviously wrong. Then the second and third heat, we've got good pace. I think we were fastest again, so that's promising. It's just very frustrating to sit behind these guys and not being able to overtake anywhere. So yeah, we'll work on that tomorrow, and then hopefully with a good start, maybe go up to second and fight for the lead.
Awesome. Well, we wish you luck, and you're doing really well. So.
Thank you.
All right, there you go from Marin Kremers here. Thanks, Sally, on pit lane. We're going to get set to go green here with the microsofts for the final heat race. Mixed bag for what feels like has been almost the entire top five of these kids, right? We go back heat one. Parker Ives gets spun. Last heat, Liam Nachawati doesn't make it off the grid. Tanner Barsh up and down. Cade Casper won the first heat, then got a penalty. So there's been all kinds of shuffling. The one kid who's looking the best, Colton Schneegenberg, double heat race winner. He rolls off sixth, though. Outside lane has not always been the place to be. It's still a little bit sketchy coming to the green here as the full 39 driver field hits the tram lines, Mike.
We hope to get what we saw the last heat where everybody was able to get through there. The first one wasn't so good. The officials talked to them. Hopefully we are clean and green. The green is out. We're hoping for the clean part. Here we go through the S's, and it's going to be the off pole taking it in.
Cade Casper on that black and white Trackside Karting Services GFC gets one on Parker Ives' RPM Nitro kart, and Barsh went through, but then he went wide. Colton Schneegenberg in that bright blue and red Energy to second. Barsh wants to get back to him. Aston Wyatt's up to fourth. Parker Ives, where is he fallen? He's all the way back to the fifth or sixth spot there on that bright silver helmet. Just behind him is Liam Nachawati. They go side by side. Here comes Maxwell Macha in that SLA kart racing kart Parolin, but nonetheless for the lead, you've got Cade Casper in the 57 here, the gray and white machine. then Schneegenberg, then the red and white Beryl Art of Tanner Barsh, then the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy white and black and red of Aston Wyatt, and then a little gap to find the number 48 of Parker Ives. To the final corner we go. 1 down, 9 laps remaining. Cade Casper leads the opening lap of heat number 3.
Phenomenal first lap coming out of Schneegenberg and Austin Wyatt. I mean, those two drivers go from 6th and I think 8th respectively to 2nd and 4th. So huge moves right out of the gate. There it is. We've been talking about as you come onto the straightaway, you lead through 4 and 5, that double right-hander. If you can open up 4, you can get the run on the straightaway, and that's what we see on screen. Schneegenberg to the inside, and new leader here to go after lap number 2.
Colton Schneegenberg now commands the field as Tanner Barsh goes back and forth with Aston Wyatt for P3. Side by side, the 51 versus the 21. And it looks like Barsh will get it for now. Let's go down trackside here. We talked to Talon Yockel earlier in the day about the progression. Well, he was even closer now as they're side by side. Wyatt finally gets it done for 3rd. We're going to go side by side ourselves to Alexander Searle on pit lane with Talon.
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Talon Yockel here. Talon, the progression's been great for you all weekend long, really all year long up to this point, right? You've been last year, you kind of had your inaugural, shifter race over there, the Stars stuff. Over here, use PKS now, up with the big boys. The pace is there. I mean, you were matching guys like Danny Formal, AJ Myers all race long. Top 5 then the heat race. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. Hard work, all last season, freshman year in shifters, Stars, Scusa, full seasons and that, trying to get good, get better every time I go out. Now it's finally showing in the top 5, and I actually had a little look in the top 3 when Carrera in front of me was trying to make moves on the final lap. So I'm getting real excited for the main event tomorrow. I'm ready.
Yeah, I mean, looking at how your car was handling throughout the day, I mean, Heat 3, you and Kremer seem to have the best in terms of tire wear. How do you think that's going to play into effect tomorrow at the longer race?
Since we get the 2 fresh sets, we'll have brand new tires for the main event tomorrow, so tire wear ain't really an issue. We'll just have to set the pressures and get ready for the tire deck drop. It's going to really, degrade over probably next 10 laps. It'll fall off, big time.
All right, thanks, Talon. Good luck.
Thank you.
And as that was going on, it was Tanner Bosch that actually gets shoved off. Not I shouldn't say shoved off, but definitely run out of room. The 5-1 off, and maybe, I'm not sure if the tires are flat or just have a bunch of junk on it, but Tanner was at the front, now all the way to the back, the number 51.
Yeah, you could hear the barrier impact at the edge of the mic on the interview there with that one. So getting really dicey up front here, but good stuff for Colton Schneegenberg over the 57 of Cade Casper as the two of them get a big gap thanks to the calamity behind. Parker Ives rebounding to 3rd. How about Alex Chandler once again on that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony kart? The bright yellow helmet and silver, gray, and red machine runs 4th here behind Parker Ives. And as they head into the infield, they're about a 1.5 seconds away from the leaders, but Chandler's picked up a spot after a bad start. He's now got himself back to neutral here in the 26 machine. Maxwell Macha still 6th. Aston Wyatt's, Macha 5th, Aston Wyatt 6th here as they head through the S's.
Yeah, he's coming through the final or the penultimate corner, that turn number 14 hairpin. That was where Bosch ran out of room on the outside, and it kind of shook things up a little bit. Now Alex Chandler now up to 4th with fastest lap of the race. That driver's moving.
And down the inside on Parker Ives. He'll now take over 3rd. Alex Chandler continues to roll. Maxwell Macha is also moving up quite a bit here. 6 spots gained now for Maxwell in the number 7 SLA Car Racing Paralyn, getting around Parker Ives. So they are now up to 3rd and 4th, and they could easily hunt down the leaders with the speed that they've got right now, I think. They were even to them last time by. A good run for both of them could really close that gap even more so. It's about 1.5 to 1.6 seconds from the front bumper of Alex Chandler to the rear bumper of Cade Casper, but the top 2 are not connected. These 2 absolutely are. Aston Wyatt trails that group, and then you go back down the top 10. Collins, Luke Giglio is up 8. Diego Garciar's, Josh Bergman, your top 10. 5 in, 5 to go. Time left in this one still, and Chandler, even with the pass that lap, was 0.2 better than race leader Colton Schneegenberg.
You talked about how the top 2 are not linked up, but you just see the head snap there. That kind of goes back to the wind that we have on that back straightaway. Casper with such a big run, a bit of a snap of the neck there from Colton because it was such a big shove. That's the kind of stuff that's going to help them stay away from Chandler and company, as those four are actually pushing pretty nicely.
Yeah, you can guarantee that Cade Casper is getting every signal in the book here from his team, mechanic, coaches, family on the fence to say, hey, keep on pushing. Do not pass yet. Show patience. Wait a few laps. You got time to get around him, but we do not want to invite anyone else to come and join us at the front. Unfortunately, that position may not be, or that decision may not be up to him, as we got a spinner in the turn 11 complex. It's the 39 and the 33. Dutch Westbrook, as well as one of the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony karts of Oscar Gus Wunderl. So he's down to the end of the line, but both of them able to continue. Let's go down the backstretch for the lead. Schneegenberg. Now Casper going to go down the inside. With 4 laps remaining, Cade Casper takes over the lead, and that single move here, Mike, has brought all 3 of them into it.
Well, did you see how sideways this 57 was? I mean, it was a good pass, but because he was so sideways, didn't have the exit speed. Welcome, everybody. Now, the rest of that group was catching him anyway, so now you just got Casper leading over Schneegenberg and the group that was quicker by a large amount. Alex Chandler, fastest lap of the race last time, 6/10 better than the top 2.
Yeah, super quick for Alex Chandler, Maxwell Macha, and Parker Ives. He has not gone away. Even though they got around him, he's kind of latched on to Macha and Chandler. And the white and red RPM Nitro karts closing up. Here's Schneegenberg trying that outside groove. He gets the inside on the right-hander, but the outside on the left. Chandler's now on the outside into the double right. It all ends up with a net loss of 2 car lengths from Schneegenberg up to Casper. And it's going to allow Alex Chandler to go for second. Now here comes Maxwell Macha. He says, I want 2 spots in 6, and he's going to get by Chandler. He will not get by Schneegenberg, though.
How about Schneegenberg on the outside? Kept that whole thing. We're 3 wide on the entry and carrying the speed through and making it happen. Big move behind him. That was actually Chandler trying to get it all back for 4th.
Yeah, he hangs on. Kudos to Chandler and to Parker Ives for kind of giving space to everybody there. But like you said, Colton Schneegenberg, sometimes gutsy moves pay off, and that was a big-time gutsy play by staying on the outside 3 wide and just sending it. And right now he's second, whereas Alex Chandler is back in the 4th spot, half a second away from Maxwell Macha. 2 to go. Cade Casper continues to lead.
Cade Casper's leading, but the 2 drivers behind him, if they do not stay right in line, then we're going to see Chandler and company get right back in the conversation. I'm looking at the P3 right now. I think it's going to be a Macha pushing Schneegenberg on the backstretch. Watching for it. There's the defense out of our leader. Well, we're going to see more. There's Schneegenberg to the inside. The catbird seat's going to be Macha, those that come out of the hairpin.
Macha did not want to follow Schneegenberg there. I think he was maybe thinking 7, but ultimately didn't do anything. So it's Schneegenberg back to the lead. Casper back to second. Both of these kids here, Texans, they've raced against each other plenty of times in the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Now they're doing it on the national stage here at their home racetrack, or well, their home state racetrack on the national circuit. Side by side out of turn number 11. They know how to play against each other. Macha is the one they don't know how he's going to race on this racetrack. He gives a shove to Casper as they exit the final turn. Smart move, to be fair, by Macha, though, because Schneegenberg, you want that guy far back. You don't really care so much about Cade Casper. You want to give yourself a shot at the overall pole, and that means the energy cart needs to go way backwards.
Yeah, and actually, Schneegenberg might be the boost that Macha can use here on the back straightaway. Here they are for the last time down the back straightaway, and the best opportunity is going to be coming. It's going to be a move from Schneegenberg on the inside of Macha. Macha now to the inside, going for the lead in the hairpin. Nothing doing again. Holding the outside is Casper.
Casper sent it deep. Macha didn't have the guts to go that much deeper into the corner, so it's a net no change here. Parker Ives closing back in on that bright silver helmet to Colton Schneegenberg's bumper. Schneegenberg now can't leave the door open because Ives will be there. Well, they all leave the door open, and nobody goes for it in 11. You never know what's going to happen here with Microswift Racing, presented by Team Ferris Racing. Final turns. Ives on the outside, Schneegenberg on the inside. Macha leaves the door open. Schneegenberg tries it. Ives will push him, and it'll give the win to Cade Casper, but second to Colton Schneegenberg across the line.
And Ives is going to slot into 4th there. Only 15 thousandths off of Macha. Macha able to hold on to 3rd.
Either way, very good runs and much needed good runs for Parker Ives as well as Luke Gilio, both of them with 1 bad heat. They get 4th and 7th. The one driver that, of course, really needed a good final heat race that did not get it was Liam Nachawati, unfortunately, here as he ends up down in 30th in the number 80. So a bad start. He was the other driver collected with Tanner Barsh, I think. And the two of them end up 29th and 30th. So for Liam Nachawati, it'll be a little bit further back than the rest of his peers from the top 10 in qualifying to roll off the grid tomorrow with not one but now two rough heat races. You go from there to the drivers that cannot afford a rough heat race because it could be the difference of making or missing the main event. That is the Mike Doty Racing KA100 senior class. It's wild, it's chaotic, and it's coming our way here right after this from Speed Sports. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
My name's Austin Garrison. I race for SpeedSportz Racing, and you're watching Kart Chaser.
Mike Doty Racing, KA Senior onto the racetrack here. Groups A versus D coming together. Elio Meza and Ivana Richards, couple of senior rookies on the front row, getting set to lead the field to the green against with a couple of veterans and former national champions behind them. Alex Stanfield, the reigning KA100 Senior champion here at the US Pro Kart Series, and Braden Eves to the outside of the second row.
Henry Wheeler and Vinny Mescalis. We talked to Vinny, and sounds like Vinny liked what he did. We were thinking that maybe he was going to be a little less defensive. He was like, no, I just need to be better defensive last time. Ben Cooper and Braden Robertson, 7th and 8th. Aiden Levy and Cole Kleck round out your top 10.
Joey Friend and Josiah Tracy put another couple Texans at the pointy end of the grid. They line up on the inside and outside of row number 6. And it's Christopher Martin And a long ride down from Wisconsin for Austin Jers as he rolls off P14.
Seamus McKendry and Martin Stone, 15-16. And then you got Riley Can, Ethan Art, 17-18. Finnegan Bailiff, Charlotte Trainer round out your top 20.
Jake Faulkner, Michael Levitt, Ryan Clark, Kingston Himes, Caden Bell, Brett Rivera, Matthew Cherry, Gabby Selden, and starting 29th shotgun on the field, Tanner Bunny. Here we go. Final chance to put yourself in that top 40 overall. We look for the green from Porter. We'll get it. And we are underway down at turn 1. What good of a start can Ivana Richards get? She's been muscled out of the way on 2 of them. Going to fall to around 4th or 5th or so into turns 4 and 5. Here you just got to keep it pinned on the bottom side, and she does this time. P4 for Richards. Ben Cooper to 5th. Eves to 6th. Meza, big shove at the end of the backstretch from Alex Stanfield as he leads them through the back hairpin for the first time.
Down that straightaway, you could see the blue suit of the Cosmic Ben Cooper from RPG trying to say, hey, let's go to Eves. And Eves was like, yeah, nah, I'm going to go for it instead.
Oh, big crash here on the backside. Big time driver up and over at the exit of turn number 7. We might be going red here in a moment, folks. You can see the officials scrambling. Elio Meza continues to lead the field. And as the USPKS officials converge, red flag is out. This one is going to get restarted. And it's going to come here right at the end of the front straightaway. So they're going to slowly come to a halt as, wow, a couple of guys not putting their eyes up early enough. Nearly took out our head flagman, Porter Wiesensenzel. But again, red flags coming out. Big time crash at the back. Again, we don't have a replay of it, but that's by design. We're going to make sure the driver's okay. And the important part is we're showing the racing here. It gives us a second to kind of catch our breaths. The first and only red flag so far this weekend. A little bit, Harry. The way that one went as well, it just was kind of a perfect storm, Mike. That where he flipped was the exit of turn number 7. The cart went up and over as the track grass, the runoff, dips down.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the spots. We have seen a few people carry the outside there, and when that happens, you kind of run out of room. Driver going to get attended to here as we go to the red flag. Trying to double check who that driver actually is. Might be the 989, but we want to double check. Go ahead.
So, indeed, the driver involved was Brett Rivetta, the Rollison Performance Group driver, and the number 989 is the driver that is going to get checked on. So they're going to send the on-site medical team out, clear the go-kart off, and we'll leave the cameras on so you can see the drivers out of their go-karts. Nothing will happen here during this break. We'll go quiet and give you an update when we have it here. But for the Mike Doty Racing K100 Senior Groups A and D heat race, it'll be a complete restart as they did not get a full lap in. So everyone will go back to normal outside of the drivers involved in the incident, of course, Rivetta. And if anyone else was declared to be a part of the wreck on the opening lap, they would go to the rear. Beyond that, you start exactly, Ivana Richards gets another shot, another bite of the apple to try and even out on the start. The same for Vinny Miskelis, who didn't really get the best opening lap. He kind of faded backwards a little bit, and a handful of others that did not get the start that they wanted initially. But we're going to wait and see, get a little more info on the driver, the on-site medical team. Again, just checking him out before we make any other decisions here. So we'll give you more updates when they come. All right, the karts have come back under power. We are getting set for action here for the MDR K100 Senior Division. So we were just coming to complete lap number 1, but ultimately we did not get the full lap completed. So it'll be a complete restart of the race here, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. It should be, again, Elio Meza and Ivana Richards lining up on the front row, Alex Stanfield and Braden Eves, row 2, and then you go further on down the grid as they begin to form. We'll be without Brett Rivetta. He is still getting checked out by the on-site medical team after his flip at the exit of turn number 7. More updates to come on the RPG driver when we get them. In the meantime, here we are for a complete restart. It'll show the full 10 laps here at the top of the screen in just a moment. But as Elio Meza brings the field onto the front stretch, he lost the perfect streak in X30 Pro. He still has a shot at it to go 3 for 3 on the heat races, just like Christian Miles did in Orlando. Can he do it? Final chance. We're green down to turn number 1. Richards, a little better start than last time, but Henry Wheeler looks like he'll still get through for 3rd. Richards back to 4th. Eves trying to hang in line. He gets in line behind Ben Cooper. Then it goes Vinny Muskelis as they all head down the backstretch.
Meza and then Stanfield, and then it's going to be, now you see Richards trying to go to the block. It's going to be Ben Cooper making the big move to the inside. Ben Cooper trying to get it done on Richards, doesn't get it all the way completed. Going to have to slot back into 5th.
Good attempt there by the veteran Ben Cooper, but he couldn't pull it off as the field goes through. Oh, we got a couple together. Cole Kleck involved. The 906 Sodi kart, I think that might be Jacob Kolar. I don't know for sure. But the 906 Sodi, along with Cole Kleck in the Arcane Motorsports CRG, it was Christopher Martin in the Sodi kart that got collected there. So that is one of the PK Sports Sodi machines, along with Cole Kleck in the Arcane CRG, out at turn 11. Meanwhile, up front, your leader, Elio Meza, Alex Stanfield in that black suit aboard the red and black Gillard chassis. That blue suit there is Henry Wheeler in the blue and yellow car. Then you got Ivana Richards, 4th there with the bright yellow helmet, the HRI Mexico Tony kart. And then you've got a battle for 5th. Here comes the red MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. 2 for 1 as Eves got in a little bit too deep on the brakes. Richards trying to get the spot back. She does. And just a little bit overcooked it there by Braden Eves trying to get around Ben Cooper.
Yeah, Eves coming from downtown almost had to end in tears for him, but was actually able to still pick up 1, even though went for almost 2. Now going to get one right here. It's going to be on Richards. Gets the job done. Almost goes off track himself to make it happen. That is going to be Eves up 2 more spots on this lap.
He definitely dropped the right rear tire off the racetrack there. It's going to stack him and pack him behind him here. Eves, Richards, Cooper, and about 5 more lined up. And the big lead given to the front 3 with that dive move by Braden Eves. So now, if you want to do that, it's no different than the bump and run mentality from NASCAR. If you're going to dive them, you better get going or hope that happens as well as Ben Cooper tries to get around Richards. Can't quite do it in 4 and 5. He's been working on it for a couple laps. Now Muskelis wants that spot as we have a change in the lead. Alex Stanfield goes by, and he brings Henry Wheeler with him around Elio Meza.
That move that Ben Cooper did there to the inside, the exact same move that we saw Turney try on Nash, same result, didn't work out, except for everybody keeping their head of steam and not a huge issue afterwards.
For Eves to have that dive on Richards, all that work to hold on to the spot, she gets it back at the end of the backstretch just behind our leading trio as well. So it's Stanfield, Wheeler, Meza. Meza wants 2nd back. He takes it away. And Richards then leads the 2nd pack with Eves in tow. 3 down, 7 to go here as they cross the line.
The big loser in that 2nd pack is actually Ben Cooper with that try. It's going to be Richards, as you say, with Eves, Muskelis, and Cooper. Now, Muskelis was able to work all the way up to P2 before. Let's see if can make that happen here again. But going to have a little bit of work. Still have to get past Eves and Richards to get ahead of that group as we got Meza back to the front.
Elio Meza not one to wait here. I think he knows that every session so far today, Alex Stanfield has been a little bit closer to him than the previous one. He's just been chipping away. And now Eves has thrown Ivana Richards to the wolves successfully. Everyone going to work on the HRI Mexico driver. She's lost about 4 or 5 spots. So Eves now has Muskelis there, Cooper there. She gets back around. It looks like Joey Friend in the 803 Arcane CRG. But she's lost a couple, and now Eves doesn't have to deal with her anymore. he can lead the rest of this pack as Aiden Levy on the Team Tarp Alonso kart picks up a position.
Ben Cooper reaching over, trying to find something. You see that arm go down. If you're watching online, that's what they're doing. They're working on that carburetor, trying to find a little extra. Ben Cooper, third in this second group, currently sixth, as Vinny Miskelis right in front of him and Braden Eves. And then they've got a good second and a half. You can see that gap that they need to try to work together if they're going to get to the front three, who right now are playing nice with 6 to go.
Yeah, Alex Stanfield initially wanted the lead. I think he just wanted to prove that he could get around Elio Meza. He's done that, and now he knows that if he can pass him, he can hang with him, and he'll ride behind the rookie here and let Elio Meza toe the line over to turn at number 11. As long as, again, that gap out back stays even or improves. Braden Eves last time by was slower than the race leaders by a good bit. Will he be any bit better this time? It's not going to help because Vinny Miskelis dives him there for the 4th spot and goes on by. So now the Christian Budon Racing Tony Kart leads that second pack here at the halfway marker.
Miskelis is honestly one of the fastest drivers in previous heats. So the fact he's gotten out front, now let's see if he can tow Eves and Cooper back up to the front. But he's going to need some help as the top drivers here of Helio Meza, Alex Stanfield, Henry Wheeler, all almost identical lap times, and they're running just as fast as Vinny.
Yeah, they were even, but that was with Vinny making a pass on that lap as well. So assuming that the draft didn't make up for the pass, Vinny Miskelis might be just quick enough to lead them back to the promised land of the battle for the heat race win. As well, they're not too far out, 2 seconds away. With enough hard battling for the lead, you will get them back into it. I just don't think you'll see it, though, from the likes of the drivers we've got in this lead pack. Henry Wheeler's been playing pretty conservative throughout all 3 heats so far. Alex Stanfield, one of the more conservative, aggressive drivers I see, if there is such a combination. And Elio Meza as well has not been a guy that you would normally see as an over-aggressive or hyper-aggressive driver. I don't see any of them throwing their 2-second lead away to fight for second or to fight for the lead. It could happen, but I don't see it happening here with 4 to go in heat number 3.
Well, and it could also be that the big change here, I think, is out of Alex Stanfield. Stanfield's been a bit elbows up to this point with people trying to make a move on him making it a little bit tough. This is the most patient and calm he's been so far today, and right now just been pushing and was a 56.0, helping Meza's 55.9. Fastest on track was Vinny Miskelis. Again, that driver trying to carry him all up there to the promised land, as you said, Xander, but they're running even times because Stanfield is playing the pusher and not trying to be aggressive.
Yeah, Stanfield just biding his time there in second. And each race he's gotten a closer look at where Elio Meza has him beat, and he's improved on that gap. He's closed it down now to the point that I think one more little adjustment on anything, engine, driver, chassis, or all three, they are one tick away from being able to go head-to-head with Elio Meza in tomorrow's main event, from my point of view here, because Stanfield started the day a little further off, got closer in Heat 2. He's just about there here in Heat 3, but I think the draft is still kind of helping him stay close because he's not really all over Elio when we get to the tight stuff. The gap opens a little bit, and then that long back straightaway, especially with this headwind that we got, is pulling him close. As we see Ben Cooper deciding he wants to go around Braden Eves, and he gets by the MPG Kart Republic with 2.5 laps to go.
And indeed, you got Cooper moving up with the thing that I'm looking at here is if they make any moves, if it's that back and forth or that side-by-side for a while. Remember Brandon Lemke talking about how they lost a half a second just on one defensive maneuver. So we still got 2 to go, and if it starts to get hot and heavy at the front, these guys are going to be right in that conversation. Stanfield right on the back bumper. He runs personal best, dips in the 55s there. The P2 man is in the conversation to take the lead away.
Don't forget as well, the Team Tarp Alonso kart of Aiden Levy's been pretty silent here in this final heat race. He just went purple that time, so that mid-group could battle. But how about it here? Meza's not taking any chances of Stanfield getting a dive bomb move on him. He blocks low through the switchbacks. That'll stack him up a little bit. Stanfield tries to cross him over, can't quite do it. Wheeler's still there as well. They've got 2 seconds to boot, more or less, to Miskelis, but that's going to go away quickly. Meza blocks through 11. Now he's got a little gap. Maybe he can go normal to the final turn. Maybe Stanfield thinks he can get him. Turn 14. Yeah, just a little bit narrow, but not much, Mike.
No, it was, like you said, it was 2 seconds the advantage. They're going to come across the line here for white flag. Still pretty decent here, even after all that defense. But that lead down to 1.2, only about 1 second from the lead group. They do it one more time, and right at the end of this lap, it could end up being a 5 or 6 kart battle. There's the big defense all the way to driver's right as they go down the white line. That's not a lot of room there. Stanfield is thinking about it. Big open up. That's going to be a crossover maneuver from Wheeler.
He's still going for it through 7. Ben Cooper also took advantage of a trusting Vinny Miskelis who left the door open. But either way, Cooper now is 3 cars back from this group. Miskelis right there. Eves right there into turn 11. Nothing's going to happen. Cooper closes up. Stanfield had to go low to defend and just kind of follow Meza. Now they're all stacked up into the final turn. Someone is going to really go backwards. Who's it going to be? Cooper's trying the high side. Stanfield's there. They're going to go 2 by 2. Look at the run for Stanfield. Across the line, Stanfield gets it done over Elio Meza by 8 thousandths of a second. He rips the top side, and with a little bit of help from Ben Cooper, Alex Stanfield gets the win in heat number 3.
4 drivers across the line separated by 82 thousandths of a second.
Wow. That was incredible. Henry Wheeler holds off Ben Cooper by 1/1000th for 3rd. Miskelis 5th. Eves 6th. Ivana Richards gets the fast lap of the race. She hung on to that group, closed back up, got around Aiden Levy late in the going, and gets 7th. Levy falls to 8th. Braden Robertson in 10th, right behind Joey Friend. So there's one half. Let's take a look at the other half. We know Josh Holtz is a heat race winner, but we watched him in heat 2 get together and go to the rear with Ben Cooper. Both drivers having to make up for points. Cooper puts together a good heat 3. He's safe, won't be going to the LCQ. Josh Holtz cannot afford another bad heat race that would send him back. He's already in the danger zone a little bit. He needs a really good heat, like a top 5 result, to kind of start in the top 15 at this point. As for Josh Campbell, Mr. Consistency is looking pretty good in my eyes so far for the 926. I mean, he's been pretty solid today. A 2nd and a 5th. He could really put himself onto that 2nd or maybe even the 1st row if he gets a heat race win right here.
Yeah, we've got people like Josh Campbell and Levy. These guys have been towards the front. They may not be making as much noise as Meza has, obviously, with his success and always being in the front, finally not winning the heat race there. But there's going to be a lot of drivers. Again, we've had them all split up this entire time. When we get to the mains, they're all going to be together, and we're really going to have a race on our hands of about 20 deep.
I mean, really, right? The top 10 have all been pretty close. At least for sure we've seen 5 to 7. As we've got a spinner here, that is going to be Lucas Zabo, and Zabo is stuck. He's going to need to get up quickly. Surprised he didn't get up quicker than that. Get up, move that go-kart, refire it. He got put in the puddle. I don't know if that was to avoid a driver or warming the tires up, but hopefully he can get caught up to the field before all things get said and done as the Ryan Perry Motorsport driver tries to regain the pack. The pack is already through the first sector into the middle sector of the racetrack now, and it's John Burke on that Tesoro Raceworks CRG who will lead the field to the green. Josh Campbell to the outside. Josh Holtz alongside Peyton Phillips there for the 2nd row. You've got Adam Rylance and Cooper Shipman making up row number 3 here, Mike.
Nicholas Terlecki and Alex Feldstein in the 4th row. J.D. Lamping and Brandon Lemke. Lemke been doing work the entire day, going to come up from 10th once again. Jose Daniel Fernandez 11th. Anthony Rivera 12th. Tyler Stevens 13th. Christian Miles 14th. And rounding out the top 16, Kristen Aitken and Jacob Killar.
Then you got Keno Cadena and Brooke Berry there on row number 9. Ian Howell and David Weeks for your first 10 rows there. Dylan Town had a bad second heat. We saw that TV car get collected. 21st. Zabo should line up 22nd if he can get there. Ferris, Mason Surgener, Miles Hewitt, Nikolay Dukov, Ruben Ascencio, Geronimo Gomez-Aza, and Enrique Fernando Molina. Looking for the green, and we got it. John Burke leads them into turn number 1. Phillips is going to give way to Josh Campbell, and the leaders very, very smartly, all of the top 5 quickly let each other in and survive the opening S's, and now they're going to go down the backstretch, and I don't know if you'll see them block. Let's see. Phillips is going to go low to block. That'll force them all to kind of block, but Holtz trying the outside, not going to happen.
It's going to slot in a 4th instead, and actually it's a very, very good start out of the top 2. It is Burke and Campbell, and we've already seen how smart Campbell has been at doing the push game. This might be one of the first times we see the top 2 get away.
Yeah, it might be one of those times here. Into the infield hairpin for the first time. For the second of the 2 groups in the rotation for heat number 3. John Burke about 2 car lengths out over Josh Campbell, and it'll close to half a car length through the final corner. 1 down, 9 laps to go as they head onto the front straightaway. And John Burke looking to really make an impact. If he can get 2 heat race wins, that would make a great argument to get that other front row starting spot, or at least a top 3 starting position next to Elio Meza or right around him. Down the backstretch here, Campbell half a car length away. That headwind seems to have died down, so you may not see as much of a big slingshot move, but we will see some dive bombs. Cooper Shipman pulls a move off on Josh Oates there in turn 6.
Cooper Shipman moves up to number 4 position. The guy I'm watching already, and we've been talking about him, is Brandon Lemke. First lap down, already up 2 spots, and has been handedly the fastest driver on course whenever he goes around that number 901, getting things done. We'll see where he comes across the line. It is still Burke out front with Campbell P2.
Yeah, he's gotten around Nicholas Terlecki, put another spot on the board there for Brandon Lemke, as Adam Rylance now going by the Hotes DD captain Josh Hotes through turn 14. He'll throw him to Lemke next before Lemke can get to Rylance. You know he's carving through the whole pack. It's not a if, it's a when. The 901 Millwright Racing X-Speed will be there. We got problems for Josh Campbell. Problems for the driver running second. We said he was maybe 1 good heat away from starting up front. Now, Josh Campbell, thankfully 2 good heats, but a mechanical failure. One of the first ones we've seen of our top 15 or so KA senior guys, Mike. That's going to send him probably to maybe start around 10th to 15th or so. Heartbreaking for Josh Campbell. He's been so good all day.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the drivers we expected to be right at the front and definitely fight for the heat win right here, and then eventually the win in the main. Now he's going to have a lot more work to do in the main. It's going to push him further down the charts. Luckily for him, 2 good heat races. This one's going to push him down. Shouldn't have to worry about the last chance, but this is going to hurt him. Is on screen. You can see Brandon Lemke gets the job done and immediately taps the helmet. Let's go to the front. And if any of these KA senior drivers have been paying attention, he'll have the tow hooks out.
Yeah, let's see here. Brandon Lemke has about 4 car lengths to get to Cooper Shipman. Now down to 3, now down to 2. Down the backstretch, let's go side by side. Alex Stanfield, a really solid heat race and a wild finish. He's down with Sally Maude on pit lane. Sally?
So we're here with Alex Stanfield. And Alex, you just got your first heat race win. What was your mindset going into the last lap with Meza blocking? Like, what was your game plan?
Well, Meza was blocking very good. It took me pretty much the whole lap to get around him, but he parked it a little too hard in the last corner. I was able to drive around there outside of him and get the win.
And what was the gap that you ended up winning by?
I think it was 0.08 of a second.
You think that your hopping across the finish line helped?
Definitely. I was trying everything I could to get around him at the line.
Awesome. Well, that was some rough racing. Good luck.
Alex Stanfield there again, a very, very close result to get around Elio Meza at the line. And like he said, he gave all the kudos in the world to him. And that just, I think, means the world. You could hear it in his response talking about Elio's defending, that he was kind of in awe and a respectful bit of it as we see Lemke get by Elio Meza's teammate and Cooper Shipman here. But for Elio Meza, I mean, the amount of respect that kid's earned in the paddock already is really, really cool to see.
No, exactly. Anytime you've got somebody who's new to a class, it's like, okay, we'll see how they're going to do. And if they are able to come out here right away and have hat tips from everybody, and, hey, he said, yeah, he's blocking very well. It wasn't like it was dirty or as erratic. It was smart, smooth, concise, and that's what you want to get when you're talking about your peers. And on course right now, we talk about one of the best in the 100cc game. How about Brendan Lemke? Up to P2, doesn't have to deal with it. Remember, he's had some opportunities that have almost always been balked by a defensive driver. Now, the road to the front is clear.
Yeah, the road to the front here for Brandon Lemke now is really just about half a second to 7/10, and the draft will do the rest. It was 9/10 back from John Burke at the line. He needs maybe 3 to 4/10, and then he'll get within that window. Nick Terlecki versus Josh Hotes here, the teammates going at it a little bit. Let's go side by side one more time here during this heat race and go down to the other half of that lead battle. Alexander Searle, what you got for us?
Thanks. Here with Henry Wheeler. Henry, it's been a very consistent day for you. Just constantly top 3, top 5, whatever heat race you've been in. Should put you in a very good starting spot for the final. Walk me through how your weekend's been as a whole and how that race went for you there.
Yeah, in practice we were pretty quick. Yesterday we were kind of struggling a little bit in 20th, but once we put a different set of tires on, we picked up quite a bit. Good happy hour, and then qualified pretty close to the front, and then got a good start in all the heats up to 3rd, and we've had pretty good pace all day.
Yeah, I mean, from what you've learned in practice sessions and what you learned in the heat races today, you think you got a pretty good piece for tomorrow in the race?
Yeah, for sure. I think we're one of the quickest guys out there. Just need to work a little bit on the racing side, on my side, but I think we got a fast go-kart and a fast motor, so I think we can get it done.
Thanks, Henry.
Thank you.
All right, there you go here from Henry Wheeler, like you said, and like we've seen, I mean, that kid's got a lot of speed, just needs to be able to race a little bit harder, it feels like. 3.5 laps to go, coming to 3 at the line. Lemke's gap to Burke, it came down a 10th last time. It's come down a lot this time, though, Mike.
You can see it on screen right there. I mean, it seems like under the left foot, Lemke is really, really able to gain. He's got the carrot now. He's within range. Fastest lap of the race, 55.561 out of Lemke, a full 4/10 faster than John Burke. And that is mano a mano. That is Burke out front by himself, and that was Lemke by himself because he wasn't close enough for the draft. Now, sucking up just a little bit on that straightaway as a move for third. That's going to be Phillips on Shipman. Move Phillips up to third and in position when the fight for first starts to happen right in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, it really puts him in a good spot. So can he take advantage of it with just 2.5 laps remaining? He still needs to put a good couple corners together because the battle's not happened yet. They could pull away a little bit further. John Burke, it's not going to come as easy as heat number 2. That one, they battled enough for second. Of course, with Miskelis blocking that he didn't really have to do anything but just cruise it to the line. How much rubber did he save there, and can he use it up? Will it pay off here? 2 to go across the stripe. Burke versus Lemke through the S's here at turns 1, 2, and 3.
Now through the double right-hander and onto the straightaway, and this is going to be the closest and the best that it's been for Lemke. He should be well inside the draft. Does he make the move this time? Will we see any defense out of our leader? Here's the move, no defense. The look over, calm, collected, lets him go. Look at that wide open arc, carrying big speed. Smart move by Burke. Now going to push. It's going to be 1.5 laps to go. Lemke leads. Does Burke have anything for him?
Well, again, John Burke has watched how the KA juniors and seniors have, again, fought hard for one spot, ended up losing 3 to 4. The risk versus reward. Brandon Lemke's not going to bump you back. You've got better results than he does thus far here with 2 heat wins and what could be, or with a heat win, I think, yeah, a heat win, a good top 5 result, and another top 2 results here in this one. That's all you need. Ride it to the finish. Set yourself up good for tomorrow. You're going to start ahead of this guy tomorrow anyway, so it doesn't matter, but you don't need to risk losing 1 point or 2 points and then or gaining 2 points and end up losing about 6.
Well, and to your point, maybe he doesn't need to do anything, but he can learn something by hanging out right behind him. Lemke's been fast. Everybody knows he's been fast. Maybe you can hang out here for a couple laps and go, oh, he's doing that right there. Log that away and use it for yourself in the final.
As they go through 7 here, what else can he learn? I mean, he's held even to him. Credit to John. Hasn't really given up any time. As well, back behind it, Peyton Phillips right there with Cooper Shipman. We aren't seeing a lot of commotion on this final lap. Maybe an anticlimactic finish for what's been a pretty chaotic day in KA Senior. This class, of course, seeing that nasty flip while they were on grid might have just told them to tone it down a little bit in their own heads, and it's been toned down enough. Brandon Lemke, though, after all the struggles today, finally gets a heat race win. John Burke second, then third to Cooper Shipman. Peyton Phillips fourth. Josh Holtz rounds your top 5. Then it's Terlecki, Stevens, Rylance, Lamping, Kino Cadena, Christian Miles, the championship points leader. Not an ideal heat race for him with really no attrition besides Josh Campbell. He picks up only 3 spots, but again, Campbell going to get credited with 29th, as you can see him there by the tree line hanging on the barriers. Hate to see it for the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver. Josh Campbell has been just consistently getting better really ever since the summer of 2022, and now he's going to find himself, unfortunately, with a little bit bigger hole to dig out of than he would have liked to for the grid in tomorrow's main event, but he should be more than safe to not have to go to that last chance qualifier. You've got the X30 Pro Juniors down on grid. Then, of course, we continue to roll through with your KA Masters, your Minis, and then your X30 Pros. So 4 more heat races are coming. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're live from Houston for the US Pro Kart Series Texas Grand Prix live here on Kart Chaser.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Hey guys, I'm Matias Morgado, driver for PSL Bureau Art, and you are watching Kart Chaser.
Welcome back here to SpeedSportz Racing Park, an X30 Pro Junior. Pretty tame so far through the heat races here, Mike. We do say so ourselves. It's been all about one kid in particular, Ernesto Rivera. He's been phenomenal.
Rivera's been the one to beat there. We've seen the other RPG drivers right at the sharp end, Wolny, Masella, with Guillot kind of busting things up, with Vid Montien always being in the conversation. Here we go. Last heat, and it's going to kind of decide where things are going to be, but to your point about being smart, Rivera doesn't need to win, just needs to be smart.
Nope, he's got the pole. He's got 2 heat wins, just needs to finish top 3, probably even top 5, and he'd win a tiebreaker. Diego Guillot going to get the lead there through the S's, and as if he was listening to us, a very conservative start from Ernesto Rivera, but now things get a little interesting from the entertainment point of view as we've got a kid out front who has not been the fastest all day, leading, going to block. Here comes Teddy Musella going 3 wide for the lead, and the teammates nearly collide there as they both swarm the outside and the inside. And somehow, someway, Rivera gets the lead out of turn number 7.
And actually, it was a little bit of a brake usage to Masella, even used a little bit of Rivera to help slow that cart down there, kind of pushing him through, but both make it through nicely. And it's almost a RPG 1-2-3 as Guillot under fire.
Yeah, now Diego Guillot under heavy pressure here as they go into the turn 14 complex from Jackson Wolny. Enzo Vidmontien's there. Lap 1 coming to a close. Stephen Miller, great start in the 773. He's got a better start, I think, than he's had all day long here in X30 Pro Junior. But as your leaders head through the S's, Brandon Lemke has also finally had a better heat than he's had all day long. Chipping away, getting closer. Finally got that heat race win, and we'll see if he can take the fight to Elio Meza tomorrow. Let's see what he's got to say. Alex?
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, Brandon finally got that elusive heat victory you've been going after today. I mean, you've had the pace to probably get 3 of them, but at least you got one. Walk me through your race.
Yeah, we definitely needed that one. 2 bumper penalties, 6 seconds in each of the heats, so that put us back quite a ways. But no, I went into this telling my dad, like, we need to get this one. Need to get the points. Need to get the better placement for the final tomorrow. So yeah, the car, just like last time, it was on rails. John Burke gave me a run for my money for sure. There's some really fast guys out there, so. Yeah, I'm looking forward to racing against Meza again, you know, all the front runners. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. Exciting race for sure.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 heats have been in kind of different conditions. You know, this morning was pretty cold, got a little bit greasy in the middle of the day. Now it's pretty hot. I mean, how's the track changed, and have you had to make any changes to your kart?
Not really. I mean, the track was, to me this morning, the track felt great. I mean, it wasn't overstuck. I think that rain last night, to me, maybe I'm weird, but I think it helped. I don't know. But and as the tires wore and everything throughout the heats, obviously the track felt like it was greasier, but I think just tire wear was going away. So, no, I mean, track doesn't feel like Orlando. It doesn't feel greasy. It doesn't feel overstuck. Everything feels like a go-kart track. Feels like how it should.
Awesome. Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you.
There you hear it. And a lot of drivers echoing that here, Mike, throughout this weekend. This track's been really consistent for them. It's been very predictable of what it's going to do throughout the day, and that they've really enjoyed racing here at this racetrack so far. And we're seeing that predictability here a little bit with the same guys kind of being fast throughout the day. We're not seeing one guy all of a sudden slow down and fall off the face of the earth. Ernesto Rivera's been fast in Heat 1, fast in Heat 2. He's fast again here in Heat 3, and Stephen Miller the same as well, being able to climb forward in all 3 heats.
Yeah, and maybe that's why the same people are at the front, but we're actually seeing the gaps get smaller. The fast drivers have been fast, but now instead of it kind of pulling away from the rest of the world's coming closer to them because it's been so predictable. The drivers who had it out of the gate, they still have it. The ones that have had a little bit of a struggle at first, they've been chipping away, making tuning adjustments, getting better because they could count on the racetrack to give them the right feedback.
Well, we go from Brandon Lemke here, a veteran, to a rookie. Cooper Shipman was solid through that final heat race, and the whole field really all kind of bunched together and was a lot of lessons learned for a lot of drivers in that lead pack in KA Senior. Alexander Searle standing by. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Here, Cooper Shipman. Cooper, I mean, besides the first heat where, you know, you got involved in a little bit of an incident there, Heat 2, Heat 3 have gone pretty good for you. Walk me through your weekend and how your day's been so far.
Yeah, you know, it got off to a bit of a rough start in Heat 1, kind of got taken out at the start, but we knew we had pace, and we just kind of had to dial in the car a little bit, try and catch the leaders, but I think we just need to fix the X30, and we should be good for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me about, you know, the pace seems to be there, right? Just the kart came in a little bit late. Is that all you need to change? Maybe just tire pressure for tomorrow, you think?
Yeah, maybe come in a little bit earlier, help with a side-by a little bit in the middle of the corner, and hopefully go challenge Lemke tomorrow.
Yeah, one more thing. I mean, how much of a benefit is it to have, you know, a guy like Meza as a teammate who's been super quick here, super fast around this racetrack?
Yeah, you know, it's really great to have him as a teammate. I mean, we come out here and practice together all the time, just chasing each other around the track, and it really helps race situation when we get out here in the heat of the moment to know what we need to do and have the instincts to know how we need to perform.
Thanks, Cooper.
Of course.
Cooper Shipman, like his teammate Elio Meza, doing double duty here this weekend. As we watch down the backstretch, Jackson Wolney going side by side with Teddy Musella through the hairpin. Musella is running him real tight there and is going to hold him off as they come out of turn 7. And Diego Guillo and Miller are all going to go by.
How many times have we seen that? Drivers try to hold the outside in 7, and it just is not a spot to do it. Same thing happens in turn 11 when these drivers try to hold the outside, and you're going to get pushed over to the edge. Almost goes badly for them, and now it's going to be Guillo try to make things happen as well as Wolney in there and Musella as well.
Here we go through the final corner. Teddy Musella, a half car length up on Guillo. Stephen Miller is up 7 spots, if I'm not mistaken here. 10 spots to 5th for Stephen Miller. What a drive in the making here, and he could easily get himself up to at least 3rd, maybe even up to 2nd, as down the back it's Rivera by 2.5 seconds. Enzo Vidmontien there, P2. Teddy Musella, Diego Guillo, and then Stephen Miller. As Guillo goes, Musella has Miller going, and Miller gets through as well. So this is the best heat so far for Stephen Miller. 4th now here, 11 spots gained for the 773.
Miller making tracks and trying to make things happen after coming from deep in the field. Maybe one of those drivers, outside of maybe Lemke, has passed more drivers all day long, just having to try to make work happen. And right now the next one in line is going to be Guillo. Guillo has been up there the entire weekend and now putting the pressure on Enzo Vidmontien, who has not been able to do anything to bring the fight to Rivera. Rivera just goes purple, a 53.899 for him. Vidmontien, a 5, a full half second slower than our leader, and now has got the entire train behind him.
Yeah, they are all over the Motaz Sport Paralyn driver. Down the backstretch, you've got that white and red Motaz Sport Paralyn of Enzo Vidmontien. And then now he's got the pass done here down the inside. Diego Guillo gets by. Stephen Miller trying to follow there. Still 4th. Teddy Musella P5 on that bright blue helmet for the RPG Cosmic crew. But Guillot, good move, good timing to get around Vidmontien, because otherwise Stephen Miller was going to go around him.
Yeah, now Miller was going to try to make a move on Vidmontien. Vidmontien knows it and is trying to hold him off with a little bit of defense in that corner number 11. Now into the final corner, that's a move up, but sliding up the track ever so slightly. It's going to actually work out pretty good there for the 725 of Musella.
Yeah, and he brings Jackson Wolney with him. He's almost brought Anthony Martella with him as well, but Martella had to back out of it, so Miller hangs on to that spot. All the forward progress now. Finally, he gets thrown backwards a little bit. Vidmontien trying to get one more shot at Diego Guillot. He's not let him get too far out of his sights. This is going to give him some more cushion out back. Wolney versus Musella, teammate on teammate. It looked like Musella gave way more to Miller than he did to his own teammate, and now there's more contact out of 7.
Yeah, and actually Wolney was trying to get off that corner nicely and didn't have the run, didn't have the space, goes off and now goes backwards. I don't think that it was pushed off. I think it just didn't have the room to make it happen in the first place.
Yeah, as they come out of turn number 11, now into the final sector here, side by side in the dirty part of the racetrack for the Speed Concepts Racing driver. As the field heads on out onto the front stretch. That was, I believe, both Martella and now Nathan Dupuis gets through. Up front, this is for second here. Guillot versus Vidmontien to 4 and 5.
Vidmontien just cut personal best that time, so finally find a little something extra there. He's able to chop it down to a 54-2. Finally a little bit of speed in the conversation here. It is going to be a two-person fight for second.
Through turn number 7, over to turn number 8 and 9 for the race leader, Ernesto Rivera. It's been smooth sailing since he was able to break away right when we started doing the first of the side-by-side interviews. The Rawls and Performance Group Cosmic driver looking super smooth, silky smooth as he heads to the final couple corners for the final time today. He's been up front, a little bit of woes, but overall after 6 heat races, he's going to end on a high. Checkered flag in the air. Heat win number 3 in X30 Junior for Ernesto Rivera. Guillot second, Vidmontien third. And the rest of the pack comes through here, Mike, with Miller still ending a net of 5th. I think that's a pretty solid haul.
Yeah, Miller up 10 spots there just behind Musella in 4th. Anthony Martella is going to get 6th with a 4-spot increase. Amador Sainz, Jackson Wolney going to have to settle for 8th after falling back 5 spots. Nathan Dupuis and Davin Roberts round out your top 10.
With that, folks, here, we've just got 3 classes left to go. KA Masters, followed by the Mini Swifts, and then your X30 Pro Seniors. Once again, if you'd like to get a driver's eye view of the racetrack here, check out our kart class official teaser trailer. And if you'd like to learn a little more of how to be fast around SpeedSportz Racing Park, head to kartclass.com and purchase the package here for this racetrack or for next week at Trackhouse Motorplex with the Star Championship Series night fight coming up if you want to be fast over there. But here's what it takes to be fast around Houston.
Hey guys, and welcome to SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston, Texas. The circuit here offers both tight and technical section, but also fast and flowing sweepers that lead into long straights. We're here to show you guys the fastest way around the racetrack.
All right, there. We'll get the full track preview after this one as we are catching up for lost time due to the red flag, and with the X30 Pro Juniors all keeping things pretty nice and tidy. Didn't have any kart recoveries. We've had a few in KA Masters, though. It's not been fully clean for the Wiley veterans. As we head down the tram lines, green flag in the air. And Adam Kreppen will lead them to the S's with Mike Rollison right in tow to second.
Rollison's already got to be happy with this start because things didn't go so hot with him and Anderson getting together. Tommy Anderson having to go from the back at the start. Now Rollison well out and clear with a guy who got pole. Kreppen, those two drivers going away. Rollison already making a move to the inside. Move Rollison up to P1.
Yeah, no time to waste for Mike Rollison here as Tommy Anderson has a 2x2 pack behind him. Jake Fetter. Then you've got the Sodi cart of Danilo Romalo, or no, not Romalo, so one of the other Sodi carts, I believe. There is all kinds of shuffling. Tim Meyer in there. There is the 406 machine who has had a phenomenal start. That's one of the high-five performance Tony carts. Romalo, I think he's got a problem, major problem for Danilo Romalo. He's tuning on the needles. He's fallen all the way outside the top 5, almost outside the top 10. And for the D2 Motors PK Sports North America driver, it is not looking good in the final heat of the day. Danilo Romalo, where does he cross the line? 8th here at the end of lap number 1 as Rollison leads over Kreppen, Coelho, Anderson, and Fetter.
Romalo started outside the front row, but immediately did not get going. Again, we saw Rollison clear him as he went through the first set of S's. Perhaps things are all dialed in for Romalo after getting the needle moved. We'll see what happens as we finish up the second half of the second lap.
Right behind Danilo Romalo, you've got Scott Cherry, and we got one turned around in front of the field. That is the 448 RPG entry of Ron Schoonover. So Schoonover going around, and he got collected with Miguel Mir, who's got a heavily bent right rear end of the axle, it looks like. He's frustrated, and the LN car driver for Cruise Racing Development is probably going to pull it on into the scale line, I'd imagine, after that one with a heavily damaged machine. But out of the final turn, here's a look at some more passing. Scott Cherry with a big dive bomb. Trying on Romalo side by side as they come onto the front stretch. Banging tires, and Romalo hops over the front tire, and look at that. Your fault. No, it's your fault. What are you doing? What are you doing? And just frustration here is in the Masters classes, they've been around, so they know a thing or two.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure those negotiations are going to continue for the next 8 laps there.
It's big. They're still right together here as they go down into turn number 6, sorry. Right behind him is Martin Stone. He's already had one wreck on the day as well back in the opening heat race, so he's trying to make up for some points. But Scott Cherry and Danilo Romalo, they've not only lost any positions, they lost a lot of time to everyone in front of them. Now the next group is a lot closer as we watch here Jake Fetter on the bumper of Tommy Anderson. So Anderson's still 4th, Fetter's still 5th. No real changes in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Coelho still up the road. And if you compare the lap times for all of them inside the top 5, it's just a slow decrease down the order here. Mike Rollison the quickest, then Kreppen half a tenth off. Half a tenth off goes Coelho. 2/10 off of Coelho is Anderson, and Fetter was pretty much dead even from that point on. And then Mario Barrios and Scott Kopp a little bit quicker, but they got a big gap to make up.
Yeah, Fetter was actually the closest driver to another person, Tommy Anderson. And actually, Kreppen's not that far off, about 4/10 off, and almost identical lap times with Rollison. But the closest fight is right on our screen. That is Anderson and Fetter crossing around 4:08 of Anderson and the 4:12 of Fetter.
Well, X30 Pro Junior wrapped up here, and Alexander Searle's got some more intel for us. Since things have seemed to be a little bit more tame at the start of Heat 3 for KA Masters, let's go side by side and get some more info from pit lane. Alex?
Thanks, Dan. We're here with Anthony Martella. Anthony, a pretty good heat for you compared to what it was in Heat 1 and Heat 2. You know, you seem to have closed the gap a little bit to Ernesto pace-wise. What is it that you're missing, you think, to just get that last few tenths?
Yeah, it was a good race. We've been working really, really hard to get the go-kart working and the engines, but I think we're lacking on a little bit of gearing and tire pressure because we were a little bit slower on the early run, but picked up by the end. But we should be good for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, the racing seems to be pretty tight up there. You guys are letting Ernesto kind of get away, but for second down to 5th and 6th, it's a pretty solid close battle. You think you guys are going to try to work together to not race as hard and try to catch Ernesto up there?
Yeah, Ernesto's really quick. We gotta work together to pass him because he's just really, really quick right now. So we gotta work hard to get it there.
Thanks, Anthony.
All right, there you go, Anthony Martella. You hear it from him again. Still optimistic, saying hey, they missed a little on gearing, a little on tire pressure. Stuff to note. They're going to run a little bit earlier in the day, more closer to that Heat 2 time frame than they will at Heat 3 for the mains tomorrow, but again, just a lot more notes to take in for many drivers who are experiencing this for a racetrack for the very first time. Let's look at the lap times here. Mike, what you got?
Yeah, actually taking a look at our P2 man, Adam Kreppen. He's been slowly creeping up on Mike Rollison, and I just watched Rollison through that final hairpin. It seemed like the cart kind of pushed up as he went through. Same thing in the hairpin at the end of the straightaway, and it looks like Kreppen making inroads now within 2 kart lengths. He was faster by about a tenth over Rollison. Fastest driver on the course, so already up 11 spots. Martin Stone back in 8th, but the ones on screen right now, this could be the fight for the lead as Kreppen is now within about a couple kart lengths of Rollison.
Yeah, and then that last little bit, the draft kind of accelerates the closer you are to the guy in front of you. So the closer he gets to Rollison, the more that draft will pull him even further along the way. As you can see, Mario Barrios getting the signal from his mechanic to continue to push. Holy moly, Mario Barrios just went half a second better than everybody on the racetrack.
Must have been clicking on that second engine on there, just turbos.
Yeah, that's what it is there. Although, as I said that, Martin Stone even went a little bit better on the LN kart. So both drivers about 3 to 4 tenths better than the race leaders. Granted, everybody's still going to get a new set of tires tomorrow, but for Mike Rollison here, it's about 4 car lengths, maybe 3 down to Adam Kreppen. How much is he managing? How much is he just wanting to keep it? Because not only, we think of 2 things of managing races, right? There's, of course, the physical side, which is managing your tires, managing your engine if it's more back in the day, not so much now. So that way you still got rubber for the next session. But how much do you think a guy like Mike Rollison, top of his game, super, super smart guy, is saying, let me not go too much faster than these guys so they feel like they're close and they don't actually make a lot of adjustments to chase me? Because if Mike Rollison goes out and puts 4 tenths on him, they're really going to go to work. If he gives them a shot where they think they can beat him and they don't change anything, then tomorrow he puts the whooping on.
That's a good question. I think that I'd be curious if he kind of holds a little bit something back. I mean, you can keep an eye on things, like look behind you and manage the gap. I mean, one might say that Mike Rollison just did that, went personal best to 5:08, took a quarter second back on that lead. So Kreppen was moving up a little bit, and Rollison actually responds by going a couple tenths quicker than he had gone the last couple of laps. So that could be exactly what you're saying, where he's keeping an eye on where Kreppen is. It's like, oh, you're within a couple of kart lengths. Eke a little bit more into it.
Yeah, just toying with him in the heats, right? You don't want to show all your cards. It's not a good way to play poker, Mike, so can't do that. And you think a guy as smart as him that's built the powerhouse race team that he's got definitely knows how to play the game here. You see, right now he's starting to pull that just a little bit away, but really all that he needs is to match Kreppen. Doesn't need to go faster. He can give him some confidence, let him think they can beat him, and tomorrow take the hopes away. Or maybe that's what he's got. He's still tucking his head a bit. Mario Barrios as well. You would think Rollison would be around the same speed as Barrios, but Mario Barrios is 3 tenths better. I mean, that time again, 56.30, not a fluke, a really, really quick lap time for the 411.
The one thing I was just thinking of as we watch on screen right now, Barrios is quick and now within a kart length, and the fight is going to happen there with Tommy Anderson in front of him. Anderson, there's the move. Is he going to make it? Yes, Barrios to the inside, gets it done there on Anderson. Now, both Anderson and Rollison had to work their way through the field. So they might have burned up tires a little bit making that happen in the previous heat. So that could be that small adjustment between the two, whereas Barrios and some of these other guys, Kreppen included, were able to kind of hang out front.
That's a good point there, Mike. I mean, again, Mario Barrios hasn't had a bad heat. He just hasn't had stellar heats today for at least the level that we're used to seeing the multi-time Masters national champion Mario Barrios. To be down at the outside edge of the top 10, not a normal place that we find him. So now to get into the top 5, up to 4th, looking for 3rd, that's a little more familiar territory for the 8-1 or the 4-1-1. You look further back here, you pointed it out on the time monitor here in our studio. Danilo Romalo has cracked the top 10. So the number 1 plate, the reigning series champ, is at least back up the order a little bit. Oh, no! Barrios gets into Coelho. Barrios and Coelho come together in 11, and the commentator's curse hits. Mario Barrios going for 3rd, and he is stuck on the outside of the racetrack as the checkered waves.
And, wow, right there. Yeah. Mike Rollison with the W gets the thing done, and on the other end of the spectrum, I'd be curious. I mean, we didn't. It was off screen at the time. Be curious to see what happened. He went for the move. Obviously, it was Nicky that had it, and Mario going for it. Obviously, ending in tears for both drivers.
Yeah, so there we go. Mario Barrios, Nicky Coelho coming together over at 11. They took one of the Steins as he was getting back going, but that changes the order a little bit. Rollison, Kreppen, Anderson, Kopp, Fetter, the top 5. Then it's Martin Stone who gets credited with 6. Barrios falls to 19th. Coelho, unofficially, still stayed inside the top 10. I think he ended 7th. But that does it for the KA 100 Masters. Yeah, 7th for Nicky Coelho behind Martin Stone. 8th for Malo. 9th, Scott Sherry. 10th, Scott Carapalati. Talk about just really all of a sudden a day going really good, then goes really, really bad to end it off, Mike.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've actually seen it a few times this weekend where drivers are in a pretty good position, and maybe they try to go get that one more spot, and they end up losing everything that they were going for.
Well, we're going to go nonstop here. No more commercials to the end of the day besides this last round on through. Mini Swift followed by X30 Pro. 2 more heat races here on Saturday afternoon. Again, a quick reminder as well, if you want to watch tomorrow's main events and the last chance qualifiers, go to youtube.com/kartchaser/join to be a KC Premium member for $9.99 a month. That gets you the mains. If not, you'll be able to watch the full replays for free on YouTube on Wednesday the following week. But we got 2 more races still free to go here from Saturday in Houston. Stick with us.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
I'm Alessandro Etulio, driver for Motorsport Paralymp, and you're watching Kart Chaser.
Problems for Antonio Pizzogno here. Welcome back to SpeedSportz Racing Park as the engines come to life for the DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift class. And the Ursuline Racing Paralymp pilot is trying to get himself back onto the track after spinning from what looks to be the turn 4 section of the racetrack. So back underway for Antonio Pizzogno as he'll head down the backstretch. He's got a long way to go to catch the field. They're already a couple corners up the road. Let's take it to the lineup for the final time, the way that they'll line up today here. Rocco Simone and Marco Romero on row number 1. Lucas Palacio, Travis Pettit, row 2. Royce Vega, Bronson Custis, Cameron Marcia, Ashton Woon, Max Christie, and Edward Kennedy. Remember, of course, Mike, in that final heat race we just recently saw, heat number 2, Max Christie went from 11th to 4th in the final half a lap. I mean, there were that many all bottled up.
Yeah, exactly. The cadets here have been making things happen. In both micro and mini, it's been exciting and unpredictable. We thought that we were going to see moves happen all over the place in one of the heats, and then nothing happened. So it's anybody's guess to see what we will get as a finish here. As another driver towards the back, 122, stopped on the straightaway. Yellow flag. We're going to go one more time around.
Yeah, no green that time by here, so the field will get waved around again, and it gives us a moment to talk about some of the other ones. Yeah, indeed, the 122 Franklin Motorsports Merlin machine of Chucker Tribe was slated to start 27th, and mechanical issue sends them off. They're going to send the field to the cut-through halfway down the backstretch. That'll save us a little bit of time as they work their way on through. There's a look at the middle of the pack. The full 360 there as they come around turn number 11 and then begin to form up again. So they'll get Tucker Tribe's cart off the side of the circuit. And we'll try for attempt number 2 for this front row here with Marco Romero on the outside again and Rocco Simone on the inside. Seems like at least 1 to 2 of the kids inside the top 10 have had a bad heat every heat race. It's kind of luck of the draw whose it's going to be. A handful have been able to stay clean, and of course it's been really, really good stuff for Lucas Palacio here throughout today so far. Down to the line, green flag, big jump for the outside of Marco Romero. Had his hand in the air, but very similar to Heat 1. Probably a better jump for him than Heat 1. Gets about 3 more guys to follow him from the outside through to the lead here, Mike.
Yeah, actually, in all 3 heats, it's been a one-handed show all the way down into the first corner. Now a little bit of a reactionary move there to try to keep him behind. It's not going to go. Romero going to fall back to 3rd here, and it's going to be, once again, big moves at the beginning here in mining.
Yeah, another big move there back behind him. Ashton Woon trying to get around him. Can't quite do it. Palacio right there in the 5th spot, so as they run, as Romero falls back, it's Travis Pettit on the TKG Kart Republic to the lead. Then you got Bronson Custis 2nd. Romero, Woon, and Palacio 3rd, 4th, 5th. Palacio, little bit of a move there to Ashton Woon. He gets by him there. And we watch them going into 13. Side by side, Simone gets by Woon as well. And Romero dives on Custis, and it'll all change again here in a lap. So don't bother counting it. It's Pettit, Romero, Custis, Palacio, Simone, your top 5.
Followed by Ashton Moon, Royce Vega, Bobby Klein. Remember, Bobby Klein was up in the front and then actually got pushed off over here in the final hairpin and out wide. So it's already been several drivers out. They've had, like you said, had good runs and then had things happen to them. A lot of fast drivers here in this front group. As you can see, nose to tail, a move there that's going to be for 5th. The 195, that is going to be Ashton Moon. Move him up one more spot.
Yeah, Ashton Moon in that bright blue suit and then the blue, white, and black Paralin for Super Tune USA. Lost that spot right as quickly as he got it over Rocco Simone. Then there's the blue and orange machine, the Benek entry of Royce Vega right working him, so that'll force him to block low. Max Christie, you can see in the black, white, and red Paralin there right behind him. We mentioned him as the driver that went from way outside the top 10 up into the top 5 on the final lap as a superhero in Heat 2. And all the while, Travis Pettit leading laps here. I think this will be the most consecutively laps led at a national event that he's seen. He got his first career national podium at the opening weekend of the SCUSA Pro Tour, I believe, in Orlando. If not US Pro Kart Series, one of the majors in Orlando. They all blended together a little bit, Mike. I can't lie being there for 4 weeks straight. But as they go side by side for P4, Simone to the inside of Palacio gets it done.
And Pettit, I got to tell you, that it's been pretty strong out front. A solid start, and then actually just been hanging out there after making the move in the hairpin. Now they're finally caught back up. Pettit, Romero, Custis, Palacio, and Simone all in that front group. Pettit finally going to come under fire probably right here, as there's not been a lot of follow leader or patience out of these minis.
Yeah, out of turns 10 and 11 here, we go towards the final couple corners. Pettit, 3 cars, 2 cars, 1 car back to Romero as it tightens up. Slick pass there by Rocco Simone. That was textbook how quickly and easily he blended in front of Bronson Custis.
Yeah, exactly. There was 1 cart length, and he put it right in there nicely. Everybody slots right in. Fastest driver in the course right now, though, Royce Vega, the 133, a little bit further back, hoping the fighting continues so you can get into this conversation right now.
Yeah, Royce Vega has cracked the top 3, has almost led some laps here today, but just not enough. His teammates up there as Romero loses the second spot to Simone. Now look at Palacio trying Romero. He gets that spot away. And so it's Pettit, Rocco Simone, and then you got Lucas Palacio. And you've got 5 different operations represented right here. You got the TKG group, Motorsport Parolin going for the lead as Simone takes it over. Then you have Palacio with the Team Tarp Kart Republic. The Energy of Bronson Custis with Nash Motorsports. And then you go back to P5 with Royce Vega on the Bennett camp. Or Romero. We got a Motorsport Parolin there with Max Tristia, the first, or the second. The first with more than just one under the same banner. Through the S's, Simone, your leader now with 4 complete.
We talk about Christia being in the right place at the right time and capitalizing the previous race. Fastest driver on course is indeed Max Christia, the 139, currently P5. As we got to move for the lead, Pettit wants to get back to the front. It's going to get a shove from the driver just behind. I believe that's Palacio.
Yeah, nice move there for Travis Pettit. Simone wants the spot back for second. Can't do anything. He goes side by side. It's teammates going at it now for third. Simone and Christia, Kart Republic teammates of Palacio and Pettit. So can they all work together? They're going to for now. Vega also getting help. There's the Benix lined up, 5th and 6th. Vega, and then in the bright yellow helmet, Marco Romero in the blue and red Benix there. So you got pairs at 2. We just talked about the brand diversity. Now it's tandems, and here they are. They're about to go at it. The Parolin splitting up the Kart Republics because Palacio went by his teammate to the lead.
Pettit from first to fourth in one fell swoop there, and that's what happens when you get that little bit of a move. You try to hold the outside, or you can't get back down. The train will come through, and that's exactly what happened to Pettit. Pettit now back to fourth. Palacio, Simone, Christia, Pettit trying to make it happen. Now big defense as they go through. Will Pettit be able to capitalize?
Around the outside for Rocco Simone, not able to do much of anything. Now he tries the inside on Palacio. They're 3 wide for the lead. Look at Christia. What a move again. He did it from 11th to 4th. He's now done it from 3rd to 1st. Max Christia with a car length lead.
Christia really showing that they've got things dialed in there. Made the right place at the right time before, but this is just all strength of Christia, making things happen, getting to the front.
Let's go side by side as we get set for X30 Pro action here. Alessandro DiTullio with a good run through both of the heat races so far. He's standing down trackside here with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Alessandro DiTullio. Ale, I mean, it's been a solid day for you, right? Consistently up front. You're going to this Heat 3. You're tied for the lead in points going into the final. What's your game plan going into this race? Are you going to keep it calm? Are you going to be aggressive? And also, just walk me through how your day's been so far. I mean, you've been really quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good day. Really consistent, I think, with the finishing positions. I think this last heat is just about obviously finishing and trying to do the best as possible. Hopefully we can start pole for tomorrow, but if not, just finish in the top 5, top 6, and hopefully start in the top 5 tomorrow. That would be perfect.
All right, thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
By far the best weekend so far for the Prime Power Team Bureau Art driver that signed that deal right at the very beginning of March. So already to be having this much success has got to be good for ADT. Again, like Alex mentioned, he's tied for the points in X30 Pro to get that pole position starting spot for tomorrow with Elio Meza and a few others. Let's see down through the S's here. Christia, Simone, single file. Parolin's 1-2. Kart Republic's 3rd and 4th with Pettit and Palacio. And everybody behind them is still close as well. 2.5 to go here, Mike. Any guess on what you got for the winner in this one?
Well, it's probably not going to be the person who leads that lap because we've got to move right now, and Pettit's going to try to come through as well. Little elbows up, strong racing there. Now try to make it back. Is there going to be room? There it is. That's one of the smart things right there. Pettit keeping a nice wide angle, not trying to hold the outside, because if you do, you're probably going to go backwards. It's too late in this race to fight that hard. You got to be smart.
Looking at one driver kind of joining the mix here late in the going. I believe that's Tristan Murphy in the 111, up 11 spots, about maybe 12 or 13. Got one off in the dirt. Bronson Custis gets a bad end of the stick for the second time today. This time happening in heat number 3, and they're still side by side. This is a big group. Bobby Klein on the outside. That's dangerous, and it spread them away from the leaders. Rocco Simone, Max Christia working together beautifully. Got one way off. It's the 155 Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro Kart, and that was William Kim. Got pushed off on the front stretch and right into a lake, a big puddle, and he's going to be beached and done. As down the back straightaway, a lap and a half to go. Simone blocking from Christia. I don't know if Christia was wanting to go by, but he's taking that option away from him, and it's going to bring more drivers into the mix.
Yeah, exactly. There wasn't even a move there, and the teammates are going to be fighting this thing out with other drivers, not just Simone and Christia. Christia, already we've seen the speed. Didn't even try it right there. I wonder if there's going to be just a little bit of patience, try to carry as much speed as possible, maybe just counterattack on some defense. Again, I thought it's not going to be the leader of the penultimate lap that's going to win this thing. Let's see if Rocco Simone proves me wrong.
Yeah, Rocco Simone, a super talented Canadian star in the making. As they come down the front stretch, one to go. Rocco Simone, Max Christia from Atlanta, Georgia, right there in line in second. Then you got Travis Pettit, the kid from the Northeast, on the TKG KR, only his second weekend with the operation. He's got an outside shot here as they go low to block. That's going to take the draft away from Pettit a little bit. So Christia, can he Superman it around the outside? No, he's going to set up for the crossover. Not there. Simone holds on. Good blocking so far. It hasn't really been too much detriment to their lap times as well. Pettit still not able to play spoiler yet. A car length apiece here as they had to turn 11 for the final time.
Yeah, surprisingly didn't lose very much time at all. Keeping it wide open there and no chance there, but right on the back bumper. It's going to be turn 14 or nothing. The question is, will it be a shot down the inside or will it be a counterattack to the block? Here they go to the final corner. In the inside, there goes Christia. Crossover, it's going to be a drag race. Christia on the outside, no. It's going to be Simone taking home Heat 3.
A perfectly done crossover by Rocco Simone, but also clean, hard racing for the two to get a 1-2 at the end of it for the Motaz Sport Paralympic team. Simone, Christia, Travis Pettit third, Lucas Palacio fourth, Marco Romero fifth, Tristan Murphy up 12 positions on the Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro Kart to sixth, Royce Vegas seventh, Ashton Moon eighth, Michael McGoy in ninth. And how about Kai Mars? Up 12 spots. Goes the bright white helmet on the Team Tarp Kart Republic. He picks up quite a few. Mateo Calderon up 12 positions. 19 for Marco Sammet in the MDR BJR Lando Norris kart. But that's enough from the DNJ Intermodal Services mini slips here. Let's recap a little bit of the day so far here from the X30 Pros as they make their way onto the grid. Heat 1, pretty tame up at the front for the first couple. Elio Meza dominates. Diego Ramos at the final stretch coming to the line, gets pushed wide and bounces through the grass. Ends up fifth. Norberg and Turney inside the top five, and Alessandro D'Attulio P2. Then you go to heat number 2. Totally different story there, Mike. Rex for the lead. Rex and battling all the way through the top 10, top 15. So many guys with a shot and speed to win, and it's a mixed bag of results for everybody because even Elio Meza, who seemed perfect and impenetrable, had that issue on the opening lap, just got shuffled back and never really recovered.
No, exactly. You got back in the weeds, if you will, back in the clutches of the rest of the pack, and everybody knew how fast he was, right? So they weren't going to let him go or anything like that. But then on the flip side, you had, to your point, Ramos going through the water at the end there, getting fifth in the one heat. Actually, definitively the one to win. 1.8 seconds to the good was Ramos, followed by Brandon Carr and D'Attulio there in third. Blake Nash in fourth, and John Burke in fifth. And remember, we already talked about the difference of opinion and how some of the things happened there. Again, going back to Turney in sixth and Nash before. These guys got one more heat, going to set things up. It's all about where you finish and how you start tomorrow.
And Blake Nash and Joe Turney were far from the only two drivers frustrated with their competition in heat number 2. We saw multiple drivers exchanging words in the scale line. Now, what does that mean? Well, when you have a heat that kind of goes over the limit a little bit there, Mike, it goes one of two ways. Either the drivers collectively, all subconsciously, or however they decide on their own that, okay, that was a little too far, we're going to take it back a notch. Or you go even further, and then you realize that's the limit. So we are in for really either way, I think, coming to heat number 3, because heat 2 was definitely a little bit too much, I think, for what everybody wanted to stomach. But all it takes is really one driver to be a little bit over-aggressive, overzealous, whether it's a dive pass, early blocking, early defending, consistently repassing a driver as they get past. One guy does that, and it kind of forces everyone else to have to play that game, even if they don't want to. Otherwise, they're going to go backwards.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen that where the complexion of a race will change instantly as soon as you have one of the things happen? Like, we come around and say we finish lap 1, and immediately we see blocking. Boom. That's going to change the complexion. It's like, no, we can't block on lap 1. It's time to attack. Vice versa. As soon as you get attacked, if you start slipping down the order, they start smelling blood in the water, and the attacks start coming like a flurry.
Yep, absolutely. So here we go on to the track for the final time today. X30 Pro going to line the fences. You can see everybody on the viewing stations as they make the outlap around the racetrack. And it's a packed house here. 290 plus, I believe, in total for the US Pro Kart Series Texas Grand Prix at SpeedSportz Racing Park. And to close out Saturday, the final free session, of course, remember, if you want to watch those main events tomorrow, go to youtube.com/kartchaser/join to be a KC Premium member. You can do it right now. It's that join button on the live stream, and sign up for the main events. And then if you don't or unable to, you are able to watch them for free coming Wednesday. But it not only gets you the subscription for the main events, it's monthly, which means you also get the main events next week for the Stars Championship Series night fight at Trackhouse Motorplex in 6 days' time that gets underway Friday night. Meanwhile, for the on-track stuff, it's Elio Meza and Diego Ramos that will line up alongside each other for the final time. I believe the tie in the points was Ramos and DeTulio. Ramos is a 5th and a 1st, DeTulio a 3rd and a 2nd. And a win is 0 points, so it's a 1-point bonus in the way the structure works for the Heat. So Ramos at 5, DeTulio at 5. Harley Keeble starts in 4th. 5th, Nash. 6th, Brandon Carr. Braden Eves, Norberg, Turney going further back. Dario Vazzaro had that crazy crash in that final or that middle heat race, and everybody else is together. Here we go, boys and girls. We're racing down to turn 1. Meza gets the jump this time into the S's.
And a pair of Barella Arts just behind and all in a line. Again, another Sodi after that, and then Blake Nash. Everything calm and rolling here. Single file onto the back straightaway. We've seen racing right away. The defense coming from Meza early.
Yeah, Meza not wanting to give the opportunity to get shuffled back. He's not making the same mistake twice. That's a smart drive there out of the rookie as they go 3 wide further back there through turn number 6. So far, so good as they go to 8 and 9. Couple bits of dust kicked up, but the field survives. It's Meza, DeTulio, Ramos, Keeble, and then Blake Nash. Here, your top 5 early.
Blake Nash, you're trying to slot in there. He's the bright blue car there right behind Keeble, and that's actually big for Keeble. We haven't seen him really taking the fight to him. There's a move just behind him there, the kind of purple.
That's Dario Vazzaro right there on that purple and chrome International Motorsport entry. Very impressive. Just a little bit off on the timing and scoring. I think we're missing the first couple drivers. Your leader right now is still Elio Meza as they head down the back straightaway.
Elio Meza actually pulling away ever so slightly. A small little move over to the side, maybe break that wind a little bit. Everybody right behind him trying to follow suit, want to make sure they get everything that they can. Single file, trying to cut fast laps. The first time you see anybody side by side, it's almost back there to 10th.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely more tame than what we saw at the start of heat number 2. We'll see if the timing and scoring can sort itself as Vazzaro picks up another one. Gets by Blake Nash right there at turn number 11. So Dario Vazzaro, it looks like he's switched over to the Kart Republic chassis like his teammate Zachary Clayman de Mello. Initially was planned to be on a Lenzo kart. I think he's on a Kart Republic by the looks of things. So Dario Vazzaro, highest running KR at the moment. It's OTK, Beryl Art, Sodi Kart, Kart Republic, then OTK 3 in a row, and then another couple of Kart Republics with Joe Turney and Braden Eves at the end of the train.
Out front, Meza a 53.6 and actually pulling away by a 10th to DeTulio. And again, he's punching the hole. The wind not as bad as it was earlier. It's actually died down a little bit. So we talked about the headwind being a bit of an added factor. There's 3 wide now on screen. That's going to be Ryan Norberg trying for one, losing one, net nothing there for Ryan Norberg. Move for Keeble up there on screen as well, actually popping Ramos to get 3rd.
Yeah, so action all over. Harley Keeble now starting to make some moves in that PK Sports Sodi kart. You heard from him earlier, said they've just been missing a little bit of everything. And, you know, of course, as a driver, when you're missing a little bit of speed, you tend to kind of overdrive sometimes. But let's look back as the pack rolls through the S's. You got more drivers joining the fray. How about Paulie Massimino now catching up to the end of that grouping? Joe Turney leads it. It's Norberg in that second pack, then Brandon Carr, then Mateus Morgado, and then Massimino. Oh, all behind Braden Eves is now Morgado down the inside, overshoots it on Brandon Carr, and net zero right there through 7.
Yeah, you could see him get in there, get sideways, but then you watch the steering wheel do that secondary correction. That's when you've gone in a bit deep. Nice heads-up maneuver and over-under. No gain for Morgado, but also not a loss. He was able to hold on to it. There, finally gets the job done, and actually moves the 315 of Brandon Carr back 2 spots.
Yeah, Massimino follows through in that blue and yellow Lando Norris cart for Brandon Jarsacrack Racing, Mike Doty Racing, Combo 10. You've got Donovan Bonilla lurking on there behind them. So this is, again, the edge of the top 10 right now. What you're watching is the fight for 10th, 11th, and 12th. The leaders haven't traded spots yet, but Harley Keeble's on the way. Keeble that time, 53 flat. DeTulio a 53.2. Meza 53.1. It's going to pack them and stack them here for the lead, and everybody's rolling with Harley Keeble right now. Ramos is on the way. Bizarro is under fire from Nash, who takes that 5th spot back. Here comes Turney, fellow Kart Republic driver, right there on Bizarro, looking to challenge for 6th.
How close is the racing? Bizarro there just had a bit of a checkup and just barely got in the back of the driver in front. Wasn't able to get on the throttle when they wanted to. That's all Nash needed to have the drive off the corner. These drivers are so close that even if you don't make a mistake, if the driver in front of you does, you might end up losing out on it.
Joe Turney taking his time here with Bizarro. He's got to be careful if Norberg wants to shuffle him back. Everybody knows that, where the points kind of lie. We don't, but I'm sure the drivers have studied it as they get posted session by session of who needs to kind of get shuffled back for you to end up with a better starting spot in the main event. Who can you kind of get beneath you to add more points to them? Can you send them down into the pack as well as putting yourself up? Keeble, by the way, up to 2nd with a nice move there onto Tulio at the end of the backstretch.
And you see how he covers the second corner. He doesn't open it up right away and leave that door open. That has happened so many times there. The fighting behind there, that is Nash to the 302 of Turney. We've already seen those two guys close. I'm sure they're going to be nice and calm when they get right around each other. Turney side by side with Nash. Now going to try to make the move as they go to the final corner.
So DeTulio, Ramos, nose to tail. DeTulio now going to go on Ramos for 3rd. Nash trying to follow. He's going to go side by side, then tuck in line. That'll break momentum. It'll open the door for Turney, but not enough for Turney to get there, who checks the gap back. He sees Bizarro, and that Norberg's not gotten around Bizarro just yet. Eves is now closing in. This pack is getting big once again. The last time it did, Blake Nash and Joe Turney wrecked for the lead in front of everybody. Here they go, side by side. Turney on the bottom of Nash. No issues this time. Bizarro tries to get clear, though. He can't. Norberg's in that mess, and Bizarro nearly gets turned by Norberg as they get hooked. Eves side by side with him, and Morgado it all just goes back down. It's almost like just the spring and compression just works its way back the pack.
Well, I'll tell you right now, the driver who's not worried about that spring and maybe being on the positive side of it is Joe Turney. Turney crossed line last time 6th. He's already moved up past Blake Nash and I believe Ramos as well.
Yes, he has. So Joe Turney to 4th here. Now let's look. Is anyone making up ground on race leader Elio Meza? Not really. Harley Keeble here in 2nd was dead even to him last time by. If he can get a little bit closer, he can get into the toe. But Elio Meza, this Iron Rock Motorsports Tony card here, the kid out of Spring, Texas, just down the road from here, as we see a pass for 3rd, Turney on DeTulio. But Elio Meza's got a big hometown crowd here, a big cheering section, already won 1 heat. They got rid of him in the opening lap on cold tires. They could not do that this heat because he defended, and he's just put together beautiful laps each time around. So Meza, your leader over Keeble, Turney, DeTulio, Ramos headed to the final couple corners.
Meza actually finished 13th in the previous heat. That's pretty far back to have 2 heat wins. That means he's not going to have that front row shot, especially with the way the DeTulio and those guys are rolling. So it's just going to be about having as good a start as possible. Can't do any better than 0 points here with a win.
Norberg finally getting around Dario Bizarro there in that final corner. So we watch the leaders come down the backstretch. That time, Meza added 1/10 of a second. Harley Keeble now is going to come under fire from Joe Turney for P2 here in just a moment. That's where we'll send our focus because the pack is pretty lined up behind Turney. Whatever happens here is going to change the positions for everybody else again. So when does the 302 make that move? For Joe Turney, he recovered to a top 10 result after that crash. Here it is, turn 11, got him. Joe Turney gets around his fellow countryman Harley Keeble. to take over the second spot.
And immediately Keeble looks behind him. Is like, how many do we have here? We got a little bit of a space, but not by much. This is going to be right closed up as the white flag is in the air. Nobody's going to have a shot at Meza. With that pass, it's just going to be about the fight for second and everybody else in their final positions to get the least amount of points to try to get the best starting position for tomorrow's 20-lap main.
Here they come, final time. Turney might be one of the few drivers with enough speed to hunt down Elio Meza late in the going. He's been a little bit quicker than in the last few laps as Blake Nash going to work on Diego Ramos. DeTulio trying to get to Harley Keeble. Everyone trying to just close to that last guy, get one more spot, get one more point to give you a better chance at a starting spot for tomorrow. DeTulio knows he's just got to beat Ramos to get the pole, at least the way we think things will calculate. But nonetheless, I don't think you'll see Ramos dive bomb his teammate for the spot. Maybe he does. No, he does not. And out of the final turn, Elio Meza, 2 out of 3. What a day for the rookie. He wins Heat 3 in X30 Pro. Turney, second. Keeble, DeTulio, Ramos, Nash, Norberg goes purple on the final lap in 7th. Dario Vazzaro, 8th. Mateus Morgado, 9th. And Braden Eves rounds the top 10. But for Elio Meza, a fantastic ending to what has been a storybook day for the 327. And he really recovered for that 13th place result in that second heat race. That should put him, I think, again, you'd imagine right around row 3. If you divide it by 3, right, that's going to be 13 points. So it's somewhere between maybe a 4th to a 5th place result here in this one. And that's, again, a very, very impressive performance here today, I would say, from Elio Meza nonetheless.
The question is going to be, can he get to the front? Because obviously if he's out front, he's been very, very quick. As soon as he got back in the clutches of the rest of these drivers, that's when they got elbows up. Everybody knows he's fast. 20 laps is a long time. Will we see a smooth, methodical run to the front, or will it be elbows up right out of the gate in that 20-lap main?
It's hard to tell, right? We don't know. This one didn't look nearly as elbows up as Heat 2. The distance was the exact same. Just like you said, one single move can change the complexion and the dynamics and atmosphere of an entire heat race. So not a surprise that we would see something like that change heat to heat, which means we don't really know what the 20 laps will look like tomorrow. But one thing that we do know is we'll be covering all the action here live on Kart Chaser for every bit. For those of you guys that want to watch, of course, you can hear from myself as well as Mike Smith for the action. But I think that's a great point, right? Elio Meza was able to get away. It was at least a lesson learned, though. I mean, it wasn't like they just let him get away. He defended when he needed to in this third heat, where he didn't really defend much at all in the first heat or the second. And the second one, they kind of took advantage of him and took advantage on the start as well. But the only guys I've seen carve through this pack, Joe Turney, and to a degree, Ryan Norberg.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Norberg's had to do it all week, all weekend long. Right? He's always been in the back. He hasn't had to do, or he's had to do work. He's never had that opportunity to be up front, whereas Meza starts up front every time, went to the back, and actually went further back from there.
Yeah.
So being fast is one thing, being able to race is another. And now that they've got a full day under their belt of racing, everyone's got a little bag of tricks, or they've used up a piece of their bag of tricks.
Right.
Maybe they don't have anything left. They need to go to the drawing board for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, talk about going back to the drawing board. I'm sure Joe Turney probably thought a move like that in turns 4 and 5 would work out good. Obviously, it might have worked good with the driver that was giving more, but him and Blake Nash, neither one gave, and then calamity strikes there. He got really, really lucky, got away with one, but I don't think you'll see him make that move unless it's a desperation heave in tomorrow's main event, knowing that with the guy that he went at it with, it could have been anyone else. And maybe he thinks it's Blake, maybe he thinks it's anyone. But that move, I think, is definitely a low percentage pass, right? That's the term we like to use a lot here is the low percentage, the high-risk move, stuff you don't always want to put yourself in when it comes to a main event. Maybe you try it in a heat race, and then if you do it, you know it. At the same time, if you do it and it works, like you said, you might have showed some hands that showed some cards in your hand you don't want to show for tomorrow.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, is that, those half moves, right? How many times have we seen just a little bit of a nose get in there? It's not enough, and you end up losing not just that spot, but more spots or a ton of time, and you've lost any opportunity to do it, and you end up falling on the clutches behind. So timing the spots, timing the moves, paying attention to what's going on, and tonight, going to work, doing the homework, and making sure you go in tomorrow with the best shot to win.
I think the other thing that I'm really interested to see tomorrow is I think we won't really know from the first 2 rows on back who is going to make up the rest of the top 10 in the race until the start's done, because obviously we've seen the same kind of guys in the top 10 every single heat here today because the starting grid was the same. When that starting grid changes, and it's going to be one lane or the other, and then like we said, track position is key. That most of the guys are pretty much gridlocked up 1 or 2 spots once they spread out. So with a different starting order tomorrow, a different guy leading each lane, guys like Austin Garrison, Oliver Hodgson, especially a guy like Hodgson, maybe a Braden Eves, maybe you go back, Mateus Morgado, right? He was still a 9th at the end of that one, but was super quick. I mean, was not that far off of the pace everybody else was running. If Morgado, let's say, goes into 5th on the opening lap, we know that guy can send it. Guy we haven't heard from all weekends had to come from 24th on the grid. Arias Duke-Medjin has picked up like 10 spots every heat race. So you compare him to the points of like Garrison, who's at a wreck, Turney, who's not at the best, Vizarro with that DNF as well. So how they're all going to even out and then what the lineup is, it might look like we have an idea because, okay, these are the top 10 guys at the points, but it could be that only 5 of them end up in the lead pack by turn 5.
Yeah, exactly. The whole complexion of the race. I mean, this is where you start, but until you get through the first couple of corners, you don't really know what kind of the best laid plans, right? And then once you get started, it's all out the window. You get what you get when you get through the first couple of corners.
It's why it makes it tough for the viewers, right? Sometimes you hear us ask the drivers about their mindset. The answer is always the same. We don't always ask it anymore. The mindset going into any kind of kart race, really besides maybe a little bit of tire management, is survive the start. Don't give up spots. Don't get crashed. Maybe make up a couple and fill some gaps, but beyond that, you're just trying to make it through. And then once the start goes, then you formulate a plan while you're on the racetrack. And you've kind of just got to be thinking on the fly all the time because it comes at you so fast. So let's hear from some of the drivers about that and especially about how their days went as the scale line has gone through. Sally and Alexander down on pit lane. We'll send it on to you, Sally.
Here with Harley Keeble. So going into this race, knowing that you were having motor problems, what was your mindset?
Well, it was just, I thought I wasn't going to be as fast, so I just had to race really hard and keep myself at the front for a good starting position for tomorrow. But we changed a few things, very minimal, and we was actually quite fast. Still missing a little bit, but much, much better.
So what are your hopes for tomorrow?
I mean, obviously, I've made my name now in America. I'm obviously going for the win, but it's going to be difficult.
Are you confident that you'll be able to be equal with your motor?
Yeah, I think we'll find a bit more. There's a new day is a new day, so it'll all change. Always does.
Awesome. Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, there you hear it from Sally there. Harley Keeble, obviously, this is only his 3rd ever American start. Had the Challenge of the Americas last week or 2 weeks ago for Sonoma. Then had the big opening weekend at the ScuSA Pro Tour where he put it on the box on Sunday. Put it on the box really both days. Came in, I think, a couple tenths of a pound light. So that first weekend, establishing a name for himself. He feels like he's an established driver now, and there's no question about it. But for Harley Keeble, getting that first win on American soil, that first win for Sodi in years would be huge here in Houston. Let's go down to a guy also looking for his first win of the season, Ryan Norberg. It's not been the heat race day he'd want, but at least he's been consistent. Alexander Searle is with him here on pit lane.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, I was just joking with Ryan. I said it's the first time we haven't been able to speak to him in quite some time. I haven't really got to get a word with you here, but you've been quick, right? You missed it a little bit in qualifying. Didn't really put the lap together that you would have wanted. It wasn't like it was a terrible qualifying. Still put a P8. Heats went all right for you. You were purple there in Heat 3. Just walk us through your day, though. I mean, you seem to just be kind of get caught in the wrong spot at all times.
Yeah, I think we're just fast in the wrong areas. This track is already pretty difficult to pass, and so not being fast in the passing zones is not good. So we get caught up. People defend a little bit, and then you're just kind of on your heels the rest of the way. And I don't know. I mean, we got some work to do for tomorrow. Hopefully, with the longer race, we can show our speed a little bit better once things kind of file out a little bit. Ideally, it's not, bumper to bumper for the final, the whole 26 laps, but we'll see. I mean, we'll go to the drawing board tonight and work on some stuff for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, you say you're missing a few things. Still going purple to me is pretty good. What is it that you're missing? Just a little bit in the motor, kart, kind of what a bit of all three?
Yeah, it's a bit of all three. I think, once everything's dialed in, then you can actually, go to the right spot on the racetrack. The car comes off the corner even better, and then the engine runs a little better just all together. So, we just got to get back to the drawing board and get out there and try and get it done tomorrow.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you, man.
There you go, hearing from Ryan Norberg. Obviously, again, like he said, just a combination of the three. The same thing from Harley Keeble, right? Either you're not able to drive the proper line because the kart isn't exactly doing what you need it to do, Mike, or you're trying to compensate for one condition that the kart's having, and you end up making mistakes by overdoing it a little bit.
Oh, it's interesting what he said, too, about it being hard to pass. And I think maybe it's less that it's hard to pass on the circuit as much as these drivers are so damn close to each other. There's nothing in between. I mean, yeah, he's got a 52.5. Turney's got a 52.6. They're not hitting those every single lap. But if you look at the best lap of most of the drivers, the entire front, I'm looking at the top, looks like 20 are all within a couple of tenths on their best lap. Right outside of these couple of outliers, they're so close that the smallest little adjustment, like Ryan said, if we get everything exactly the way I want to, I can put the cart where I want to, which means I can get off the corner a little bit better, which means I get opportunities to make moves. And if you're fast in the spots that aren't passing zones like what he just said, well, you're not going to be able to go forward. Maybe that's part of the problem we saw at Mesa. He's fast, but he's fast where he's fast, not where you need to pass people.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a track with mid-range, but you still gear it really for those couple of hairpins to, just get out of those corners. If you're by yourself, you can carry a gear ratio that's a little more top-end heavy on the straightaway, not as much kick out of the corners, but if you don't have good kick out of the corner, you're going to get dive bombed in the next hairpin. So maybe that's the case for Elio. He's great because he can carry that because his cart's handling so good through the center of the turn. But when he gets around traffic, he's having to wait for them to hit the gas, and then by the time, if he hits it exactly as they do, they pull away from him, and the next guy dive bombs, and he goes backwards and backwards. So it could be something similar for Ryan Norberg. I mean, that is another guy who is traditionally very, very good at carrying a lot of roll speed through the center of the corner and letting the kart kind of float through the rubber. We go from him, though, down to the kid. Let's hear from him. Elio Meza, our Heat 3 winner, our Heat 1 winner, and an up-and-down, topsy-turvy Heat number 2. He's here with Alex.
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, here with the man of the weekend so far, Elio Meza. Elio, like Xander said, Heat 1 win, Heat 2, not the race you would have wanted. Heat 3, back to where we expect you to be. Walk us through your day, and how confident you're feeling for tomorrow.
No, I'm feeling really good. We got both carts dialed in. We still have a little bit of pace to find, but Heat 2 was definitely a tough one. We just couldn't get our momentum forward. We just kept falling further and further back. Kept going offline, so then it just took another lap for the tires to clear off, and then I'd get passed again. So this time I made sure I defended well enough, went all the way to the bottom, and then slowly just started to pull the gap.
Yeah, tomorrow for X30 Seniors, the first time all weekend you weren't starting pretty much on pole position, right? So, what are your expectations going into tomorrow, knowing now you have to actually work your way forward, whereas, your two heat races in X30 Senior, you kind of walked away from the field. Do you think you're going to be able to do the same thing passing now?
It'll be a little bit more difficult. We're definitely going to have to work on the gearing a little bit just to keep up in the infield. But I think if we can get that dialed in, we have a good shot at moving forward and hopefully going for the win.
Thank you, Elio.
Thank you.
You can see that big smile for Elio Meza starting to creep through at the end of that video, or at the end of that interview when he mentioned going for the win. You know how much it means to win at the big levels, Mike. You could see it in the emotion of these kids, and it means so much when you're able to win a big race near home, and he's got his family nearby. That would be a huge, huge celebration, I'm sure, if Elio Meza could get a big win tomorrow.
We talk about it, too, as a senior rookie, right? You get things done on the junior level of things, and you're able to move forward and okay, I got things handled. But then as a junior, when you look at the seniors, those are the big dogs, right? Those are the ones you're trying to beat. And to do it right out of the gate like that, Meza's got to feel pretty good about making things happen this early in the year, this early in his senior career.
So with that, of course, for Elio Meza being the big storyline coming out of the weekend, the feel-good story, there's still a lot to unpack, points to take together. Again, we know Joe Turney should be near the front. Harley Keeble, obviously DeTulio, it looks like unofficially will be our pullman. Diego Ramos, I think, will line up alongside him. Blake Nash should still be decent after 2 good heats. Norberg decent. And it's just kind of hard to gauge where the rest of the top 10 will be. You got a guy like Brayton Ease who's been 8th to 10th all 3 heats. Morgado, 8th to 12th, more or less. Massimino, 8th to 12th. Whereas the drivers up in the top 5, I mean, have been up, down, and around. Then, again, you have runs like with we saw from Austin Garrison, a good run in that second heat, blown motor in the first heat. John Burke was up and down. Brandon Carr fell all the way back to 14th there in that one. So still a lot to know, a lot to calculate, and more to come here tonight. Tomorrow, the last chance qualifiers for the KA Junior and KA Senior classes get underway at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. If you want to watch it all, make sure you're a Kart Chaser Premium member. For Mike Smith, for the US Pro Kart Series team, for everyone here at SpeedSportz Racing Park, and from all of us at Kart Chaser, good night and see you tomorrow morning.